Chapter 358. Grandfather Hua was taken aback, but quickly understood. He quickly glanced at the surveillance camera in the corner, then turned back to look at Zhang Feng before turning to leave. Elder Hua, you can't just leave me like this. Zhang Feng was truly frightened now. She wailed and tried to chase after him. Hua Xiaoheng turned around and closed the door, shutting out Zhang Feng's cries. Grandfather was stopped near the door and turned to look at him. He said disapprovingly, "She's not that brave. She won't tell anyone." Hua Xiaoheng smiled. "Then let's go. This matter ends here. I won't interfere anymore. You don't have to worry about it either. We'll see how the military decides." Zhang Feng had relied on grandfather Hua's influence to not retire from the military despite her age, so she was still considered an active soldier. At the time, she only wanted to stay by grandfather Hua's side. Last year, the military informed her that she could not delay it any longer and had to complete her discharge procedures. That was why she was in a hurry to marry grandfather Hua, so that she could be with him for a long time. She didn't think that her years of planning would backfire. She would be punished even more severely by military law. Hua Xiaoheng walked behind grandfather Hua and asked quietly again, "You really don't want to give her another warning? If she's desperate, you'll be in a very passive position." Grandfather Hua replied coldly, "She wouldn't dare. I know her. She's timid. Although she's greedy, she's still sincere to me." Hua Xiaoheng didn't say anything else. He had already warned her what he needed to warn her. He didn't even make things difficult for Zhang Feng's son and grandson. Hua Xiaoheng sent grandfather Hua back to the Hua Manor. Hua Jialan came to greet him from afar. "Elder cousin." She gathered her mink shawl. "I have something to tell you." Hua Xiaoheng stopped and glanced at her. Grandfather's health hasn't been good lately, and because of the Zhangs, he's been worried day and night. Hua Jialan said carefully as she studied Hua Xiaoheng's expression. "I'm thinking if I should take grandfather somewhere else to recuperate, so we can avoid them." "It's fine." Hua Xiaoheng turned to leave. "You should take inventory of your assets. The subpoena for the civil lawsuit will be sent to you soon." Hua Jialan watched as Hua Xiaoheng walked out the door, but didn't dare to chase after him. She paced back and forth in the living room, very distraught. Hua Guanchen came back for lunch at noon and saw Hua Jialan still standing at the door. He could not help asking her, "Jialan, what are you doing here?" Hua Jialan's eyes reddened when she saw Hua Guanchen. She choked out, "Second uncle. Elder cousin said he still wants to sue me." "Sue you? Sue you for what?" Hua Guanchen frowned. "Your mother's death has nothing to do with you. Hasn't the court already ruled?" Hua Guanchen's expression darkened at the thought of Bai Jini. She was sentenced to life imprisonment. Hua Guanchen had been with her all these years and had put in his heart. Now that he saw her end up like this, he felt terrible. But when he thought of how Song Jining had been tortured for 16 years because of her, Hua Guanchen could not bring himself to sympathize with her. He could only blame himself for being blind. Hua Jialan saw Hua Guanchen's expression and had an idea. She whispered, "I want to bury my mother with my father. Can you help me, second uncle?" Hua Guanyuan had died in the laboratory explosion. His body had not been found, so there was no real grave. There was only a small urn with his clothes inside. It was like a cenotaph. Hua Jialan's mother, Luo Xinchua's body had just been retrieved from a court. It was still frozen in the hospital's underground freezer. Once the family was ready, it could be buried. "That's true." Hua Guanchen nodded. "Contact the funeral home and arrange a proper funeral. Bury your mother and father together." Hua Jialan nodded. "I was thinking the same." The two chatted as they entered the dining room for lunch. Grandfather Hua was already there. He sat down with a solemn expression and looked up out of habit. "Little Zhang, give me a bowl of soup." Hua Jialan and Hua Guanchen froze. They sat opposite him. In the past, it was always Zhang Feng who sat next to grandfather Hua and served him food and soup. She was more like a personal nanny than a nurse. Hua Jialan reacted quickly. She immediately stood up and placed a bowl of soup in front of grandfather Hua. "Grandfather, please have some." Grandfather Hua finally realized he had said the wrong thing. Feeling terrible, he slammed his chopsticks on the table. "I'm not eating. You guys eat." He left the dining room alone and returned to his room to rest. Looking at the empty room and Xie Xian's photo on the mantel, Grandfather Hua's eyes became moist. He walked over slowly and caressed the person in the frame. He murmured, "Xian, I'm sorry." Tears streamed down his face and dripped onto the frame. The person in the frame smiled blissfully. The next day, Zhang Feng was interrogated by the military court. She was questioned about shoddy goods, embezzlement, large amounts of money of unknown origin, and money laundering overseas. She had no reason at all to clear her name. "Zhang Feng, you've only paid back half of your debt. According to the law, we can confiscate your current assets as compensation for the military's losses." Her interrogator ordered the bank to freeze all of Zhang Feng's bank accounts. The properties under her name were also to be forcefully auctioned off. Zhang Feng couldn't believe her eyes when she saw the results. Her teeth chattered, and her whole body trembled. Her vision blurred, and she could barely see what was written on the court's verdict. After a while, she stared at the words, "Confiscate all illegal gains," and screamed, "My assets are not illegal gains. You can't confiscate them all. I want a lawyer. I want a lawyer." "Zhang Feng, you didn't explain the source of your assets. Based on common sense, we'll assume it's illegal gains from the military supply business and confiscate it. If you don't agree, you can provide evidence and we'll investigate. If it's your legal gains, the military will not confiscate it." The judge in the military court said in a professional manner. He didn't think Zhang Feng had any chance to argue. Zhang Feng hesitated and said, "I still need to think about it. I'll explain it to you when I've thought it through." "Okay, the court will be adjourned for now. The court hearing will be held in 3 days. I hope you can explain the source of your assets then." Zhang Feng returned to the detention center and thought for a day and night. Finally, she requested to see Chief Hua Xiwenong. Everyone knew she was Hua Xiwenong's head nurse. Hua Xiwenong had visited her when she committed a crime and even pleaded on her behalf. Therefore, this request was quickly sent to the Hua family. "Chief, Zhang Feng wants to see you. She said she has something to tell you." Grandfather Hua was trimming Xie Xian's favorite pots of flowers in the yard with a pair of scissors. He didn't turn around and said, "I don't have time. Do what you need to do. Don't bend the law for personal gain." Zhang Feng waited for another 2 days and asked someone to pass a final message to Grandfather Hua before the court hearing. "If you don't come, don't blame her for being heartless." Hua Xiaoheng had people watching Zhang Feng and knew what she wanted to do. He ordered someone to record Zhang Feng's words and send it to Grandfather Hua to see for himself. Grandfather Hua looked at Zhang Feng's hysterical expression on the phone and said coldly, "Tell her that if she goes crazy again, don't blame me for being heartless." The person passed Grandfather Hua's words to Zhang Feng before the court hearing. Zhang Feng finally gave up and knew that the situation was hopeless. Grandfather Hua really didn't care about her anymore. She was really going to jail. No, based on what she had done, it would be easy to go to jail. She might even be executed. Zhang Feng panicked. She didn't want to die. She really didn't want to die. She had worked so hard to accumulate so much wealth, but she still hadn't had enough of it. Since Grandfather Hua had turned against her, he couldn't blame her for being heartless. After the court hearing, Zhang Feng told the military court frankly, "My wealth was given to me by General Hua Xiong." The court instantly fell silent. After a while, the judge said, "General Hua Xiong, why did he give you so much wealth? And where did he get it from?" "Because I gave birth to a son for him. If you don't believe me, you can do a DNA test." Zhang Feng said without hesitation. He was worried that I would expose it and affect his future, so he kept giving me money. Of course he had money. It was all inherited from his wife, Xie Xian. If you don't believe me, you can summon him to court to confront me. Not long after testing Zhang Baoqin's DNA, the military court summoned Hua Xiwenong to court. At the same time, the Supreme Military Council stripped Hua Xiwenong of his general rank and forced him to retire according to the relevant laws. Old Master Hua looked at the court summons and the neat military uniform that he had just taken off and sighed. Hua Xiaoheng and Hua Guanqin stood at the door and looked at him. Hua Guanqin asked worriedly, "Dad, are you really going to court?" "Grandfather Hua," said angrily. "How can I not go to court? I've lost all my dignity." "But who was to blame?" Hua Xiaoheng folded his hands behind his back and said nonchalantly, "You can have a lawyer represent you. I suggest you send a lawyer." Grandfather Hua snorted. "Don't wash your dirty linen in public. Do you think not many people know?" Because the case involved Grandfather Hua, the military court did not make the trial public for the sake of Hua Guanchen and Hua Xiaoheng. Only the parties involved and their lawyers were present. Grandfather Hua did not want anyone else to represent him. "I'll go with Dad." Hua Guanchen volunteered. Hua Xiaoheng shook his head. "I'll go. I'll also see if it's confidential." Grandfather Hua finally agreed to let Hua Xiaoheng accompany him to court. Gunyinji also wanted to go, but Hua Xiaoheng did not call her this time. He accompanied Grandfather Hua to court alone to testify. When they arrived at court, Grandfather Hua did not deny his relationship with Zhang Feng and said that it was an accident all those years ago. He did not even know that Zhang Feng secretly gave birth to the child. Hua Xiaoheng had done a lot of preparatory work, and now the evidence was presented one by one to prove that Grandfather Hua did not intentionally hide the child from military. Moreover, Grandfather Hua had already been stripped of his general rank and forced to retire. In theory, the military court no longer had any effect on him. As for Zhang Feng's claim that the assets were given to her by Grandfather Hua, Grandfather Hua vehemently denied it. Hua Xiaoheng then handed over the details of Zhang Feng's bank accounts, including evidence of money being transferred from Deshang Ltd. To her bank account. It perfectly proved that the source of her wealth was the military's massive military supply business. The so-called hush money given to her by Grandfather Hua was completely a rumor made up by her. It was completely untrue. With so much evidence in front of them, Zhang Feng's glib tongue was useless. The military court quickly ruled that Zhang Feng had participated in the bidding for the military supply contracts as a soldier, colluded with suppliers to pass off shoddy goods as quality goods, pocketed huge illegal profits, and attempted to launder money. Her attitude was terrible, and she had no remorse. Because the amount was so large, not only did the court confiscate all of Zhang Feng's assets, but she was also sentenced to life imprisonment without bail. After hearing the verdict, Grandfather Hua stood up with a dark expression and left the court without looking back. Zhang Feng was left alone in the court, crying her heart out. This was the first watch, a reminder about the monthly votes and recommendation votes. 7 p.m., the next watch. P.S. Thank you, Heaven's Beggar, for tipping Heshabi yesterday. Congratulations, Heaven's Beggar, for becoming the new leader of the Major General. Moi. Oh, understand. Oh. Chapter 359. When Grandfather Hua got home, he locked himself in his room and refused to come out. With Hua Guanchen in the house, he didn't have to move out, but he didn't want to see his old friends anymore. Hua Jialan took good care of Grandfather Hua for the past 2 days and kept him company. Even if she didn't speak, she would just sit by his side and read or play with her phone. Grandfather Hua was old and afraid of being alone, so he could see how she felt about him. Hua Jialan tried to persuade Grandfather Hua. "Grandfather, do you want to visit Grandmother this year?" Before Grandfather Hua's wife, Xie Zian, passed away, she said she wanted to visit her parents and left a will to be buried there. The Xies had been in Europe for several generations. Xie Zian grew up in Europe and met Hua Xiwenong when she returned to the Huaxia Empire to study. Because of Hua Xiwenong's status and the fact that the Xies didn't agree to her marrying Hua Xiwenong, Xie Zian rarely returned to her parents' home after they got married. However, before she passed away, she suddenly requested to be buried at her parents' home. Grandfather Hua was a little unhappy at the time, but Xie Zian insisted and called her family, whom she rarely contacted. Later, Xie Zian's youngest brother and his son personally came to the Huaxia Empire to take her back to Europe for burial. Because of this, Grandfather Hua had always been a little uncomfortable. Now he finally understood why Xie Zian made such a strange and illogical request before she passed away. He still remembered Zhang Feng telling him that Xie Zian never saw herself as a member of the Hua family, and he deeply believed it. Now that he was faced with the events of the past, every time he thought about it, it was like being stabbed in the chest with a knife. Grandfather Hua couldn't sit still when he heard Hua Jialan mention her grandmother. He called Hua Guanchen over and said, "I want to go to Europe to visit your mother. Help me make arrangements to go overseas." He hadn't been there for a few years, and it was time to repent at her grave. Hua Guanchen also wanted his father to go overseas to relax. This wasn't uncommon in their circle, but grandfather Hua was the only one who made such a big fuss and even lost his military rank. He definitely couldn't face it. Hua Guanchen quickly agreed, but grandfather Hua had asked him to arrange for Hua Jialan to go abroad as well. He wanted to take her with him to Europe. Hua Guanchen thought it was a good idea. Grandfather Hua was getting on in years and needed someone to take care of him. It used to be Zhang Feng, but now it was Hua Jialan. Although she wasn't his biological granddaughter, he had raised her for so long that he could rest assured. By the time Hua Xiaoheng found out, grandfather Hua had already boarded the plane with Hua Jialan to Europe. Since Hua Jialan wasn't around, the civil lawsuit could only be delayed. Hua Xiaoheng was not in a hurry. The monk could run, but the temple could not. Even if Hua Jialan hid at the ends of the earth, the punishment she deserved would not be spared. In the blink of an eye, it was the 8th day of the first lunar month, the first day of classes at Imperial Capital University. Gun Yinji had already packed everything 2 days ago, including bedding, mattress, and daily necessities. She carried the Hermes bucket bag that Hua Xiaoheng had bought for her before the new year, and carried the cherry blossom-colored suitcase that she often used when she went to university in Sea City as she walked out of the official residence. Fan Jian drove a black 3-seater SUV over to send her off. Several orderlies ran up and down several times to help Gun Yinji put her things in the car. Fan Jian looked around and smiled. "There's so much stuff. Are you moving?" "I'm going to live on campus." "That's moving." Gun Yinji spread her palms and looked around casually. Fan Jian narrowed his eyes and smiled. He patted the steering wheel and said quietly, "The chief has a few meetings today. He won't be coming." Gun Yinji blushed and opened the back door to get in. She purposely said, "I know. I didn't expect him to come either." As soon as she finished speaking, the door opened again. Hua Xiaoheng's tall figure appeared at the back door. He cocked his head to look and got in. He said to Gun Yinji, "You didn't expect anyone to come?" Fan Jian was speechless. "Hua Xiao, don't you know how to?" Gun Yinji couldn't help blinking. She was worried that her eyes were playing tricks on her. "Yeah, the meeting was postponed." Hua Xiaoheng stretched his legs. "This car is too small. I'll get a bigger one next time." The front door opened as well. In Shixiang sat in the front passenger seat and said to Fan Jian, "Let's go." Fan Jian quickly stepped on the accelerator and drove onto the highway. Gun Yinji wanted to go to the university, which was located in the west 4th loop of the imperial capital. It wasn't in the same direction as the Special Operations Forces headquarters. The car entered the highway and merged into the busy traffic. After the new year, the streets of the imperial capital returned to their usual busy and crowded state. Gun Yinji leaned against the back seat of the car with a smile on her face. The heater in the car was turned up high. Hua Xiaoheng was wearing a wool shirt and felt a bit warm. He couldn't help but loosen his collar to get some air. From Gun Yinji's angle, she could see a bit of Hua Xiaoheng's collarbone. Gun Yinji never knew a man's collarbone could be so alluring. She gulped and took another look. Her OCD kicked in, and she didn't like the sight of Hua Xiaoheng's crooked collar. She leaned over and reached out to pull Hua Xiaoheng over naturally to fix his collar. Hua Xiaoheng reflexively grabbed her hand and asked instinctively, "What are you doing?" Gun Yinji froze. "Helping you fix your collar?" "Can I?" Hua Xiaoheng was speechless. He gently let go and presented his neck to Gun Yinji. Tidying it up, Fan Jian and In Shixiang in the front seat were speechless. Only Gun Yinji was overjoyed. She reached over and smoothed Hua Xiaoheng's slightly crooked collar. She then flipped out a small section and put on the outside of his wool shirt. Gun Yinji patted his shoulder in satisfaction. "That's good." However, Hua Xiaoheng felt even hotter. He said to Fan Jian in the driver's seat, "Turn down the air conditioner." Fan Jian obeyed and immediately turned down the air conditioner. Gun Yinji shrank her neck. It was a bit cold. She took off her long down jacket as soon as she got in the car. She was only wearing a wide-sleeved cashmere sweater with a knee-length wool A-line skirt and knee-high boots. It looked nice, but it didn't actually keep her warm. However, seeing the sweat on Hua Xiaoheng's forehead, Gun Yinji didn't complain about the cold. She only quietly moved closer to Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiaoheng was like a big furnace. Sitting next to him would radiate heat, and she would feel warmer. Hua Xiaoheng took out his phone to check his email. He also took the opportunity to resolve some of the troubles and disputes caused by the last-minute decision to postpone the meeting. When Gun Yinji moved closer to him, the corners of his mouth involuntarily curved into a happy smile. Unfortunately, not long after, he heard Gun Yinji sneeze with a small achoo. It was the second watch. Let me remind you about the monthly votes and recommendation votes. Oh, and no. Chapter 360. Hearing Gun Yinji sneezing, Hua Xiaoheng immediately touched her hand out of habit. Her hand was soft and boneless, but also very cold. You're cold. Hua Xiaoheng reacted immediately and told Fan Jian in the driver's seat, turn the heat up to the max, no need. Gun Yinji pulled on Hua Xiaoheng's hand and said worriedly, I'll just wear a down jacket. You'll be hot if the heat is turned up, and it'll be cold when we go out later. You'll catch a cold. Hua Xiaoheng looked at her and felt a new sensation. Gun Yinji, who had grown up under his care, now knew how to take care of people, and the person being taken care of was himself. It had to be said that this was a new experience, and he wasn't used to it, but he didn't dislike it at all. Fan Jian felt that Gun Yinji had a point, so he didn't turn the heat up right away. He only looked at the rearview mirror and asked, Chief, do you still want to turn the heat up? Gun Yinji quickly said, No need, I'll wear a down jacket. She grabbed the down jacket beside her and put it on. She hadn't worn it earlier because she thought she could handle it and didn't want Hua Xiaoheng to know she was cold. Hua Xiaoheng would definitely understand once she put on the down jacket. Now that he found out she was cold without it, there was no need to be conflicted. Gun Yinji quickly put on the down jacket and immediately warmed up. Hua Xiaoheng looked at her deeply. His large hand wrapped around her small hand and squeezed it. He reached out with one arm to pull her into his embrace while still holding her hand with the other. Are you still cold? Gun Yinji didn't expect Hua Xiaoheng to hug her like this in front of Fan Jian and Yin Shixiao. She was very nervous and wanted to struggle, but couldn't bear to. Hua Xiaoheng's embrace was as hot as fire, and she craved his heat and warmth. Fan Jian and Yin Shixiao didn't say anything in the front. Fan Jian didn't think it was too much. Gun Yinji had grown up with Hua Xiaoheng, and they had also watched her grow up. It wasn't a big deal to warm her hands. However, Yin Shixiao was different. He knew that Gun Yinji liked Hua Xiaoheng so much that she couldn't help herself. Not only did she love him, but she also idolized him. She was his die-hard fan, so he didn't doubt Gun Yinji's feelings for Hua Xiaoheng. However, he had no confidence in Hua Xiaoheng's feelings for Gun Yinji. He still remembered that Hua Xiaoheng had already been intimate with a woman, and Hua Xiaoheng wasn't someone who would just sleep with anyone. With Hua Xiaoheng's abilities, he had kept that woman a secret until now. He must have loved her deeply. Moreover, with Hua Xiaoheng's status, it was impossible for him to marry Gun Yinji. It would be difficult even for them to publicly be together. Gun Yinji's past was like the sword of Damocles hanging over their heads, ready to fall and take their lives at any time. Yin Shixiao took out his phone and sent a message to Zhao Yangzi. Daxiong. Little Zhe, how's your investigation on Gu Xiangwen going? Xiao Zhe, I'm checking. What's wrong? You have news? Zhao Yangzi replied very quickly. It was obvious that he was working online. Yin Shixiao sighed softly. His fingers flew across his phone as he typed and sent another message. Daxiong, no. I'm taking Yinji to school. I'm in the car. The chief is here too. Zhao Yangzi saw the message and instantly understood what Yin Shixiao meant. He sat in front of his computer and scratched his head in frustration. He muttered, the target has been narrowed down to a few hundred people, but from what I can see, not a single one of them meets the requirements. Did he really have to get these few hundred people to test their DNA? He couldn't even think about it. Once too many people were involved, news would definitely leak out, and it would be impossible to keep a secret. The Huaxia Empire divided the confidentiality of information into 5 levels: top secret, confidential, secret, sensitive, and public. Each level was further divided into 5 levels, and each level was indicated by an asterisk. 5 stars meant the highest level, and 1 star was the lowest. Gun Yinji's past was classified as a secret in the Huaxia Empire. 2 stars wasn't particularly high, but to ordinary people, it was already information that the general public couldn't access. But even though the mission was difficult, he couldn't back down. For the sake of Gun Yinji and Hua Xiaoheng, he had to find a way to filter out useful information from these few hundred people and further narrow down the scope of testing. He thought for a long time before sending Yin Shixiang a message. "Little Zhe, I'll narrow down the scope as soon as possible and get a list." Yin Shixiang saw the message and was slightly relieved. He put his phone away. In the back seat, Gun Yinji was already much warmer. She poked her head out of Hua Xiaoheng's arms to look at the scenery outside the window and the bustling traffic. She suddenly remembered something and whispered to Hua Xiaoheng, "Hua Xiao, will you always be working in the imperial capital from now on?" In the past, Gun Yinji had attended university in Sea City, so Hua Xiaoheng had moved his main work base there. To make it easier for Gun Yinji to interact with her classmates, Hua Xiaoheng had bought her an apartment. She would return to the apartment on weekends and only return to the Special Operations Forces base during the winter and summer breaks. Hua Xiaoheng looked down at her. "Yeah, I'll be here from now on, unless I'm on a mission." Hua Xiaoheng's rank was already very high, but the work of the Special Operations Forces was rather special. As the highest commander, he had to personally go on special occasions and couldn't always sit in the office. Of course, he had far fewer opportunities to go on missions than his subordinates. He would only go on top-secret missions. Gun Yinji smiled and asked, "Then what will I do on the weekends? Go straight back to your official residence?" Hua Xiaoheng patted her head. "Where do you want to go? I'm fine with it. Of course, I'm willing to go to your place." Gun Yinji pursed her lips and asked hesitantly, "Then at school, how should I tell my classmates and professors?" He Jichu, and when she already knew Hua Xiaoheng's true identity, Gun Yinji probably couldn't pretend to be an orphan girl adopted by distant relatives anymore at B University. She smiled slyly and asked, "Do you want to change my identity?" Hua Xiaoheng raised his hand to adjust her down jacket and said nonchalantly, "You don't have to change. Your parents are working far away and you were fostered in our home. That's the truth." Gun Yinji, Fan Jian, Yin Shixiang. The other 3 people in the car were momentarily speechless. After a while, Gun Yinji asked again, "Then what do my parents do for a living?" Hua Xiaoheng looked down at her. "What do you mean? You said my parents are working far away. Then what if my classmates ask what your parents do for a living? How am I supposed to answer? Or should we say the same thing so we don't get caught?" Gun Yinji tilted her head as she spoke. Her red, moist lips parted, revealing her perfect, white teeth. She was the epitome of red lips and white teeth. Yin Shixiang giggled from the front passenger seat and turned to ask, "Yinji, are you going to write a script for all of us to memorize?" "I'll write it. Who's afraid?" Gun Yinji winked at Yin Shixiang. "How about we write it like this? My parents are professionals. As for their profession, I'll look it up when I'm in school and perfect my persona." Hua Xiaoheng ignored her and Yin Shixiang's nonsense. His gaze was attracted to her teeth. He reached out to lift her delicate chin and swept his thumb over her lips. He said dryly, "From your teeth, you must have had braces when you were young. Families that had braces before the age of 12 were at least well-to-do. Why don't we say your parents are doctors?" "Doctors?" Gun Yinji nodded. "That's good. Doctors are professionals. Then where do they work?" Gun Yinji propped up her chin and leaned against Hua Xiaoheng. Her large eyes blinked and made people want to count her long and dense eyelashes. "You can say Europe as the place of work," Hua Xiaoheng said nonchalantly. "You don't have to be too detailed. What if someone asks where exactly in Europe?" Gun Yinji continued to let her imagination run wild. Hua Xiaoheng lost interest and turned to look out the window. He didn't want to get involved with Gun Yinji's wild imagination. Yin Shixiang clicked his tongue from the front seat. "Yinji, How did you get such a gossipy classmate? You're not talking about yourself, are you? Pfft. You're the one talking about yourself. Gu Ninji was interrupted by Yin Shixiang and didn't dwell on the issue. Fan Jian slammed on the brakes and said loudly, "We're here." Gu Ninji looked up slightly and saw the south gate of B University was already in sight. Ninji has a lot of stuff. Let's drive in. Yin Shixiang turned to ask Hua Xiaoheng for his opinion. Hua Xiaoheng nodded. We'll drive directly to her dorm. Gu Ninji quickly said, I haven't even registered yet. I don't even know the dorm number. How would I know where I live? I know. Yin Shixiang turned to make a face at her. Hua Xiao asked me to complete your admission procedures yesterday. I also got the dorm key. As he spoke, Yin Shixiang took out a key and waved it at her. Gu Ninji gasped and was extremely grateful. She shook Hua Xiaoheng's hand. Hua Xiao, you're so thoughtful. Hee. I was the one who ran the errands. Ninji, you can't be this biased, can you? Yin Shixiang pretended to be jealous and rolled his eyes. Gu Ninji laughed and leaned her head on Hua Xiaoheng's shoulder. I'm biased. You'll die if you don't like it. Pfft. You'll die if you don't like it. Yin Shixiang turned around and made a knife hand gesture. He then took out a pass and showed it to the guard at the south gate of B University. The guard looked at it for a while before letting their car in. There were some private cars that couldn't enter B University's south gate. When they saw the SUV in front of them enter, they all asked who it was. The south gate of B University was famous for only recognizing license plates and not people. The car in front of them didn't have a B University license plate at all. Everyone asked about it, and someone recognized it and said, that license plate looks like it has a military number on it. Oh, the crowd let out a long sigh of relief, indicating that they understood immediately. Gu Ninji didn't know what was going on outside. She looked around curiously at the B University scenery and didn't look away until the car stopped in front of a dormitory building. There were several types of dormitories for graduate students at B University. Gu Ninji's dormitory was specially arranged by He Jichu. It was on the 6th floor of the newly built graduate student dormitory. It was a suite with 2 bedrooms and a living room facing south. It only housed 2 people and had its own bathroom. Gu Ninji got out of the car and watched as Fan Jian and Yin Shixiang helped her move her things into the building. Hua Xiaoheng didn't come out. He sat in the car and said to Gu Ninji, I'll pick you up this weekend. You can stay at my place for a while. When a new apartment is ready, you can move there. Gu Ninji nodded. Her heart was in turmoil for a long time. She asked sheepishly, Am I going to be living alone in the new apartment? This was the first night. Let me remind you about the monthly votes and recommendation votes. 7 p.m. the next night. Moi. Chapter 361. Hua Xiaoheng looked at her for a while and smiled faintly. Just like before. Before? Just like when you were in Fengya Precinct? Gu Ninji suppressed the excitement in her heart and tried to confirm Hua Xiaoheng's answer calmly. Yeah, Hua Xiaoheng was as concise as ever. You can go up now. He looked at his watch. I still have a meeting. Gu Ninji nodded and smiled. Then go do what you need to do. As they spoke, Yin Shixiang had already come out of the building. Yin Shixiang handed the dorm key to Gu Ninji. I put everything in your room, but you haven't unpacked it yet. I can unpack it myself. Gu Ninji took the key and waved it at him. Thank you, Brother Xiong. That's more like it. Go to school and get first place just like you did for your undergraduate exams. Yin Shixiang nodded with satisfaction and reached out to pat Gu Ninji's head. I'll definitely get first place, Gu Ninji said proudly. She didn't dare boast about other things, but studying was a piece of cake for her. Don't be too proud. What if you don't get first place? Because Fan Jian hadn't come out yet, Yin Shixiang leaned against the car door and started chatting with Gu Ninji. He was tall and handsome, with thick brows and large eyes. He wore a navy blue casual suit and was very eye-catching when he spoke. There were many girls walking around the entrance of the graduate students' building, and they all quietly looked at Yin Shixiang. Gu Ninji pushed him. Brother Xiong, hurry up and leave. Don't attract attention here. I'm attracting attention. Yin Shixiang pointed at his nose. I'm more serious than anyone. A few girls were secretly looking at you just now. How dare you say you didn't know? Gun Yinji carried a Hermes bucket bag and zipped up her down jacket. She was already feeling cold after standing outside the car for a while. Hua Xiaoheng saw it from inside and said to In Shi Xiang, "Big Xiong, get in." He then raised his chin at Gun Yinji. "Get in. Don't stand in the wind." Gun Yinji smiled warmly at him. "It's okay, I'm not cold." At that moment, Fan Jian also walked out of the building and said to Gun Yinji, "I've checked your dorm room. The light bulbs and the bathroom are all fine, but the bed is a little squeaky, but the wooden mattress is like that. I've already fixed it for you." Gun Yinji was very grateful and quickly said, "Brother Fan, thank you so much. I'll treat you to dinner when I get back." "Haha, why are you being so polite? Stop talking and get in. There are a lot of things, so hurry up and pack." Fan Jian waved at her and went around to the other side of the car. In Shi Xiang also opened the car door and was about to get in. At the same time, he reminded her, "I've sent your schedule to your phone. You can check it yourself. I've also sent you the timetable and a map of the school. This school isn't just big, and the buildings are very scattered. Remember not to get lost." Gun Yinji snorted. "I have a good memory. You're the one who got lost." Hua Xiaoheng knocked on the window and looked at In Shi Xiang expressionlessly. In Shi Xiang quickly turned around and got in the car as he waved at Gun Yinji. "Hurry up and go. We're leaving too." "Okay, bye Brother Xiong, bye Brother Fan, bye Hua Xiaoheng." Gun Yinji stood at the entrance of the female graduate student dormitory and waved as she watched the SUV drive away. She only turned around reluctantly when she couldn't see it anymore. Her dormitory was on the 6th floor. She thought it was a bit high, but when she walked in, she realized there was an elevator. She immediately pressed the up button happily and walked in. Just as the elevator doors were about to close, a few girls shouted, "Elevator, wait for me," and rushed over. Gun Yinji quickly put her hand on the elevator door to slow it down before the girls could enter. "Thank you." The girl who rushed at the front looked very mature. She wore a lavender camel wool coat and a wool hat of the same color and material to cover her long hair. She had slender eyebrows and handsome eyes. There was an indescribable sense of heroism in them. Gun Yinji liked her the moment she saw her and smiled. "You're welcome." It was nothing. The second girl who came in was very quiet. She stood silently in the corner of the elevator with her head half lowered. When Gun Yinji told her the floor, she quickly looked at her and said, "6th floor." Gun Yinji smiled. "That's great. I'm going to the 6th floor too." The girl at the front also said, "What a coincidence. I'm going to 6th floor too." She looked Gun Yinji up and down and smiled. "Are you looking for a classmate? Who's your classmate? Since it's the 6th floor, I know all the students who live there." Gun Yinji shook her head. "I'm not looking for a classmate. Not looking for a classmate." The girl looked Gun Yinji up and down for a while. Gun Yinji was extraordinarily beautiful, but she was dressed very plainly. She was only wrapped in a white down jacket that reached her calves. Her face must have been frozen outside. Now that she was in a building with heating, her cheeks were strangely red, as if she had applied rouge. "Then are you here to sell or to preach?" The girl was even more curious. "Don't they say that salespeople can't enter the dormitory building? And preaching is even more forbidden." Gun Yinji smiled as she looked at her own attire. Did salespeople and preachers all wear Canada Goose down jackets that cost more than $2,000 each? Carrying a Hermes bucket bag that cost more than $20,000? She could only shake her head again. "Neither?" The girl was even more shocked. "Then what are you doing here?" Gun Yinji didn't answer because the elevator had already stopped on the 6th floor. She walked out and said, "I live here. I'm not here to look for someone, to sell, or preach." "You live here? Which room?" "How come I've never seen you before?" The girl looked Gun Yinji up and down suspiciously. "You're so pretty. There's no way I wouldn't remember your face." In the girl's opinion, Gun Yinji's looks were among the best in the entire 6th floor. Even the entire B University graduate school, the entire B University, or even the entire capital of the empire, Gun Yinji's looks would rank in the top 3. Gun Yinji smiled. "Thanks for the compliment. I live in room 608. Let's eat together in the future." She nodded at the girl and walked down the hallway. "Room 608? Huh. Xiao Miao. Aren't you living in room 608? TSK, TSK. Your roommate is finally here." The quiet girl was called Miao Yun Xiao, and the talkative girl was Ma Chi-Chi. They were quite close. Ma Chi-Chi nudged Miao Yun Xiao. "She looks fine. Don't worry." Miao Yun Xiao finally whispered, "Chi-Chi, did you see that car just now? It's a military plate. My uncle's family's car has that plate." "Your uncle's family? Your uncle's family is also in the military?" Ma Chi-Chi asked with great interest. "Yeah, my uncle's family is high up in the military. He's the deputy chief of staff of a regiment under the political department." Miao Yin Xiao finally became more talkative. "I also know the unit number, but it's a secret. I can't tell anyone." "Is that a high position? I don't understand." Ma Chi-Chi wasn't interested at all. She shook her head and was already at her room door. She opened it and said to Miao Yin Xiao, "I'm going in. See you tomorrow." Miao Yin Xiao nodded and walked towards room 608. It was a new experience to see her room door wide open. It was the second watch, a reminder for monthly votes and recommendation votes. Chapter 362. Miao Yin Xiao pushed open the unlatched door and walked in. The other room had been locked for half a year and was finally completely open. She could see several boxes piled inside. Miao Yin Xiao thought about it and walked over to knock on the door. Gun Yinji was organizing her things in her room when she heard the knock. She poked her head out from the boxes and greeted with a smile, "Hello." The person standing at the door, looking at her quietly, was actually the silent girl she had met in the elevator. Gun Yinji happily pushed the boxes in front of her away and extended her hand to the girl. "What a coincidence. I'm actually in the same dorm as you. I bumped into my roommate in the elevator the first day I came to school." "What a coincidence." Miao Yin Xiao smiled, but didn't return Gun Yinji's hand. She glanced around Gun Yinji's room and said slowly, "When I came back just now, I saw the dorm door wide open and thought it was burgled." Gun Yinji was speechless. What a novel explanation. "I'm so sorry, did I scare you?" Gun Yinji pursed her lips, but her smile didn't fade as she tilted her head. "But I went to the faculty yesterday to complete the paperwork and get the key to the dorm." "Did anyone from the faculty tell you about this?" Miao Yin Xiao froze. A faculty teacher did call her yesterday afternoon to tell her that her roommate would be arriving today and to be prepared. But the teacher also said that the student didn't come herself and her family had done it for her. "Yeah, they did." Miao Yin Xiao looked at Gun Yinji again, "But I didn't know when you'd be arriving. So it was a misunderstanding." Gun Yinji made an okay gesture. "All right, it's fine now that we're clear." She asked Miao Yin Xiao, "What's your name? Are you also a post-grad law student?" Miao Yin Xiao replied dryly, "My last name is Miao Yin Xiao. I'm a first-year post-grad law student." She then asked Gun Yinji, "What about you? Which school did you transfer from? Where did you do your undergrad?" Gun Yinji nodded. "Nice to meet you, classmate Miao. My name is Gun Yinji. I'm also a first-year post-grad law student. We'll be classmates from now on. I didn't transfer from another school. My admission is in the spring." "Spring admission?" Miao Yin Xiao frowned. "Our school has never heard of this kind of admission method." "Really? I think it's pretty normal." Gun Yinji shrugged. "Some schools abroad have 3 semesters, summer, spring, and fall. You can enroll in all of them. But we're not overseas. We're in the Huaxia Empire." Miao Yin Xiao said seriously, "So we can't just copy foreign things." Gun Yinji bit her lip. She didn't want to discuss with her roommates about the differences in admission requirements between foreign and domestic universities on the first day of school. She turned to walk back to her box and said with a smile, "I don't know about that. Maybe B University needs to learn from foreign universities." Miao Yin Xiao felt that Gun Yinji wasn't telling the truth and didn't like people like that. She stared at Gun Yinji's back and enunciated each word clearly. "We'll be living together in the dorms from now on. I think we should set down rules in black and white so we can live together longer and avoid unhappiness." Gun Yinji frowned and ignored Miao Yin Xiao. She opened the cardboard box and began to move things outside. But as soon as she took the bedding out, she turned around to see Miao Yin Xiao still standing in the middle of her room, looking at her with bright eyes. "Classmate Miao, it's my first day here and I have a lot of things to pack. Can we talk about the rules later?" Gun Yinji didn't want to argue on her first day, so she controlled her temper and spoke politely. Miao Yinxiao was reasonable and stared at Gun Yinji for a while before nodding. Okay, you pack first. We'll talk about the rules later. Gun Yinji smiled at her and walked to the door. She put her hand on the doorknob and said to Miao Yinxiao, sorry for the delay. I'll invite classmate Miao over when I'm done. Miao Yinxiao saw Gun Yinji was polite and finally changed her opinion of her. She smiled at her. Hurry up and pack. If you're in the same class as me, don't forget to attend the class meeting tonight. Gun Yinji breathed a sigh of relief and nodded with a smile. She watched Miao Yinxiao leave and immediately closed the door. She leaned against the door and sighed deeply, thinking how tiring it was to deal with this roommate. She thought Miao Yinxiao wasn't a bad person, but was different from her own style of dealing with people. So she decided to keep her distance from classmate Miao from now on, so she wouldn't cause trouble for herself. Looking at the boxes in the room, Gun Yinji sighed softly and continued to struggle with her luggage. It took her the whole morning to move all the things out of the cardboard boxes. She made the bed, put the clothes in the closet, put the reference books and entertainment books on the bookshelf, put the laptop on the desk by the wall, and put the cups, bowls, and chopsticks in the cupboard by the wall. Finally, she put the slippers in front of the bed and quickly changed into them. She rubbed her feet and hammered her head. She had been so confused by Miao Yinxiao that she had actually put on high heels to pack. Now her feet hurt so much she could barely stand, and her thumbs were completely numb. Gun Yinji sat on the bed for a while before limping to the bathroom to get a basin of hot water and put bath salts in it to soak her feet. After Hua Xiaoheng left B University, he went to the Supreme Military Council for a meeting. He couldn't refuse the meeting, so he had to attend. But when he arrived, he discovered it was only a routine military meeting after the Lunar New Year. He used to be at the Sea City military base and often went on missions, so he had never attended a regular military meeting. This time, the Special Operations Forces was officially established, and he was the acting commander, so he had to attend such meetings in the future. If he couldn't attend, he would need General G's approval. When he sat down in the conference room, he discovered that his father, Hua Guanxin, was also present. Hua Xiaoheng quietly sat in front of the seat marked with his name and nodded to everyone in the room as a greeting. Hua Guanxin sat across from him. Neither father nor son were talkative people, so they only looked at each other. Not long after, General G finally arrived. He sat down at the head of the long table and greeted everyone with a smile. Happy New Year, everyone. I wish everyone a Happy New Year. It was the first regular meeting after the Lunar New Year, so everyone was in a relaxed mood. There were pastries and candies on the conference table, as well as tea and coffee. It was like a tea party. General G took a small peak cake and took a bite. He said to everyone, feel free to eat these pastries, don't be shy. It's considered the Lunar New Year, so it's only right to eat and drink. The atmosphere in the conference room suddenly became lively. Hua Xiaoheng didn't like sweets, so he only ordered a cup of black coffee without sugar to take a sip. However, he remembered that Gun Yinji liked to eat these famous snacks in the imperial capital, such as donkey rolls, yellow pea cakes, and small sticky cakes. He had an idea and decided to go to the pastry room here to buy some special pastries for Gun Yinji after the meeting was over. General G ate the pastries as he presided over the meeting. This time, I'll focus on this year's main mission, which is also the most important mission. The experiment that was interrupted 16 years ago will be restarted this year. The conference room suddenly became quiet, and everyone couldn't help looking at Hua Xiaoheng and Hua Guanxin. General G also looked at Hua Xiaoheng and said solemnly, Xiaoheng, this matter will be led by Director Song from the Institute of High Energy Physics. You will be assisting on behalf of the military. As the leader of the Special Operations Forces and Director Song's son, you know the importance and confidentiality of this mission better than anyone else. Hua Xiaoheng bowed slightly, his expression very serious. We're still planning for this. As long as the confidentiality measures are not in place, the experiment cannot be restarted. General G nodded and looked at the people in the conference room. Everyone here is the most important person in the military, but this experiment is so important that even in this conference room, not everyone has the security clearance to know the contents. So everyone must remember, this must be kept a secret. If anyone is found to have leaked the secret, they will be punished by military law. As he spoke, he looked at Hua Xiaoheng. Xiaoheng, do you have anything else to say? General Ji said it very well, but I have to add a few things. The Special Operations Force's Special Confidentiality Clause has already been activated. Everyone who knows about the experiment's restarting is already under our close surveillance. Oh, no way. But we don't know anything. A man sitting at the end of the long table shouted. He was the head of the military's General Armament Department. His surname was Ji, and he looked a little angry. The Special Operations Forces can't do this, right? You started to monitor us without even informing us. Don't you think you have too much power? Our operation this time has been approved by the Standing Committee of the Supreme Military Council and the National Affairs Group of the Senate. So if Minister Ji has any objections, please complain to the Standing Committee of the Supreme Military Council and the National Affairs Group of the Senate. Hua Xiaoheng said calmly. He clasped his hands together and rested his elbows on the table. His gaze was so sharp that Minister Ji felt a little uncomfortable. But since Hua Xiaoheng had put it this way, he couldn't say anything more. He muttered, "Then couldn't you have told us in advance? What's the meaning of this sudden attack?" Minister Ji, the Special Operations Forces has special privileges granted by the military and the Senate. It would be against the rules for him to inform you in advance, General Ji said calmly to Minister Ji. Minister Ji immediately shut his mouth and didn't say anything else. After the meeting, no one spoke to Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiaoheng didn't pay attention to anyone and left first. He saw that it wasn't noon yet, so he went to the pastry room to buy 2 boxes of special cakes. In Shixiang followed him and smiled. "Are you buying them for Nianji?" "Yes." Hua Xiaoheng's expression was calm as he said to In Shixiang, "Go back to the base first and tell little Zhe to focus on monitoring the lines at the General Assembly. I'm worried that the information has already been leaked." In Shixiang's expression immediately became serious. "I'll go right now." He and Fan Jian got into a car and left the Supreme Military Council first. They assigned another car to Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiaoheng had many orderlies, and all of them could drive. He got into the car and said, "Go to the furniture store at Saiheng Plaza." Half an hour later, they arrived at Saiheng Plaza. Hua Xiaoheng went directly to the famous furniture store there and bought a single mattress. He ordered it to be delivered to the university immediately. He followed them in the car until they arrived at Gu Nianji's dormitory. Gu Nianji had just finished soaking her feet and was so tired she collapsed on the bed to rest. She heard her phone ring. It was Hua Xiaoheng's exclusive ringtone. She immediately perked up and rushed over to take the phone out of her bag. She unlocked it and asked Hua Xiao. Hua Xiaoheng's mood instantly brightened when he heard Gu Nianji's voice. He leaned against the car door with a cigarette in one hand and the phone in the other. "Nianji, I brought you a mattress. Remember to open the door." Gu Nianji was surprised. "Mattress? What mattress?" She held the phone and looked down the window. Her window happened to face the dormitory, and she saw a large Jeep Cherokee parked downstairs. A tall man leaned against the car door with a cigarette in one hand and a phone in the other. She recognized the man's silhouette at first glance. "Hua Xiao, you're at our school again." Gu Nianji tried to control her tone to not sound too happy. Hua Xiaoheng looked up and grunted. He raised his hand to throw the cigarette into the trash can. "Don't come down. I'll come up to see you." This was the first novel. He had unknowingly written 3,500 words. Were the monthly votes for his relatives? Was there no more? There were also recommendation votes. It was 7 o'clock in the evening. Moi. Oh, NNFNO. Chapter 363. Can you come up to the girls' dormitory? Gu Nianji gripped her phone and couldn't help but pout. Feeling a bit hot, she fanned herself with her hand and turned to lean against the wall. Her heart was pounding. She quickly looked around the room and sighed softly. Fortunately, she didn't slack off today. Instead, she worked hard to clean up the house. Even if Hua Xiao came up later, he wouldn't be rude. But could he really come up? Gu Nianji remembered when she was studying undergrad in Sea City. The female dormitory always had a building manager at the door, afraid that a man would come in. She was a bit worried and paced around the room before hanging up and opening the door. She was about to ask when she saw her classmate, Meow, sitting on the living room sofa reading. She asked, "Classmate Meow, do you know if there's a building manager downstairs?" "Building manager? You're not an undergrad. Why would there be a building manager?" Miao Yunxiao replied without looking up, "I'm reading right now. I don't like people interrupting me when I'm studying." Gun Yinji was speechless. She suddenly missed the undergrad dormitory and how well she got along with little temptress, Green Tea Fong, and Lady Chow. Miao Yunxiao read the book for a while and saw Gun Yinji still standing in the middle of the room out of the corner of her eye. She put down the book and raised her chin, her expression arrogant. "What else do you want?" Gun Yinji was speechless. What's with this superior aura? Was it because she was here first that she felt superior living in the dormitory? Gun Yinji didn't want to talk to her anymore. Some people were like this. The more you let them go, the more they'd go for it. If you shut her up, she'd definitely avoid you the next time she sees you. Not to mention being reasonable, she'd never act like a little princess again. If there's nothing else, then go back to your room. Don't come out. Miao Yunxiao frowned and thought Gun Yinji was being very inconsiderate. Gun Yinji originally thought it was her first day of school and Huoxiao would be coming up soon. She didn't want to fight with her roommate and make him worry. But Miao Yunxiao was getting more and more out of hand, and Gun Yinji didn't want to spoil her. This was because the way people interacted with each other was basically set from the first time they met. Those who gave in at the beginning would find themselves in a state of giving in all of a sudden. In the end, they would either give in forever or break up and could no longer be friends. Gun Yinji walked towards the door with a dark expression. Miao Yunxiao had a headache and stood up. "Classmate Gu, I didn't want to fight on the first day, but you're too much." Gun Yinji suppressed it and her voice was hoarse. "I just want to go out. What do you want?" "Classmate Gu, you have to know that the living room is a public space for both of us, so we have to agree on how to use the living room." Classmate Gu, you know the living room is, so you're affecting me." Miao Yunxiao had been living alone in the big house for half a year. She wasn't used to the sudden addition of a roommate. Gun Yinji pointed at Miao Yunxiao's room. "Classmate Miao, I think you're mistaken. The living room is a public space, which means we can both use it without anyone's permission. The only thing that needs to be asked is your personal room and mine. Here, it's over there. If you want to study without being disturbed, you can go back to your room. Don't force others to obey your private while in public." Miao Yunxiao froze. She'd never met such an unreasonable classmate before. She frowned and softened her tone. "Classmate Gu, I think you've misunderstood. I'm discussing with you, not arguing with you. Quarreling won't solve anything. It will only worsen our relationship." Gun Yinji smiled. "We met by chance, so there's no reason for our relationship to worsen. Student Miao, please don't talk to me anymore. I still have things to do. I'm not disturbing you. If you restrict my freedom again, I'll go to the faculty and ask for a change of dormitory." Miao Yunxiao sighed and shrugged. "If you want to go earlier. You asked for it. It's none of my business." Gun Yinji didn't say anything else and went to open the door with her phone in hand. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Gun Yinji's mood instantly improved. She opened the door with a smile and saw a huge mattress erected in front of the door. "Are you classmate Gun Yinji?" The delivery man revealed a wide smile from behind a mattress. Gun Yinji nodded. "What can I do for you?" "Someone bought a mattress for you and asked us to deliver it. Please sign here." The delivery man took out an electronic notebook for Gun Yinji to sign with a pen. Gun Yinji's heart skipped a beat. She quickly took the pen and signed, then watched as the delivery men carried the mattress to her room. She just made the bed, so now she had to put the mattress on the bed and carry everything on the bed to the side. Gun Yinji waved at the delivery man with a headache. "Thank you, you can go now." The delivery man chuckled and thanked Gun Yinji. "Thank you so much for your patronage. If you have any problems with the mattress in the future, you can call us directly." He gave Gun Yinji a business card and a 10% discount card. Gun Yinji looked at the terms on the card and asked in surprise, "You have to spend tens of thousands to get this card? This mattress is enough." One of the delivery men patted the mattress generously. "Take your time. We'll be going now." Gun Yinji quickly opened her wallet and took out $100. She shoved it into the delivery man's hand. Thank you for your hard work. Go buy something to eat. The delivery man was overjoyed and quickly declined. No need, no need. Our company doesn't accept tips. We appreciate your kindness, but if you really want to thank us, give us a bottle of water. Wait. Gun Yinji went to the mini fridge to get a few bottles of water. It's cold. Do you want some? It's fine, it's fine. The delivery man took the water and left happily. Gun Yinji looked at the mattress and smiled for a while. Remembering that Hua Xiaoheng said he was coming up, she quickly called him. She stood up and turned around to see Miao Yunxiao standing at the door. She looked at her disapprovingly. Gun Yinji asked her, "Do you need something? What are you doing?" Miao Yunxiao looked at her suspiciously. "Why did you suddenly buy a bed?" Gun Yinji actually wanted to know the reason as well, but didn't want to tell Miao Yunxiao. She pushed her away and said dryly, "Why should I tell you? Now please move aside. I'm going out." Miao Yunxiao was pushed aside and watched as Gun Yinji walked towards the living room door. "Classmate Gu, you're being too stubborn. First come, first served. Who will want to live with you when you're so unreasonable?" Gun Yinji stopped in her tracks. She remembered seeing this classmate Miao in the elevator and thinking she was very quiet. So it was just an illusion. This classmate was too nitpicky. Gun Yinji was about to retort when her phone rang again. She quickly unlocked it. Hua Xiaoheng's voice sounded from the phone. "Open the door." Gun Yinji smiled and quickly walked to the door. She opened it just in time to see Hua Xiaoheng walking over. "Hua Xiao, you're here." Gun Yinji looked at him and slowly smiled. She knew she shouldn't smile and should be more reserved. However, she couldn't control her facial expression. She was full of joy, and as soon as she saw him, all her unhappiness disappeared. Hua Xiaoheng also relaxed when he saw Gun Yinji. He reached out to pat her head and asked dryly, "Have you had lunch?" "Not yet. I'm exhausted and starving. I don't want to eat." Gun Yinji opened the door to let Hua Xiaoheng in. She said, "I've received the mattress." "Thank you, Hua Xiao." Hua Xiaoheng nodded and glanced around the apartment. He happened to see Miao Yunxiao standing in front of Gun Yinji's door. Gun Yinji followed his gaze, and her expression darkened. "Classmate Miao, is there something else? You're blocking my door." Miao Yunxiao hurriedly stepped aside and looked at Hua Xiaoheng with a flushed face. In a flash, she slipped back to her room. Gun Yinji breathed a sigh of relief and pulled Hua Xiaoheng's arm to her room. "Hua Xiao, this way." Hua Xiaoheng entered Gun Yinji's room and looked around. He saw the mattress by the wall and asked, "Why aren't you putting it on the bed? The bed hasn't been cleaned yet. Also, it's too heavy. I need to get a few classmates to help put it on the bed." Hua Xiaoheng looked at her and walked over. He bent down and picked up everything on her bed along with the bedding. He placed it on the double-seater sofa against the wall and lifted the mattress. The mattress that required a few delivery boys to lift earlier was easily lifted by Hua Xiaoheng and placed on her bed. Hua Xiaoheng carefully matched the four corners of the mattress for her and pressed hard to make sure the mattress was securely placed. He then said to Gun Yinji, "Try it and see how hard it is." He added, "The brand of this mattress is the one you're used to sleeping on." Previously, Fan Jian had mentioned that Gun Yinji's bed was a bit squeaky. At the time, Hua Xiaoheng had thought about getting her a new bed where she wouldn't be able to sleep at night. Gun Yinji was overjoyed. She stood in front of Hua Xiaoheng with a smile and spread her hands. "Thank you, Hua Xiaoheng. I only know how to sleep. I didn't know all the mattresses were the same brand." Hua Xiaoheng couldn't help smiling. He reached out and pulled Gun Yinji into his arms. It was the second watch. Were the monthly votes for the relatives? Was there no more? There were also recommendation votes. Double 11 wax. Oh, and understand no. Chapter 364. Hua Xiaoheng cupped Gun Yinji's small face, his thumb gently sliding over her smooth cheeks and slowly moving to her lips. She had been busy all morning and hadn't even had time to rest before Hua Xiaoheng arrived. Her face was naturally flushed after work, and her lips were a light pink. "No matter how much I try, your lip color is still on the lighter side." Hua Xiaoheng looked at Gun Yinji closely. Do you want Chenlai to give you a good checkup when we have time? Gun Yinji pried Hua Xiaoheng's hands and shook her head in his palm. No need, I'm not sick. Lip color is something that varies from person to person. Some people are born lighter, while others are born thicker. To be honest, I prefer lips that are naturally lighter. Why? Hua Xiaoheng didn't understand. Because it's easier to apply lipstick this way. Gun Yinji giggled. The color of the lipstick is the same as the color of the lipstick. If the lip color is darker, the color of the lipstick won't show as easily. Hua Xiaoheng was speechless. Really? Gun Yinji giggled and nodded. The skin on the side of her face slid under Hua Xiaoheng's hand. She could feel the faint calluses on Hua Xiaoheng's palm and thumb. They were marks from holding a gun all year round. Really? Hua Xiaoheng's thumb slid over her lips. Did you really put on lipstick? Yeah. Gun Yinji looked in the direction of the bathroom. Her makeup and skincare products were all on the bathroom counter. I used YSL's It Pink color today. It's a little red at first, but it fades over time. But the color is even better after it fades. It's a light pink, and it's very natural and moisturizing. Hua Xiaoheng absent-mindedly watched her moving lips open and close. Suddenly, he leaned down and kissed her lips. He stuck out the tip of his tongue and licked the edges of her lips, not missing a single inch. Then he pried open her lips and stuck his tongue inside. He hooked the tip of her tongue and moved it up and down. At the same time, his lips were tightly pressed against hers, constantly rubbing and sliding. Her legs could no longer support her weight, and she hung limply in Hua Xiaoheng's arms. Hua Xiaoheng picked her up and carried her horizontally. He placed her on the newly bought mattress and leaned over her. The mattress seemed to be unable to bear the weight of two people stacked on top of each other. It sunk inwards and sank heavily. Gun Yinji's chest was instantly filled with Hua Xiaoheng's weight. It was a little heavy, and her heart was beating very fast. Her arms wrapped around Hua Xiaoheng's neck and trembled slightly. Although she had been hugged and kissed by him before, it was the first time she was lying on the bed with him and being pressed down by him. She knew that this kind of intimacy was different from the hugs and kisses she used to have. Gun Yinji's hand slowly moved up from his neck. Her palm touched the hair on the back of Hua Xiaoheng's head. It was neither too long nor too short, but it was a little rough. She separated her fingers and sank them into the hair on the back of Hua Xiaoheng's head to gently stroke his scalp. Hua Xiaoheng only felt a piercing itch on his scalp. With his excellent self-control, he realized that the anti-seduction training in the past was like child's play compared to what he was doing now. It wasn't that his level wasn't high enough, but that he could already control many of his instinctive urges. The only difference for him now was whether or not he was tempted. If he wasn't tempted, he would be indifferent even if she stripped naked in front of him and did the most seductive erotic dance. He wouldn't even be bothered to look up. But in front of the woman he loved, even if she was dressed neatly, he couldn't suppress the urge to explode as long as she touched his hair. Hua Xiaoheng let out a rapid gasp and suppressed his urges. He pulled Gun Yinji's hands out of his hair and interlocked their fingers. His arms pressed against her arms, and his legs pressed against her legs. He placed her entire body under him. He was too strong. His arms were as hard as mountain rocks, and his hands were like iron pincers that held her hands so tightly that she couldn't move. Gun Yinji cried out quietly and tried to pull her hands out. Hua Xiaoheng simply turned around with her in his arms and laid down on the mattress. Gun Yinji became the superior and lay on top of him. The two of them were still hugging and kissing passionately. Hua Xiaoheng's hands no longer held her hands. Instead, he reached under her clothes and gently caressed them. Gun Yinji was also very engrossed in the kiss. She copied Hua Xiaoheng's actions and stuck the tip of her tongue between his lips. She curiously explored and danced with the tip of his tongue. After a while, Hua Xiaoheng turned around with her in his arms and pressed her under him again. His kisses slid down from her lips to her neck. Then he kissed her delicate collarbone. Her entire body seemed to have no bones and was unbelievably soft. Hua Xiaoheng felt himself getting even harder. He suddenly lifted her sweater and pushed up her bra. Then he lowered his head and bit the tender tip. "Don't bite." Gun Yinji panicked. "Be gentle." The tender tip tasted unexpectedly good. Xiaoheng loved it so much that he hugged her waist and buried his head in her chest. Gunyinji began to push his head. Let go! Let go! Her voice was almost sobbing. She couldn't describe the feeling. It wasn't uncomfortable, but she couldn't say she particularly liked it either. In short, it was a very strange feeling. As he sucked, an unfamiliar tide flowed through her body. It stimulated her pulse and her heart. Even her scalp seemed to be tingling. There was an indescribable feeling in her chest. It was like a flood that had been buried for many years and would erupt at the right opportunity. Both sides were wet from his sucking, and they were obviously much larger than before. She wanted to push him away, but when he sucked, she was drained of all her strength. She could only let him do whatever he wanted. When the tender tip was in Hua Xiaoheng's mouth, he never thought that there could be such a delicious thing in the world. It was indescribable. His teeth gently bit the edge, and the tip of his tongue wrapped around it reluctantly. For a moment, Hua Xiaoheng completely lost his ability to sense the outside world. Only her existence was real. When he woke up, he was suddenly very vigilant. If this had happened during a mission, he would have been dead a long time ago. Gun Yinji seemed to have died once. When he let go of her, she was already limp on the mattress. Her hair was a mess. Her cashmere sweater was pushed under her neck, and her bra was crooked to one side. Her chest was a mess. She vaguely thought that the quality of the mattress was really good. They had been messing around for so long without making a sound. Hua Xiaoheng pursed his lips and tried his best to control himself. He reached over to put on her bra. However, the buttons on the back couldn't be buttoned no matter how hard he tried. Seeing that the strap of the bra was about to dig into the flesh on her back, Hua Xiaoheng finally frowned. How long has it been since you bought a bra? Gunyinji's mind was in a daze. She was still panting on a mattress and didn't hear Hua Xiaoheng clearly. It wasn't until Hua Xiaoheng picked her up and sat her on his lap. At the same time, his large hands went around her back to fasten the buttons of her bra that she slowly came to. Hua Xiaoheng buttoned it for her for a while, but still couldn't do it. He asked again, "Your bra is too small. Why don't you buy a bigger size?" Gunyinji was speechless. She had just changed into a brand new bra this morning. How could it not be buttoned? She fumbled around her back and grasped the straps on both sides. She began to button it herself. It was just as Hua Xiaoheng had said. She couldn't button it no matter how hard she tried. There was still some distance between them. What the F***CK? She had grown so big in just half a day. Gunyinji wanted to cry, but had no tears. She released her hands and looked at Hua Xiaoheng. "It's all your fault. It was fine this morning. Now it can't be fastened." Hua Xiaoheng looked down and glanced at her. He quietly looked away. "You were already in the puberty stage. You shouldn't have bought a smaller bra." "Still small? It's already AC." Gunyinji cried out. "I don't want AD." The corners of Hua Xiaoheng's lips curled. He pulled her up and deliberately teased her. "Are you sure it's AC? I think it's an A." Gunyinji was speechless. She glared at Hua Xiaoheng. Gunyinji finally reacted. She asked in surprise, "Hua Xiao, you know what ACDE is?" "Are you stupid?" Hua Xiaoheng patted her head. "Let's go. I'll take you to buy some bra, and then we'll go for lunch." This was the first night watch. What about the relatives' monthly votes? Were there no more? There were also recommendation votes. Was the second night watch in the afternoon or at night? It was about 2 in the afternoon today. He understood that the relatives wanted to see the second night watch earlier. Moi. Chapter 365. "But I can't wear it now," Gunyinji mumbled as she lowered her head and tried to button the back of her bra. After struggling with the bra for 5 minutes, she finally couldn't take it anymore and gave up. She looked up to see Hua Xiaoheng sitting on the small 2-seater sofa by the wall with one hand on the back of the sofa and one leg crossed. He watched with interest as she struggled with her bra. Gunyinji tried to maintain a nonchalant expression as she turned around and walked to the closet to take out a sports bra. She calmly walked to the bathroom to change. Actually, her legs were already weak, and she closed the door as soon as she entered the bathroom. She leaned against the door and gasped for air. Holding her head, She walked to the sink and looked at herself in the large mirror. She looked like a peach blossom. Her eyes were soft and watery, and her lips were red and swollen from kisses. Thankfully, her lips weren't too thick, so even though they were swollen, they only appeared slightly swollen. It was like a small, meaty mouth that could be kissed at any time. It wasn't ugly, but it made her even sexier. Her heart skipped a beat as she quickly looked down to turn on the faucet to wash her face with cold water. She then applied skincare products and a light layer of foundation to hide the glow from underneath her skin. Coming out of the bathroom, Gunyinji saw that her bed was already made. Hua Xiaoheng had taken all the blankets from her bed to change the mattress, but before he could make the bed again, the two of them were already rolling on the mattress. Gunyinji couldn't help but laugh as she looked at the bed Hua Xiaoheng made for her. The sheets were pulled flat, and the most prominent part was the quilt. It was folded like a standard tofu block. Hua Xiao, you're amazing. Not many people can fold this kind of tofu block like you do. Gunyinji picked up her bucket bag and slung it over her shoulder. Don't you have work to do today? Hua Xiaoheng stood up to straighten his clothes and said expressionlessly, I had a meeting this morning and it's already over. I don't have anything else to do today. Gunyinji took his arm. Then let's go eat first. I'm hungry. You said you were too hungry just now, so I thought you really didn't want to eat. Hua Xiaoheng pinched her face. Let's go. I'll take you to eat something good first, then we'll go buy some underwear. Gunyinji smiled as she followed Hua Xiaoheng out of the room. As soon as they came out, the door to the other room also opened. Miao Yunxiao stood at the door and looked at Gunyinji suspiciously, then at Hua Xiaoheng. Her eyes finally fell on Gunyinji's wrist that was wrapped around Hua Xiaoheng's arm. There was a wristwatch that looked familiar to her. Gunyinji's smile faded as she nodded politely to Miao Yunxiao and pushed Hua Xiaoheng towards the door. Hua Xiaoheng also glanced at Miao Yunxiao, but didn't say anything as he led Gunyinji out. Miao Yunxiao stared at their backs for a while before going back into the house with a heavy expression. Hua Xiaoheng took Gunyinji to Sion Plaza to buy lingerie and have lunch there. For lunch, they went to Jiulo Fengyue restaurant, which they had visited on the second day of Christmas. The owner of the restaurant was Shui Jingjiang, Hua Xiaoheng's childhood friend. They had called him on the way before they left. Shui Jingjiang had been attending to guests from Barbados at home when he suddenly got a call from Hua Xiaoheng saying they were going to Jiulo Fengyue restaurant for lunch. He quickly told the guests to help themselves and that he would be back soon. He drove to the restaurant before Hua Xiaoheng and asked the chef, Do you still have Buddha jumps over the wall? The Buddha jumps over the wall? You prepared for the new year? I remember you usually keep some until the 15th of the Lunar New Year, right? Also, from the New Year to the 15th, we provide 15 servings of Buddha jumps over the wall to our customers every day. We don't have any more when we sell them out. The restaurant manager was very attentive to Shui Jingjiang, but we still keep 2 to 3 servings every day just in case something unexpected happens. Yes, you guys did very well. Remember to send it to the best private room today. I'll go see for myself later. He's my childhood friend, so make sure you treat him well. Shui Jingjiang gave a few instructions before going to the private room to prepare. When Hua Xiaoheng arrived, the table was already covered with food. In the middle of the table was an antique jar filled with a delicious stew of Buddha jumps over the wall. Hua Xiao, you're here. This is Sister Nianji, right? I haven't seen you for a few days, and you've grown even more beautiful. Shui Jingjiang greeted them warmly and pulled out chairs for Hua Xiaoheng and Gunyinji to sit down. Gunyinji quickly said, Thank you, Brother Shui. You're too kind. We're just here for lunch. You made such a big scene that we're embarrassed to eat. Hua Xiaoheng gave a half smile as he sat down beside Gunyinji. You're being too polite. Shui Jingjiang picked up a bottle of red wine and poured Hua Xiaoheng a small glass. He asked Gunyinji, Sister Nianji, do you still want milk? He still remembered the last time Gunyinji was here, Hua Xiaoheng had ordered warm milk for her. Gunyinji also wanted some warm milk. She had been starving today and needed to rest before eating. Sure, warm milk is very comfortable. She thanked Shui Jingjiang with a smile. Shui Jingjiang ordered someone to bring her warm milk and said to Hua Xiaoheng, We have guests today, but I heard that Huashao is coming for lunch. Even the Emperor of Heaven has to wait. So I left them at home and came to entertain you first. You're being too polite with me. Do you still want to be friends? Huashao smiled and patted Shui Jingjiang on the shoulder. Okay, you can go back now. We still have to go shopping after lunch, so we won't be staying long. Okay, I'll be going now. I made some progress on what I told you last time. When are you free so we can discuss it again? Shui Jingjiang said warmly. Huashao knew that Shui Jingjiang had been doing business with the Gu Corporation in Barbados and that there had been some hiccups. Now that the matter had been resolved, he was relieved. Okay, call little Zay when you're free. He'll arrange a time. Okay. Shui Jingjiang gave him a nondescript military salute and walked away with a smile. As soon as he left, the private room fell silent. Gun Yinji giggled. That man is so noisy. He's as loud as an army. That's what boots are like. They love to be rowdy. Huashao called Shui Jingjiang by his nickname as he served her a bowl of Buddha jumps over the wall soup. After a while, the milk arrived. Gun Yinji drank half of it in one gulp. She had been drinking so quickly that her upper lip was covered in white froth. Her entire body seemed to exude a milky scent. Huashao was serving her rice when he turned around to see her. His chest tightened, and he put down the bowl. Without thinking, he hugged her and lowered his head to kiss her lips. He licked the froth clean off her upper lip. You still smell of your mother's milk. Huashao teased as he kissed her cheek again. Gun Yinji's face flushed. She said sheepishly, You said I'm still wet behind the ears? I won't let you kiss me anymore. You won't let me kiss you? Then what should I do? Huashao looked thoughtful as he reached out to stroke her hair. What do you want to do? Gun Yinji suddenly became nervous. What if Huashao said he would kiss someone else if she didn't let him kiss her? She didn't want to get caught in her own trap. She also didn't want him to kiss someone else unexpectedly. Huashao moved closer and brought the side of his face to her lips. I don't mind you being wet behind the ears. I'll let you kiss me. Chapter 366. Huashao's handsome profile appeared in front of her. He was so close that Gun Yinji couldn't help moving closer and kissing the side of Huashao's face. She smiled and whispered in his ear, That's right. If I ignore you, you can always talk to me. I'll spoil you. Huashao laughed and caressed her hair. I don't have the time to coax people. It's best if you can figure it out yourself. Of course I know. Gun Yinji giggled as she picked food for Huashao. I was just saying. If you really ignore me, I'll cry in front of you. Yeah, I've seen it a long time ago. Huashao calmly ate a mouthful of food. You followed me everywhere I went. When I told you to go back to your room to sleep at night, you actually quietly got up and sat by my door to sleep against the wall for the whole night. At that time, Gun Yinji was still a scared little girl. In her panic, she only trusted Huashao and treated him as her last hope. Huashao wasn't someone who had the patience to deal with children, but Gun Yinji made an exception. I was young and didn't know any better. Please forgive me, Huashao. Gun Yinji said as she poured Huashao a glass of red wine. Here, Huashao, a toast to you. Huashao accepted the glass and took a sip. He glanced at her casually, his handsome eyes filled with indescribable flirtatiousness. Gun Yinji's heart almost stopped. Hurry up and eat. Don't just stand there. We still have to go shopping after eating. Huashao pointed to the bowl in front of her. It'll get cold if you don't eat now. Gun Yinji nodded and picked up her chopsticks to eat. They didn't talk much during the meal. The private room was very quiet, almost as if there was no one there. Gun Yinji's eating etiquette was personally taught by Huashao. They even held their chopsticks in the same way. Occasionally, they would use serving chopsticks and spoons to help each other get food or a bowl of soup. It actually felt like the years were peaceful. After the meal, the waiter took the food away and brought a fruit basket. Gun Yinji saw a large bunch of purple grapes and reached out to put one in her mouth. She squinted her eyes, so sweet, too sweet. Huashao propped his head on his hand and sat next to her, watching her eat the fruit. There was a cup of tea in front of him. Gun Yinji ate too before remembering Huashao. She plucked a large one for him. Do you want some? Hua Xiaoheng smiled and shook his head. This one isn't good. I don't like it. Look for another one. Not good. Gu Nianji looked at the grape. The skin wasn't broken, it was round and big, and it had been washed clean. Why wasn't it good? She put it in her mouth, and it was still as sweet as before. The sugar was too heavy, but she liked it. After eating the grape, she picked grapes from the fruit basket for Hua Xiaoheng. No matter how she picked, Hua Xiaoheng couldn't say anything. What kind do you want? Gu Nianji was exasperated. Always pick the biggest and purplest ones. They taste the best. Who said that? Hua Xiaoheng leaned over and rummaged through the fruit platter for a while. Finally, he picked out the smallest grape. It wasn't that purple and seemed to be unripe. It had a light pink tint to it. He twirled the small grape around and looked at it for a long time before saying dryly, "This one's not bad, but it's not exquisite enough. The color isn't pretty either." Gu Nianji didn't understand. What's so good about this grape? It's small and pink, and it's obviously not ripe yet. It's definitely not sweet. This one isn't very good. Hua Xiaoheng put it in his mouth as he spoke. He looked at Gu Nianji with the grape in his mouth and mumbled, "I've eaten better ones." His eyes glanced at Gu Nianji's bulging chest. Then he slowly swallowed the grape. Gu Nianji finally understood what Hua Xiaoheng meant. Her little face instantly turned red, but she didn't want to make a fuss. She pretended not to care and continued to eat the fruit. However, she refused to eat the grape no matter what. Hua Xiaoheng looked at her with a smile. He put one hand on the back of the chair behind her and deliberately asked her, "Are the grapes not good? You had a lot just now." "Yeah, it's too sweet. I can't stop myself," Gu Nianji said dryly. Her cheeks were as red as fire. Gu Nianji liked to talk nonstop when she was nervous. She didn't even know what she was talking about. Anyway, she started talking from when she was with Hua Xiaoheng 6 years ago until now. Hua Xiaoheng's head hurt from listening to her. He leaned back in the chair and stretched his legs. "You're so talkative today. Because I want you to gag me. Use here." Gu Nianji reached out her index finger and tapped Hua Xiaoheng's lips. "Didn't you want to flirt?" Who's afraid of who? Gu Nianji was pleased with herself. She thought she had stunned Hua Xiaoheng. Every time she flirted with him, he would flirt back. It was the kind of flirting that made her weak and helpless. Hua Xiaoheng raised his eyebrows. "In your dreams." He looked in a fruit basket and found a large, long, and thick banana. He slowly peeled the skin and brought it to her mouth. "Use this to gag you." Gu Nianji quite liked eating bananas. She happily opened her mouth and took a bite. Hua Xiaoheng looked down to see the big bite of the banana. He seemed to remember something and immediately snatched the banana away. He threw it into the trash can and stood up. "Finished eating? Let's go if you're done." Gu Nianji regretfully looked at the banana in the trash can. She shook her head. "What a waste. What a waste. Hua Xiao, why did you throw the banana away? You think it's a pity?" Hua Xiaoheng saw that the little girl didn't know her place and still wanted to discuss eating bananas with him. He bent down and whispered in her ear, "You like eating bananas?" "Yeah, I really like it." Gu Nianji nodded. "Look at that banana. It's big, yellow, thick, and long. It's also very sweet. You actually threw it away. What a waste." "Really?" Hua Xiaoheng smiled. Seeing that she didn't understand what he meant, he didn't want to lead her astray now. He didn't say anything else and opened the door to leave. The waiter at the door quickly nodded and bowed to him. "Take care, sir." Hua Xiaoheng raised his hand and gave him a bill as a tip, then politely thanked him. Gu Nianji followed him out and also thanked the waiter at the door. The two of them left Jiulo Fengyu in Sion Square one after the other and went to the famous stores on the 8th floor. Gu Nianji was used to wearing underwear from foreign brands. It was easy to recognize, but the size wasn't right. She had to choose a bigger size. She stood in front of the lingerie rack and frowned. Finally, she picked 2 styles and 2 sizes. She wanted to try them on in the changing room. Hua Xiaoheng stopped her. "I bought them all. Don't try them here. But only one of these 2 sizes will fit." Gu Nianji hesitantly looked at the rack. "Why don't we try them on before buying?" "I said not to try them here." Hua Xiaoheng was a bit displeased. "You're not listening?" "Fine. You're so handsome. I'll listen to you." Gu Nianji muttered and took the 8 bras to pay. Hua Xiaoheng handed her a card. "Use this. How can I use your card to buy lingerie? Gun Yinji actually felt a bit guilty when she said this. Her own card was actually Hui Xiaoheng paying off his card. So was there any point in denying it? Hui Xiaoheng smiled. It's a man's honor to buy lingerie for his girlfriend. His words were so sweet. Not only did Gun Yinji's ears melt, even her heart melted. She no longer resisted and took the card from Hui Xiaoheng in a daze to pay. It was already 3 p.m. by the time they finished shopping. Hui Xiaoheng received a call from the base as soon as they got in the car. He listened intently for a while and nodded. I'll be back soon. You guys continue. Gun Yinji knew Hui Xiaoheng was busy again. She said considerately, If you're busy, why don't I take a taxi back? You can go first. Hui Xiaoheng pulled her into the car. I still have time to take you back. Let's go first. They didn't speak in the car. One of Hui Xiaoheng's orderlies was driving in front and also didn't dare to breathe loudly. Usually, Fan Jian was Hui Xiaoheng's personal driver, but today Hui Xiaoheng had decided to come to Gun Yinji's place at the last minute, so Fan Jian didn't come along. After they got out of the car, Hui Xiaoheng walked her to her dorm and said, I ordered a car for you. I've already sent the model and model to your email. See which color you like. It was another surprise. Gun Yinji held Hui Xiaoheng's hand and looked up with a smile. Is this a gift for the start of school? I'm so happy today. Yes. Hui Xiaoheng replied calmly. The car is custom-made. You can choose it, and it will be shipped from abroad in 2 days. Hui Xiao, you're too good to me. I have no way to repay you, so I can only devote myself to you. Do you want it or not? Gun Yinji held his hand and tilted her head with a smile. Hui Xiaoheng was about to speak when the door behind Gun Yinji opened with a bang. Her roommate, Miao Yunxiao, saw them standing at the door and hesitated before asking, Are you guys coming in? Gun Yinji looked at Hui Xiaoheng. Hui Xiaoheng patted Gun Yinji's shoulder. Go in. Wait for my call tonight. This was the first night watch. What about the monthly votes for my friends? That's all. I still have recommendation votes. The second night watch is still 7 p.m. I've been sleeping at 2 or 3 in the morning for the past 2 days. I can't take it anymore. Moi. Oh, no. Chapter 367. Yeah, you don't have to call me if you're busy. I think my class has a meeting tonight, too. Gun Yinji remembered Miao Yunxiao telling her that if they were in the same class, there would be a class meeting at night. Hui Xiaoheng didn't think much of it. Would it be an all-nighter? Give me a call before you go to bed, so I won't worry. Okay. Gun Yinji's heart warmed, and she was reluctant to let go of Hui Xiaoheng. I'll walk you down. No need. Hui Xiaoheng stopped her. I'll be leaving after I go down. I know. I'll watch you leave. Gun Yinji refused to let go of Hui Xiaoheng's arm. I'll walk you down. This is my turf, and you're a guest. Of course I have to walk you down. Seeing Gun Yinji's insistence, Hui Xiaoheng didn't insist and walked to the elevator with her. Miao Yunxiao shook her head speechlessly and slammed the door shut. Gun Yinji and Hui Xiaoheng took the elevator down to the first floor. Hui Xiaoheng turned to her. Call Big Xiong if you're not used to it. He's always in charge of contacting the outside world, so he can solve it immediately if there's any trouble. If he can't solve it, he'll transfer it to me. There won't be any trouble. Gun Yinji was very confident in her postgraduate career. I didn't bother Brother Xiong when I was undergrad, let alone postgraduate. That's good. Hui Xiaoheng didn't say anything else and nodded to Gun Yinji before hurrying down the steps and getting into the car. The driver quickly drove away and seemed to be in a hurry. Gun Yinji silently watched Hui Xiaoheng's car drive away, worried that something had gone wrong with Hui Xiaoheng's work. She took out her phone and wanted to call Zhao Liangzi or Yin Shixiang to ask about it, but then thought about it. What Hui Xiaoheng did was a state secret and was highly confidential. It wouldn't be good if she asked. After thinking about it for a long time, she put her phone away and returned to the dorm with a heart full of worry. When she arrived at the dorm, she pushed the door, but it wouldn't open. Gun Yinji could only take out her key, but couldn't open it for a long time. She realized the door was locked from the inside. Miao Yunxiao had just opened the door. Did they have to be so obvious? Gun Yinji pursed her lips and reached out to knock on the door. She knocked so loudly that the entire hallway could hear it. Her classmates poked their heads out from their dorms to see what was going on. Miao Yinxiao heard it from inside and trembled with anger. She yanked the door open and growled at Gunyinji. "What the hell do you want? Aren't you ashamed? I'll return those words to you." Gunyinji said coldly. "You knew I was outside, yet you locked the dorm room door. What do you want me to think? You brought a man back just now. I had to be on guard." Miao Yinxiao choked back at Gunyinji's words and couldn't raise her voice. "What do you mean by bringing a man back?" "I clearly went downstairs to send him off." Gunyinji clenched her fists. "Classmate Miao, what's going on in that head of yours? If you shake your head, can you hear the sound of the sea?" Miao Yinxiao wasn't a sharp-tongued person and couldn't keep up with Gunyinji's words. "I don't understand what you mean." "I shake my head. How can I hear the sound of the sea? We don't live by the sea. So you know we don't live by the sea?" Gunyinji snorted and didn't want to explain to her. "If you don't understand, then study more. Don't play dirty tricks." Miao Yinxiao played right into Gunyinji's hands. She looked up and said, "I told you the first time I saw you, it's hard for you to get along with your classmates like this. Since you don't like living in the same dorm as me, you can apply for a dorm change from the faculty." She turned around, and the joy on her face disappeared in a flash. She said casually, "Building 4 seems to have some empty beds. It's a good choice." Gunyinji froze. She finally understood why Miao Yunxiao had been so critical of her as soon as they met. So it was to make her move out. Gunyinji followed Miao Yunxiao into the dorm and asked without batting an eyelid, "Where's your former roommate?" "I didn't have one before," Miao Yunxiao blurted out. She quickly shut her mouth in annoyance and corrected herself. "Who I lived with before has nothing to do with you." Gunyinji smiled. "If you don't like living with me, you can ask for a dorm change from the faculty yourself. I didn't say I was leaving." She walked into her room and slammed the door shut. Miao Yinxiao must be comfortable living alone in a 2-bedroom apartment for the first half of the year. No wonder she didn't want anyone else to move in. Gunyinji ignored Miao Yinxiao's provocation and went to her bathroom to wash her face and put on a face mask. She then sat at her desk and turned on her laptop to prepare for tomorrow's classes. In Shixiang sent her the class schedule. Gunyinji looked at it for a long time and finally understood that she was assigned to the postgraduate class of the Faculty of Law. However, her instructor was He Zhichu, and she was the only master's student under He Zhichu's tutelage. Therefore, her classes were taught by He Zhichu alone in his office. Master's students at the B University Faculty of Law had to take 3 public courses. However, He Zhichu used her 6-month internship at the U.S. Congress as an excuse to exempt her from the public courses. This meant that Gunyinji only needed to take 30 credits for her classes to get her master's degree. One course was 3 credits, so 30 credits meant 10 courses in total. If He Zhichu could arrange her class schedule appropriately, she could finish all 10 courses in 1 year and graduate early. She was very happy as she did her little calculations in front of the computer. She simply wrote He Zhichu an email to ask about graduating early. Gunyinji received a call from He Zhichu not long after she sent the email. "Ninji, you're on campus?" He Zhichu's cool voice came from the phone. It was completely emotionless. Gunyinji was a bit nervous, but calmed down when she heard He Zhichu's emotionless voice. "Yes, I reported in this morning and just tidied up the dorm." Gunyinji thought about it and thanked He Zhichu. "Professor, thank you for arranging the dorm for me. It's very spacious and I like it." Although her roommates weren't that great, it wasn't He Zhichu's fault. Gunyinji didn't want to get hung up on it. He Zhichu smiled on the other end. "This is the only building in the graduate dorm that has 2 rooms. It's very popular. The other buildings have 4 rooms. I think you'll want 2 rooms." Gunyinji actually didn't dislike a 4-room dorm. She used to live in a 4-room dorm during her undergraduate studies at C University. She also got along well with her 3 other roommates. They still kept in touch and had a good relationship. But the graduate dorm, with Miao Yunxiao as an example, Gunyinji suddenly didn't want to try a 4-room dorm again. She could only say that she was very lucky during her undergraduate studies to be able to meet 3 good friends, Green Tea Fong, Little Temptress, and Lady Chow. Gunyinji thought about her former classmates as she said to He Zhichu, Professor He, thank you for your help. I really do want to live in a two-room dorm. She then joked, actually, I don't mind living alone. She wasn't afraid of living alone now. If it had been half a year ago, she wouldn't have dared. Hijichu also smiled. Tomorrow is the first day of class. Do you know where the classroom is? Gunyinji got down to business. I just looked at the class schedule and sent Professor He a message to ask if I can graduate early. It's your first day here, and you're already thinking about graduating early? That's too early. We'll talk about it later. Hijichu's voice faded. He hung up and didn't speak to Gunyinji anymore. Gunyinji said hello a few times before confirming that Hijichu had hung up. Just as she was wondering if she should call back, she heard another knock on the door. Miao Yunxiao opened the door and saw that it was their class representative, Yin Kahua. Yunxiao, is the new classmate staying with you? Yin Kahua asked with a smile as she poked her head into the room. Yes, Miao Yunxiao said matter-of-factly, she's staying in this room. She turned around and pointed to Gunyinji's room. Gunyinji happened to open the door and saw that other than Miao Yunxiao, there was also a petite girl standing in the living room. Her eyes were bright and playful. You're Gunyinji? I've heard so much about you. Nice to meet you. She extended her hand to Gunyinji enthusiastically. It was the second watch. What about the monthly votes, dear ones? That's all. There were also recommendation votes. P.S. Thank you, Heaven's Beggar, for tipping me a piece of jade yesterday. Happy birthday. Thank you, dear ones. Mwah. Also, Chapter 363 was blocked again. I've re-edited it, and am looking for an editor to unlock it. Chapter 368. Gunyinji still had a facial mask on her face, so she looked like a paper doll. However, everyone was a girl and knew that she was using a facial mask, so no one made a fuss. She smiled and shook hands with Yin Kahua, then pointed to her face. Wait a moment, I'll go and take it off. Gunyinji returned to her room to wash her face mask. In the living room, Yin Kahua whispered to Miao Yunxiao, do you know who this classmate is? I heard she's the only master's student recruited by Professor Hijichu from the United States. He didn't recruit from our school, but from another school. Miao Yunxiao and Yin Kahua were both undergraduates at B University and then got into the university's postgraduate program. This kind of student usually looked down on students from other schools. However, Hijichu's specially recruited students were different. Miao Yunxiao's eyes widened and she asked nervously, really? She's Professor He's graduate student? She had heard that Professor Hijichu from Harvard Law School was coming to teach at B University's Faculty of Law, but he was only recruiting PhD students. Students who had just graduated with a master's degree in B University's Faculty of Law had racked their brains to become his PhD students. Last year, they suddenly announced that they wanted to recruit a master's student, and then the students who had graduated from the bachelor's degree started to fight with each other. In the end, of all the applicants from all over the country, Hijichu only recruited one person, Gunyinji, a C University Faculty of Law undergraduate. He didn't even recruit a B University Faculty of Law graduate. B University's Faculty of Law ranked first in the entire Huaxiao Empire, while C University's Faculty of Law ranked second at most. Therefore, there were many law students at B University who were not convinced. Miao Yunxiao and Yin Kahua had both applied for Hijichu's master's program at the time, but they didn't pass. In the end, they went to other master's programs taught by other professors. Yin Kahua nodded solemnly and said in a low voice, how can this be wrong? I've heard about it from a teacher in the faculty. Gunyinji doesn't even go to class with us. Professor, he makes all the arrangements. You not even go to class with us? Why? Miao Yunxiao's face darkened. How could she be special? B University isn't an ordinary school. Even the officials and nobles in imperial capital wouldn't dare to give our principal a hard time, right? How could she ignore the school rules? Yin Kahua choked and looked at Miao Yunxiao strangely. What are you talking about? How could she ignore the school rules? We are graduate students. Graduate student. We're not undergraduate students. Our tutors can take full responsibility for our studies, and the faculty can't control us. Everyone is like that. So why do you think everyone is fighting to be He Zichu's graduate student? Miao Yunxiao puffed up her cheeks and said angrily after a while, "What about the class meeting tonight? She's not going?" Yin Kehua laughed. "I'm here to talk about this. Brother Huang from Professor, he asked me to pass on a message. He asked Gun Yinji to attend the class meeting with them tonight. She won't be coming with us." Miao Yunxiao's hands gripped the sofa so tightly she almost dug a hole in the fabric seat. When Gun Yinji came out, after washing her face, she still didn't know that her admission to He Zichu's postgraduate program had already been discussed in the living room. Yin Kehua was about to say something when she heard the door open. She looked up to see that Gun Yinji had already come out. She quickly stopped herself and stood up sheepishly. "Classmate Gu, I'm Yin Kehua. I'm the class representative for postgraduate Class 1. Gun Yinji was supposed to be in Class 1 according to the class allocation." She nodded to Yin Kehua. "Hello, classmate Yin. May I ask why you were looking for me?" Yin Kehua quickly replied, "I have something to discuss. Do you know Brother Huang from Professor He's team?" Gun Yinji froze before remembering that Brother Huang had interned with her at the U.S. Congress last year. "Oh, Brother Huang? But isn't he a PhD student?" Gun Yinji was confused. "I'm a master's student." She was a master's student. People would think she was out of her mind if she had a meeting with a PhD student. "It's like this. Because you're the only master's student that Professor he recruited, he's in charge of all your studies. This includes your class schedule, monthly postgraduate stipends, social practice, and thesis reports. They're all from Professor He." Yin Kehua explained enthusiastically to Gun Yinji. "Go over there tonight. Brother Huang should have more things to tell you." Attending B University, other than student registration, there were other things to do. For example, she had to apply for a card so that the stipend would be directly transferred to her card. She also had to apply for a student ID, library ID, and other necessary documents. In Shixiang only helped Gun Yinji with the registration and student registration. She still had to apply for a card herself. However, to apply for a card, she needed proof from the faculty before she could go to the relevant departments. Now that Yin Kehua said that all stipends would be paid by He Zichu, she had to go to Brother Huang from He Zichu's team to apply for a card. Gun Yinji smiled. "Thank you, classmate Yin. You said it just in time. Otherwise, I wouldn't know how to eat tomorrow." The school cafeteria used a card to pay. Without a card, you couldn't go to the student cafeteria. You had to go to the restaurants on campus that were open to the public. Of course, the price was worlds apart. For the same food, students would only pay 1/5 of what they would pay in restaurants with their cards. Although Gun Yinji didn't lack money, she didn't want to be different from other students. She was supposed to eat in the cafeteria anyway, so why would she give money to another restaurant? Moreover, it was the same food and the same owner. "Oh, you haven't applied for a card yet?" Yin Kehua was envious. "I heard Professor He's stipends are great. Our faculty gets a monthly stipend of 500 renminbi, and the rest depends on our instructors. If you work for them, you'll get extra stipends. Professor He's stipends are the highest." "Really?" Miao Yunxiao was listening intently. "Who did you hear that from?" "Brother Huang and the others." Yin Kehua acted like they knew each other very well. "Brother Huang and I are both in the Graduate Student Council, so we often hear them talk about it. Every time we students go out to eat, Professor He's PhD students pay the bill when we don't have funds. They're really rich. I heard helping Professor He with cases can earn tens of thousands of RMB a month." "That much?" Even Gun Yinji was shocked. "You don't have a job yet? You're just doing a part-time job?" She couldn't wait to get started. Although Hua Xiaoheng treated her very well and was very generous, Gun Yinji still wanted to rely on her own ability to earn money. Moreover, she was only dating Hua Xiaoheng. She wasn't his family yet, so she couldn't let him spend too much money on her. Gun Yinji had the ambition to find a good job, get promoted, get a raise, become a partner in 5 years, marry Hua Xiaoheng, and reach the pinnacle of her life. At that time, no one would say she wasn't good enough for Hua Xiaoheng. Deep down, Gun Yinji was still worried that others wouldn't approve of her relationship with Hua Xiaoheng. She didn't want to be a burden to Hua Xiaoheng. She was proud of Hua Xiaoheng, and she wanted him to be proud of her. It's not really a part-time job, right? Yin Kehua saw Gu Ninji's eyes suddenly light up. She looked very interested and couldn't help asking, "Oh, you want to do a part-time job? Are you really short on money?" Gu Ninji nodded with a smile. "Yeah, I'm short on money, so I want to start working early." "All right, classmate Yin, do you know about early graduation? Does our school have a rule about that?" "I think so. You could check the department's website. I've seen it before," Yin Kehua said casually. She glanced at Gu Ninji again and secretly thought about what she was wearing. She was wearing a cashmere sweater. He couldn't tell what brand it was, and the style was very low-key. However, the quality and cut were obviously very good. It definitely wasn't from a street stall. Her pants were also very fitting. The dark gray trousers accentuated her legs from the waist down. They were probably made of pure wool. Looking at her skin and hairstyle, she didn't look like she was short on money at all. Miao Yinxiao suddenly asked, "Gu Ninji, can I see your watch?" Gu Ninji glanced at her. "Do you want to know what time it is?" She lifted her wrist to look at it. "It's almost 4:30 in the afternoon." Miao Yinxiao narrowed her eyes and looked at it again before saying, "What brand is your watch? The style looks familiar." "Vulgari, it should be this brand." It was a women's watch that Hua Xiaoheng had specially asked Vulgari to make for her. It was a couple's watch with Hua Xiaoheng's limited edition men's watch. It was one of a kind in the world. "I think my uncle also has a watch like that, but it looks a bit different from yours," Miao Yinxiao said dryly. "That's why I wanted to see it, but it's fine if you don't want to show it to me." Gu Ninji retracted her hand and smiled. "I can show my things to whoever I want." "Classmate Miao, what do you mean by that?" This was the first night watch. A reminder about the monthly and recommendation votes, especially the recommendation votes on Monday. The second night watch was still 1 p.m. Tomorrow at the third night watch, 10,000 words to thank Huaishuan, my dear friend, for the immortal fate. Moi. Chapter 369. Miao Yinxiao clicked her tongue and turned to look at their class representative, Yin Kehua. "Kehua, did you see that? Professor, he's specially recruited students are just different. They don't care about us at all." Yin Kehua glanced at Gu Ninji, then at Miao Yinxiao. Although she didn't think much of it, she still smiled and said, "Classmate Gu was just joking with you. Yinxiao, you're a magnanimous person, so don't take it to heart with a little classmate." She winked at Gu Ninji as if she knew what was going on. "What do you mean by little classmate?" Miao Yinxiao mimicked Gu Ninji's tone and winked as well. Yin Kehua patted her shoulder. "You don't know? Gu Ninji is only 18. She's already a master's student. Everyone just saw her information in the faculty's office. It's already spread." Gu Ninji's brows furrowed slightly. She didn't understand how everyone could see her information in the faculty's office. It was clearly a personal matter, and only the teachers who managed the information had the right to see it. Gu Ninji rested her hand on the sofa armrest and asked with interest, "Oh, you saw my information in the faculty's office? Who else saw it?" "Our student council was having a meeting in the small office over at the faculty's office today. Our class counselor, Professor Gue Suyao, saw your information when she came to the department's archives to look up your information. She was full of praise." Yin Kehua clapped her hand with a smile and said enviously, "Brother Huang was also there and said he already knew you. You interned with him at the U.S. Congress last year, right?" Gu Ninji breathed a sigh of relief. "Oh, so the counselor saw it." Fortunately, as their class counselor, it was her duty to look up the student's information. "Yeah, Teacher Gue saw it. After she saw it, she was shocked. When she told us, we didn't believe it, so she took out your file and showed it to everyone." Yin Kehua said with a smile and made an okay gesture. "Well, I passed the message. Yin Xiao, our class meeting tonight is in Building 4, Room 324. Ninji, you have to go to Professor He's office for a meeting with his PhD students." "Where's Professor He's office?" Gu Ninji asked tactfully. She only knew that He Jichu lived in the professor's building at B University, but she didn't know where his office was. Yin Kehua gave her an address, and Gu Ninji raised an eyebrow. That address was He Jichu's residence. Doesn't Professor he have a special office? Gunyenji was confused. He doesn't even come to the faculty? He's a professor and a lawyer hired by a top foreign school. How could he work like a normal teacher? Miao Yinxiao scoffed at her argument. Look at who he is. Yes, yes, yes. Our Yinxiao knows the most. Look at how capable you are. Yin Kahua smiled as she put her arm around Miao Yinxiao's shoulder, treating her like she was trying to please her. Gunyinji looked at them calmly. Miao Yinxiao naturally accepted Yin Kahua's flattery and didn't feel uncomfortable at all. She said to Yin Kahua, Professor, he is preparing his lectures at his place, right? Yes, I heard from Brother Huang that Professor He's house is incredibly big. There are 4 of them, so it's more than enough for a classroom. Yin Kahua nodded with a smile and said to Gunyinji, Nyinji, you're lucky. When not as lucky, Miao Yinxiao glanced at Gunyinji and pulled Yin Kahua into her room. Come, let's talk inside. Classmate Gu isn't in our class anymore, so she probably doesn't want to hear about things that have nothing to do with her. Isn't that right, classmate Gu? Gunyinji's eyes darkened as she looked over. Her pupils were as black as the sun, like 2 polished obsidian stones. Her eyes shone brightly, but were so dark that it was impossible to tell what she was thinking. Miao Yinxiao had always been good at reading people's expressions and knew what to do to provoke the other person's emotions. But she wasn't so sure about Gunyinji. Gunyinji seemed to be very angry at her words, but didn't react as Miao Yinxiao expected. Miao Yinxiao had already labeled Gunyinji as a shrewd person, and now that she knew she was only 18 years old, she had an unwavering determination. Her shrewdness wasn't just average. Miao Yinxiao didn't like shrewd girls like Gunyinji. She knew how to hide her thoughts at such a young age and had bad character. She pursed her lips and pulled Yin Kahua into her room. As soon as the door closed, Yin Kahua excitedly whispered in Miao Yinxiao's ear, Also, I saw in Gunyinji's file that her parents died, and she's an orphan. Miao Yinxiao's heart thumped, and she couldn't help clapping her hands together. That's right. I was wondering why she seemed so strange and always had a bone to pick with me. I've been tolerating her for so long, so it turns out I know too much. She gestured with her hand, making a chop gesture at her neck. What do you mean you know too much? Yin Kahua was shocked. What do you know? She's not simple. Miao Yinxiao whispered. You said her parents died, and she's an orphan, but she was able to study all the way to graduate school. She's also very vain and is very particular about her appearance. I just want to see the skincare and makeup in her room, and they're all branded goods. Even my cousin can't afford some of them. How do you think an orphan like her can afford these things? Oh, Yin Kahua gasped. Your cousin whose father is the deputy chief of staff of the military? That's the daughter of a high-ranking military official. Yes. Miao Yinxiao became reserved. But my cousin is very nice. She's never looked down on people like other children of high-ranking officials. She loves to mingle with us commoners. Also, she didn't rely on my uncle's influence to find a good job after graduating from university. Instead, she went to work as a civilian police officer. Your uncle's family is really nice. Yin Kahua praised from the bottom of her heart. Especially your cousin. You should invite her over when you have time in the future. My cousin came to be university once, and I walked around with her for most of the day. Later, she invited me to her house for dinner. You have no idea how heavily guarded that place was. There were sentries every few steps. Miao Yinxiao began to tell Yin Kahua about the time she went to her uncle's house for dinner. Although she recounted it many times and Yin Kahua listened to it many times, neither of them grew tired of it. Every time they talked about that dinner, there would always be something new. Gunyinji shook her head speechlessly when she saw the man closing the door in her face. She returned to her room. She went to the bathroom to clean up and suddenly noticed that a few of her skincare bottles were placed the wrong way. Influenced by Hua Xiaoheng, she always placed her things in the right order from front to back and left to right. She even remembered which side of the bottle was facing the outside. It was obvious that several bottles were placed the wrong way on the sink. Gunyinji had been in a hurry to take off her mask and wash her face, so she didn't notice the change. Now that she began to pack her things, she realized something was different. She looked at it with a sullen expression for a while, before finally walking to Miao Yunxiao's room and knocking. "Classmate Miao, are you in there?" Miao Yunxiao and Yin Kehua were whispering and exchanging opinions about Gu Ninji when they heard her knock. They couldn't pretend they weren't there and could only open the door. Miao Yunxiao asked Gu Ninji sternly, "Classmate Gu, what do you want? Don't you know that it's rude to knock like that? We were talking in the room when you knocked on the door and gave us a fright. If it's rude to knock, then why are you touching my things in the bathroom of my room?" Gu Ninji grabbed all the skincare and makeup products on the sink. "You've already touched these things. I don't need them anymore." She loosened her grip, and the bottles fell into the trash can by Miao Yunxiao's door. Yin Kehua's jaw dropped when she saw the brands. Lar threw them away just like that. Yin Kehua squatted in front of the trash can and counted the brands. Miao Yunxiao's face flushed, and she sneered. "What do you mean? I'm just taking a look. Why are you acting like this? Who knows if you only looked or added something to my makeup and skincare products?" Gu Ninji retorted without hesitation. "I don't want to risk disfigurement. You're slandering me." Miao Yunxiao's eyes widened and her face paled. "Why would I add something to your makeup? Who do you think I am? Who knows who you are?" "I don't care and don't want to know," Gu Ninji said coldly. "But you snuck into my room and touched my things. That's a thief. Strictly speaking, I can call the police." "Nonsense. I didn't steal anything from you. You can't accuse me." Miao Yunxiao panicked. She really only went to look and saw the brands her cousin used. She picked them up to study and thought they were fake. She didn't expect them to be real, but I'm curious. I remember I locked the door when I left. How did you get in? Gu Ninji crossed her arms and didn't want to let Miao Yunxiao go. This girl was full of tricks, and Gu Ninji didn't think she needed to accommodate her. Hua Xiaoheng had taught her to either tolerate or leave when dealing with people she didn't like. It was the first day of school, and she didn't want to live like this for the next 2.5 years. Yin Kehua was also shocked. "You locked the door?" "No way. How could you get in if you locked Yin Xiao? Also, Yin Xiao comes from a good family and has money. Why would she do something like that?" "But you..." Yin Kehua spoke up for Miao Yunxiao and looked Gu Ninji up and down. "Your family is average, and both of your parents are dead. Everyone knows that. So where did you get the money to buy all these world-famous skincare and makeup products?" This was the second update with 3,000 words. Let me remind everyone about the monthly and recommendation votes, especially the recommendation votes on Monday. P.S. Chapter 363 has been released. Everyone can read it again while... Oh, and underscore no. Chapter 370. Gu Ninji crossed her arms and coldly blocked the door. She first said to Yin Kehua, "Classmate Yin, please take back what you just said. Otherwise, I'll sue you too." As she spoke, her eyes moved from Yin Kehua to Miao Yunxiao and then back to Yin Kehua. She then asked Miao Yunxiao, "You still haven't answered me. How did you get into my room?" Miao Yunxiao's eyes flickered, not daring to meet Gu Ninji's eyes. She had lived in this house alone for half a year, so of course she had the keys to 2 rooms. Gu Ninji had just moved in today, so Miao Yunxiao hadn't had time to hand over the extra keys to the faculty yet. "Don't dare to say, do you also have a key to my room?" Gu Ninji had already guessed what was going on. She pointed at Miao Yunxiao and Yin Kehua and said, "Great, I can sue both of you now." "Sue me? Are you sure?" Yin Kehua panicked. "What did I say wrong? How dare you sue me? Didn't you hear that I'm trying to smooth things over for your own good?" Yin Kehua winked at Gu Ninji anxiously, telling her not to offend Miao Yunxiao. Yin Kehua came from an ordinary background, but she had been a straight-A student since she was a child. That was how she was able to enter the best law school in the Huaxiao Empire, B University. If she really was sued, then there would be an ugly mark on her clean resume. Even if Gu Ninji didn't win, it would affect her future job search. Moreover, Miao Yunxiao's family background wasn't something normal students like them could compete with. She spoke up for Miao Yunxiao because she was afraid Gu Ninji didn't know Miao Yunxiao's background and would offend her. It wasn't easy for an orphan girl to become Professor He Jichu's graduate student in the B University Faculty of Law. She couldn't ruin her future because of a moment of willfulness. "Kehua, Don't be a good person. She doesn't appreciate it at all. Miao Yinxiao clenched her fists. You're not wrong. She's an orphan with both her parents dead, yet she uses such good skincare products and cosmetics. Everyone knows where she got her money from. Where did my money come from? Tell me about it. As Gun Yinji spoke, she put her hand in her trouser pocket and secretly turned on the record button on her phone. Her phone had been modified by Zhao Yangze, so it was the most convenient for recording and recording. Who doesn't know? Stop pretending. Miao Yinxiao pouted. Don't make me say anything nice. Say it. I just met you today, and you already know where I got my money. Are you a clairvoyant? Gun Yinji put her hands in her trouser pockets and looked relaxed as she waited for Miao Yinxiao to fall into her trap. There's no need for foresight, just a simple deduction. Miao Yinxiao circled Gun Yinji. You come from an ordinary family. Your parents are both dead. You've always been studying, but you live a luxurious life. You're also quite pretty, so anyone with a brain would conclude that your money came from an unknown source. Maybe it's not clean at all. Gun Yinji took out her phone from her trouser pocket and pressed pause. She said to Miao Yinxiao and Yin Kehua, Yes, what you said just now constitutes defamation of my reputation. I reserve the right to sue, depending on your future behavior. You dare to sue me? Miao Yinxiao couldn't hold it in anymore and held on to Yin Kehua's shoulder as she laughed. Go ask around and find out who the presiding judge of the Imperial Capital Intermediate People's Court is. Are you sure the court will accept your case if you sue me? If the court didn't accept it, how could she sue? Oh, Gun Yinji thought about it. The presiding judge of the Imperial Capital Intermediate People's Court is your relative? Of course. Miao Yinxiao looked at her with amusement. Do you still want to sue? Why not? Gun Yinji shrugged. Your relative should be avoiding my case because of the principle of avoiding suspicion. I don't believe he would dare to openly violate legal procedures and abuse his power for personal gain. Miao Yinxiao's expression changed. What did you say? What? Are you scared? If your relative dares to abuse his power for personal gain, I'll take it all the way to the Supreme Court and sue your relative as well. What do you think? You've never sued a judge before, right? Miao Yinxiao was speechless. The presiding judge of the Imperial Capital Intermediate People's Court was also her uncle. Her mother had 3 sisters. Her mother was the only one who married a businessman. As for the other 2, one was married to a soldier, and the other was married to a judge. Both of them had higher statuses than her family. However, her family was rich, so the 3 families got along well. But if Gun Yinji really exposed her and took it all the way to the Supreme Court, even her own uncle wouldn't dare to speak up for her. Also, it was usually her family that begged her 2 uncles, so how could she really cause trouble for them? She was only scaring Gun Yinji earlier, and her classmates knew her background, so they were polite to her. She didn't even need to bring up her uncles. She didn't expect Gun Yinji to refuse to even bring up 2 uncles this time. Could it be that Gun Yinji's sugar daddy was really rich and powerful? Miao Yinxiao couldn't help but think of the man she saw that morning. She had never seen such a handsome man. One look was enough to take her breath away. In the military vehicle Gun Yinji had taken to school, putting all the clues together, Miao Yinxiao didn't dare to act rashly. She finally suppressed the anger in her chest and said reluctantly to Gun Yinji, Fine, classmate Gu, you win. It was my fault. Please be magnanimous and forgive me just this once. Yin Kehua was stunned. She had never seen Miao Yinxiao lower her head to anyone. Why did Gun Yinji say she was going to sue her, but she didn't say anything? Yin Kehua looked between Gun Yinji and Miao Yinxiao in shock and uncertainty. Gun Yinji already hated Miao Yinxiao to the core. It was because Miao Yinxiao's speculation of her relationship with Hua Xiaoheng had crossed Gun Yinji's bottom line. She didn't want to live with this kind of person. Classmate Miao, if an apology works, why do we need the law? Gun Yinji cocked her head. I'll give you 2 choices. 1, move out of this dorm. 2, I'll go to court and sue you for defamation and attempted theft. Miao Yinxiao's face flushed red. She growled, Gun Yinji, don't go too far. I already apologized, and you still won't let it go. Don't think I'm afraid of you. You'll know who's going to lose face when this gets out. Oh, So you still haven't given up on slandering my reputation? Gunyinji wouldn't let her go. If you keep spouting nonsense like this, I'll sue you and you'll go to jail. It was because they were all law students that they looked down on the law, but also took it seriously. They looked down on it because they knew what was going on and weren't like normal people who had never come into contact with the law and would be scared out of their wits at the mention of being sued. They took it seriously because they knew the serious consequences of the law. If an innocent person got involved in a lawsuit and was sentenced, then their entire life would be ruined. Yin Kehua and Miao Yunxiao watched Gunyinji's aggressive and unyielding attitude and gradually grew timid. They didn't dare to argue with Gunyinji anymore. Yin Kehua tugged on the corner of Miao Yunxiao's shirt and whispered, "Yunxiao, forget it. It's not right for us to speculate about our classmates." She said sincerely to Gunyinji, "Classmate Gu, I was in the wrong today. I shouldn't have said something like that. We're law students, and the law is all about presumption of innocence. What I said just now was really baseless and tarnishing your reputation. I'm sorry. Please forgive me and give me a chance." Gunyinji wasn't an unreasonable person, and Yin Kehua and Miao Yunxiao were different in nature. Her mind raced as she nodded and said gently, "Classmate, Yin is willing to correct her mistakes. That's the best. Today's incident ends here, and I won't hold you accountable. You're also the class representative, so I'm willing to give you a chance to see what happens in the future." Her words were soft but firm. She said she wouldn't pursue the matter this time, but she didn't completely let it go. She said see what happens in the future to prevent any possibility of Yin Kehua betraying them in the future. Yin Kehua also understood what Gunyinji meant. She was truly afraid and didn't have a family background like Miao Yunxiao's. She didn't dare to argue with someone like Gunyinji, who was willing to sacrifice herself to bring down the emperor. "Thank you, classmate Gu. My message has been conveyed, so remember to go to Professor He's for the meeting tonight." "All right, Yin Xiao, I'll be going now. Come to our class meeting tonight." Yin Kehua hurriedly left Miao Yunxiao and Gunyinji's dorm and returned to her own. Yin Kehua's dorm wasn't a two-person dorm, but a four-person dorm. After she left, only Gunyinji and Miao Yunxiao were left in the dorm. Miao Yunxiao rolled her eyes and put her hand on the door handle. "Go. I'm closing the door." "Wait." Gunyinji blocked the door with her foot. "We're not done yet." "What else is there? Didn't I already apologize?" Miao Yunxiao said impatiently. "And about you, I won't tell anyone else either. Don't worry about it." "Don't worry? What can I tell anyone?" Gunyinji sneered. "What's there to worry about? Are you doing me a favor by not spreading rumors about me? I've never heard such ridiculous logic. Go away." Miao Yunxiao was furious and couldn't take Gunyinji's pestering anymore. She pulled the door with all her might and tried to close it. Gunyinji reacted quickly and kicked a stool from the wall over to block the door. "Classmate Miao, I'm not joking." Gunyinji looked at the trash can. "This is evidence of you trying to steal from my room. Do you want to get the police to check your fingerprints?" Miao Yunxiao was shocked and angry, but also a bit timid. She didn't dare continue to lose her temper with Gunyinji. She was only a law student, unlike Gunyinji who had gone to court for real. Whether it was her words or attitude, Gunyinji had completely crushed her. "What do you want? I've already apologized." Miao Yunxiao's nose twitched, and she was about to cry. "I've never embarrassed myself like this in my life. What more do you want?" "It's not what I want, it's what you want." Gunyinji looked at her calmly. "I just said you have two choices. First, move out of this dorm, and I won't pursue it for now. Second, if you don't move, I'll sue you and make you live in jail. You'll have to move even if you don't want to." This was the first 3,000-word update. Today's third update was for the monthly and recommendation votes of the 10,000-word marriage proposal fans. The second update was at 2 p.m. for Huaishuan My Darling to add an update. The third update was at 7 p.m. Mwah. Chapter 371. Miao Yunxiao looked at Gunyinji nervously, her entire body trembling. "Are you serious? You're going to court over something so small? You're tarnishing the school's reputation. The faculty won't support you. Why would I joke about something like that?" Gunyinji shook her head. "Oh right, I didn't need to tell the counselor, but what does it matter if the faculty supports me or not? This is between you and me. I'm the one suing you. Does the faculty care about lawsuits between students? Miao Yunxiao gripped the door handle tightly to keep herself from falling to the ground. Gun Yinji's expression made Miao Yunxiao feel like she could really do something like that. But what did she do wrong? Who told her to have so many loopholes? Classmate. Classmate Gu. I'm begging you, I was wrong this time and I won't do it again. Let's be good classmates and roommates, okay? Miao Yunxiao was in Gun Yinji's shoes and had to bow down. Gun Yinji shook her head with a smile. No. Don't be so unreasonable. Miao Yunxiao was a bit annoyed that Gun Yinji wouldn't budge no matter how she begged. When people were angry, they became more courageous. Gun Yinji, you have to be reasonable. It's the first time we've met, and we're classmates from the same faculty. Do you have to be so extreme? Miao Yunxiao's expression darkened. If you insist on me moving out, fine. We'll call the counselor first. Call the counselor? Sure. Gun Yinji calmly sat down on the sofa and moved the trash can to the side. Propping up her hand, she said, Do you have the counselor's phone number? Call her right now. It's already very late. Can't we do it tomorrow? Miao Yunxiao began to stall. She hadn't figured out who the man behind Gun Yinji was, and her logic and intuition told her to stop messing around with Gun Yinji. Gun Yinji's attitude was so resolute. Either she had a very powerful backer, or she was just a naive girl who didn't know her place. Neither type of person was easy to deal with, and it would be very troublesome to mess with them. Miao Yunxiao couldn't help frowning at her bad luck. Originally, living alone in this big house with 2 bedrooms and 1 living room was quite good. However, halfway through, a roommate came and was not easy to get along with. If he was not careful, he would get into big trouble. Gun Yinji stared intently at Miao Yunxiao and didn't miss a single expression on her face. Is it that late? Gun Yinji raised her wrist to look at her watch. It's not even 5. But the counselor has her own business, and we can't keep troubling her, Miao Yunxiao said tactfully. I thought a counselor's job was to take care of us students. That's her real job. How can you say it's troublesome for her to do her job? Gun Yinji laughed and picked up her phone. Forget it. I'll look up her number myself. Okay, I'll call her. Miao Yunxiao had no choice but to give in. She went back to the house to get her phone and called their counselor, Gue Suyao. Miss Gue, it's Miao Yunxiao. We got some stuff going on in the dorm. Can you come over? Miao Yunxiao asked carefully. Gue Suyao, the counselor for B University's post-grad Class 1, was in the law department office preparing for the evening meeting. She was the counselor for Class 1, so she had to attend the meeting. However, she was also a PhD student in the B University Faculty of Law. She had just been admitted as an in-service PhD student last year, and had spent a lot of effort and even used her family's connections to officially become the PhD student of Harvard Law School's Professor Yi Chu. Yi Chu students also had a meeting that evening, and she didn't want to be absent. Yi Chu had only had 4 PhD students in the B University Faculty of Law before, 3 male and 1 female. The female was Gue Suyao. But now that Yi Chu had recruited a female master's student, the male-to-female ratio had gone from 3:1. Gue Suyao was curious and went to the faculty today to ask for Gun Yinji's file. She read it carefully several times, but couldn't figure out what was so good about Gun Yinji. Over 1,000 students had applied to be Yi Chu's master's student, but he had only chosen one person. It was Gun Yinji, who had no family or background, and both her parents had passed away. Gun Yinji didn't even have a B University Faculty of Law degree. The Huaxia Empire's legal profession valued school rankings and peer groups the most. The B University Faculty of Law was where the top people in the legal profession came from. Other universities were inferior, such as C University Faculty of Law, which was second only to the B University Faculty of Law. Graduate students from B University had always looked down on graduate students from other schools. Gun Yinji's actions this time had shocked a lot of people. Gue Xiao typed out what she was going to say to Class 1 students that evening and planned to email it to them first. That way she could leave early and still make it to Yi Chu's meeting. She was in the middle of her work when Miao Yunxiao called. She didn't want to pick up at first, but when she glanced at the caller ID and saw it was Miao Yunxiao, she had no choice but to pick up. Yunxiao, what happened? Gui Suyao frowned. Did you get into an argument with your roommate? Miss Gui, you're so smart. I did get into an argument with my roommate. Miao Yunxiao paused and looked at Gun Yinji, sitting on the sofa. Gun Yinji, the new student who moved in today, had a misunderstanding with me. Miss Gui, could you come over and help me sort things out? Gui Suyao's interest was piqued when she heard it was Gun Yinji. She also wanted to meet Gun Yinji and see what kind of person this girl who made He Jichu look at her in a different light was. She had seen the 1-inch photo on the file, and although she was a very picky person and had seen many stunning beauties, she had to admit that Gun Yinji was a rare beauty. But that was all. Graduate students in the law faculty couldn't just rely on their looks to graduate. They also needed brains, hard work, and real skills. Gui Xiao hurriedly wrote an email about the evening meeting and sent it to Class 1. She said to Miao Yunxiao on the other end of the phone, "Okay, I'll be right there. Give me 10 minutes. 10 minutes later, Gui Xiao arrived at Miao Yunxiao and Gun Yinji's dorm and knocked on the door. Miao Yunxiao opened the door with an obvious sigh of relief. Miss Gui, you're so punctual. Gui Xiao smiled. Punctuality is God's virtue. I always plan my time to the fullest and race against time. Miao Yunxiao led Gui Xiao inside. Gun Yinji stood up from the sofa. Miao Yunxiao introduced them. Miss Gui, this is Gun Yinji. Gun Yinji, this is our counselor, Miss Gui. Gui Xiao studied Gun Yinji carefully and saw that she only wore a very simple cashmere sweater and trousers. She didn't have any makeup on, but her fair skin was so tender it almost seemed like it was dripping water. Her large eyes were black and white, with slightly sunken eye sockets that made her eyelids look large and deep. Her eyes were like an ancient well, calm and unfathomable. This girl was not simple. Gui Xiao also labeled Gun Yinji in her mind the same way Miao Yunxiao did. Hello, Miss Gui. I'm Gun Yinji. Gun Yinji gracefully extended her hand to Gui Xiao. Gui Xiao shook her hand and smiled. Hearing about you is not as good as meeting you in person. Classmate Gu is much prettier than this profile photo. Gun Yinji felt a bit awkward. It was this young female counselor who took out her file from the department's archives and passed it around for everyone to see. Gun Yinji felt like her privacy had been severely violated. It was as uncomfortable as being stripped naked in broad daylight. Miss Gui, we asked you here today to discuss classmate Miao's moving to the dorm. Gun Yinji suppressed her displeasure and tried to be polite and objective about what had just happened. Miao Yunxiao listened in silence, her face flushed red. Gui Xiao listened to Gun Yinji's account and looked at Miao Yunxiao in surprise. Yunxiao, is that so? You can't just keep quiet. She already said it. What else can I say? Miao Yunxiao looked away, her eyes red. If I've said anything wrong, you can add or correct. Gun Yinji thought Miao Yunxiao was too dramatic. She had just compared her family background with her, and now she was acting pitiful. Gui Xiao patted Miao Yunxiao's back. Okay. We're all in the same class. What a coincidence to live in the same dorm. In my opinion, it's not a big deal. Both of you should take a step back and turn a big problem into a small one and a small one into nothing. That's it, okay? Miao Yunxiao looked down and nodded lightly. I'll listen to Miss Gui. That's right. Gui Xiao was very satisfied with Miao Yunxiao's attitude and turned to Gun Yinji. Gun Yinji, you should take a step back too. Yunxiao has already apologized to you, and you didn't lose anything. Just let it go. Gun Yinji raised a brow and pointed to the trash can next to the sofa. Didn't lose anything? Miss Gui, it's my first day at school, and I lost so many skincare and makeup products. You're saying I didn't lose anything? Gui Suyao smiled at her. You just said that you threw it into the trash yourself. You can't blame it on Yunxiao, can you? Gun Yinji saw that the teacher was obviously taking sides and didn't want to be polite. Miss Gui, I'm afraid you're reversing cause and effect. I'm reversing cause and effect. Are you saying I'm illogical? Gui Xiao was even more amused. Classmate Gu, You're really a newborn calf that's not afraid of tigers. You're brave enough to say and do anything. No, I'm just being reasonable. Gunyinji stood up. Since Miss Gue says so, I'll have to call the police to check fingerprints. Fingerprints? Gue Xiao's expression turned serious. Gunyinji, it was Yun Xiao's fault to go to your room when you weren't around, but it shouldn't be enough to call the police, right? You were the one who threw these things. You said it yourself. This was the second 3,000-word update. It was the Immortal Book Fate added update for Huaixin Mine. A reminder for the monthly and recommendation votes. 7 p.m. of the third update. Moi. Chapter 372. I threw it myself, but why did I throw it? That was because she had touched these things. She snuck into my room when I wasn't around, and who knows what she did to these things? I don't dare use them again. Gunyinji spread her hands and continued. 3 years ago, a serious criminal case happened at a university. Did you guys hear about it? What criminal case? There's so many cases at the university. Who knows which one you're talking about? Miao Yinxiao looked at Gue Xiao with displeasure. Miss Gue, don't you think she's going too far? Not only did she want me to move out, but she also wants to sue me. Gue Xiao's heart skipped a beat, and her expression turned serious. She recalled a case that indeed started from a roommate argument. Then, one of the dissatisfied roommates dripped something into their roommate's skincare products, which caused serious burns on the face of that roommate and completely disfigured her. Miss Gue, you must remember now? Gunyinji relaxed a little. That case started from a roommate argument and ended with one serving over 10 years in prison and the other being disfigured and permanently disabled. Miao Yinxiao's heart sank when she saw Gue Xiao's expression change. Her face turned from red to white as she looked back and forth between Gunyinji and Gue Xiao. Miss Gue, what case are you guys talking about? You don't remember? Even I almost forgot. Gue Xiao's expression grew more serious. Classmate Gu is right. She looked at Miao Yinxiao. How did you get the key to classmate Gu's room? Are you going to take all the responsibility if something happens to her? Miao Yinxiao was extremely embarrassed. She had thought she would be living alone in the suite, so she had asked the dormitory tutor for the key to the other room. Miao Yinxiao was supposed to return the key when Gunyinji came to report in, but she wanted to continue living alone, so of course she wouldn't return it so easily. It's great that Miss Gue remembers the case, so I don't have to waste my breath. Gunyinji was indeed a bit thirsty after speaking so much. Miss Gue, please wait for a moment. I'll be right back. Gunyinji got up and walked back to her room. She took out 2 bottles of water from the small refrigerator and handed one to Gue Xiao. Miss Gue, please have some water. Gue Xiao took the bottle of water but didn't open it right away. After a moment of silence, she said to Miao Yinxiao, Yinxiao, you really crossed the line today. But I already apologized. Miao Yinxiao was on the verge of tears as she pointed at Gunyinji. Do you really want me to move her away before you stop? Gue Xiao looked at Gunyinji and saw her determined expression. Gue Xiao couldn't persuade her further and finally said to Miao Yinxiao, I think classmate Gu's request is very reasonable. As long as you move out, you'll be able to avoid a lawsuit. Think about it, don't you agree? From this point of view, moving out was not an unacceptable thing. However, B University's graduate student dormitory was a 2-person dormitory with its own bathroom. The other dormitories had 4 people sharing one bathroom. Although the cost of accommodation in this building was much more expensive, everyone still fought to stay here. If she moved out, it would be very difficult to stay here again. Gue Xiao was also in a dilemma. Finally, she said, how about you ask other students if they're willing to switch dormitories with you? She then asked for Gunyinji's opinion. Classmate Gu, what do you think? Would you be willing if someone else lived with you? Gunyinji thought about it and nodded. Sure, as long as classmate Miao moves out and doesn't live with me. Who she lives with has nothing to do with me. Gue Suyao sighed in relief. Her opinion of Gunyinji had changed a lot. Although this girl was stubborn, she wasn't unreasonable and didn't know how to bend the rules. She now understood why he Jichu chose Gunyinji to be his master student out of thousands of people. Okay, Go ask who's willing to switch dormitories with you now. Gue Xiao said to Miao Yun Xiao. Hurry up and find someone. We'll move tomorrow. No, I'll move tonight. Gun Yinji didn't want to stay with Miao Yun Xiao for even one night. Since Miao Yun Xiao couldn't control her mouth or legs, Gun Yinji would help her by reminding her not to be too nosy and stick her hands too far into other people's pockets. This would also be a lesson for Miao Yun Xiao. Gue Suyao sighed and said to Miao Yun Xiao, You move today. Don't delay it anymore. You have to move anyway. But who am I supposed to find to switch dormitories in such a short time? Miao Yun Xiao's nose turned sour, and she actually started crying. The three people in the living room didn't speak for a while. Only Miao Yun Xiao's occasional sobs could be heard. Gue Xiao waited for a while before asking Gun Yinji, Classmate, no, she has to move today. Gun Yinji said firmly, Based on what she's done, it's more than enough to sue her in court. I'm only asking her to move now. If she's going to make excuses, then why should I back down? Her words were so convincing that Gue Suyao was almost speechless. Miao Yun Xiao wiped her tears and was about to speak when someone knocked on the door. She turned around to see Gun Yinji already saying, Come in. The door opened, and the other girl Gun Yinji had seen in the elevator poked her head in to ask, Do you guys want dinner? She then saw Gue Xiao was also there and stuck her tongue out mischievously. Oh, I didn't see Miss Gue here too. Chi-Chi, come on in. Gue Xiao's heart skipped a beat and called her in. Yin Xiao wants to switch dormitories. Are you willing to switch with her? Oh, why would I want to switch dormitories all of a sudden? Ma Chi-Chi looked at Miao Yin Xiao and then at Gun Yinji to see one was crying and the other had a sullen expression. She instantly understood. If you guys don't mind, I don't mind either. Ma Chi-Chi smiled as she took Miao Yun Xiao's hand and then Gun Yinji's. Okay. If you guys don't want to stay together, you can switch with me. My room is diagonally across from here. Miao Yun Xiao and Gue Xiao were very happy that Ma Chi-Chi agreed to switch dormitories without hesitation. Gun Yinji had a good impression of Ma Chi-Chi and her straightforward personality suited her, so she didn't object and only reminded her, You have to finish moving before going to bed tonight. Then she asked Miao Yun Xiao for her room key. Miao Yun Xiao said coldly, I have to return the key to the faculty. If I didn't mention it, you wouldn't have remembered to return the key. I don't want to worry every day about whether someone has snuck into my dorm. Gun Yinji looked at Gue Xiao. Miss Gue, I want to change the lock. The faculty is so lax in their management that I'm worried about my safety. This time it was 100% Miao Yun Xiao's fault, and no one could clear her name. Miao Yun Xiao couldn't keep her face straight anymore and embarrassed herself in front of Ma Chi-Chi again. She burst into tears and ran to her room. Gun Yinji called after her, You have to remember to move even if you're crying. Ma Chi-Chi giggled and said to Gun Yinji, I didn't think you'd be so interesting. I'm looking forward to living with you now. Gun Yinji took her hand. New roommate. Let's have a good time living together. Gue Xiao saw that the two of them were already friends and couldn't help being amused. You still have to go to the faculty to complete the paperwork to change dormitories. Chi-Chi, you, and Yun Xiao can come to my office tomorrow to get the paperwork, then go to the faculty office to reapply for the dormitories. Okay, Miss Gue, I'll go tomorrow. Ma Chi-Chi went to pack her things. Gue Xiao also said, That's all, I'll be going now. She and Ma Chi-Chi left the dorm together. Gun Yinji looked at Miao Yun Xiao's tightly shut door and bent down to pick up the trash can and put it in her room. Miao Yun Xiao began packing as soon as she returned to her room. Luckily, the two dorms were close, so she and Ma Chi-Chi helped each other and finished moving everything by 6 p.m. Ma Chi-Chi was now living in Miao Yun Xiao's old room, and Miao Yun Xiao was living in Ma Chi-Chi's old room. When Gun Yinji came back from dinner, she saw that her roommate had changed from the lifeless Miao Yun Xiao to the energetic Ma Chi-Chi. Ma Chi-Chi was about the same height as Gun Yinji at around 1.7 meters with slender eyebrows and handsome eyes. Her hair was combed into a ponytail, and she had an indescribable heroic air about her. Oh, you finished moving already? Gun Yinji greeted her with a smile and asked, I have some snacks. Do you want some? I'm going to eat dinner, so I won't eat these snacks. but you can keep some and we can eat together when you come back tonight. Ma Chi-Chi took a small piece of pea cake from Gunyinji's hand and put it in her mouth to take a sip. The cake almost melted in her mouth and was delicious. She hummed and closed her eyes to enjoy the delicious taste. It was only a small piece of pea cake, but she looked drunk from the way she ate it. Gunyinji laughed and asked her, "You like pea cake too? I like all kinds of glutinous things." Ma Chi-Chi expressed that not only pea cake, but she also liked rolling donkey, bean cakes unique to the Northeast, and sticky bean buns. Gunyinji listened intently. Sticky bean buns? It sounds delicious just from the name. You like to eat glutinous things too? Gunyinji nodded. I like it, but I can't eat too much. It'll make my stomach hurt. As long as there's good food, who cares if my stomach hurts? I'll only know after I eat it anyway. Ma Chi-Chi said excitedly and sat across from Gunyinji. She ate another piece of rolling donkey before standing up. Where did you buy these little cakes? I've never had such delicious pea cake and rolling donkey before. I've wasted my last 20 years. Gunyinji giggled at her teasing and said, My friend bought them for me. I'll ask him where he bought them when I have time. Okay, you must remember to tell me. Ma Chi-Chi said seriously. I can only let good food and beautiful women down in my life. Beauty, you must remember to tell me where to buy good food. It was the third watch. Let me remind you about the monthly votes and recommendation votes. Moi. Chapter 373. You're exaggerating. Gunyinji smiled until her eyes curved into two crescent moons. She covered her mouth with her hand, and the back of her hand was as white as jade. Her originally pure eyes narrowed and slanted because of her smile, and there was a hint of seductiveness in them that made them look watery. Although Ma Chi-Chi was a woman, and a straight woman at that, her heart skipped a beat when she saw it. She shook her head and covered Gunyinji's eyes with a smile. Demon, you're too demon. Ninji, don't look at me with such seductive eyes again. Be careful that I don't turn gay. Gunyinji couldn't hold it in anymore and laughed until her stomach hurt. The two of them joked around in the living room, and their laughter traveled all the way to the hallway. A classmate from next door poked her head in to look and laughed. Oh, it's really different now that someone else is living here. This house used to be so lifeless, and everyone had to tiptoe when passing by, afraid to disturb Her Highness's fragile nerves. Gunyinji was speechless. Who was she talking about? Ma Chi-Chi walked over to push the girl's head and laughed. You talk too much. It's not as ridiculous as you make it out to be. All right, I think you have to speak at the class meeting tonight. Are you ready? Oh, I forgot. Thanks for the reminder, Chi-Chi. The girl quickly slipped back to her dorm. Gunyinji glanced at Ma Chi-Chi and felt that not only was she straightforward, but she also didn't like to talk behind people's backs. She was indeed a good girl with a good character. Ma Chi-Chi turned around, but Gunyinji had already looked away. She said to her, The cafeteria is about to close. Aren't you going to eat? Oh, I forgot. I had too much fun eating the pea cake. Ma Chi-Chi almost jumped up as she spoke. She rushed to her room to grab her purse and rushed out the door. Gunyinji couldn't straighten her back from laughing and slumped on the sofa alone. After a long time, she realized that her cheeks were a bit stiff. She had been smiling the whole time. The sky gradually darkened. Gunyinji looked at her watch. It was already 7 o'clock. Hijichu's meeting was reportedly pushed to 8:30 to accommodate one of his doctoral student schedules. Class 1's meeting started at 7:30. After dinner, Ma Chi-Chi would go straight to Class 1's classroom for the meeting. This meant that Gunyinji would have an hour to herself. She got up from the sofa and went to her room to continue organizing her books and clothes. Not long after, Hua Xiaoheng's phone suddenly rang. She hurriedly got up from behind the desk and ran to the bed to get her phone, but she tripped over the stool in the middle of the room. She rolled on the ground and almost rolled forward to the side of the bed. She grabbed her phone from the edge of the bed and hurriedly swiped it open. Hello, she panted. Is this Hua Xiao? Hua Xiaoheng held a cigarette in one hand as he sat on the balcony of the suite on the second floor of the official residence, lost in thought. There was a cup of tea on the small coffee table beside him, as well as an oval sky blue U porcelain saucer with 2 small tea pastries on it. Hua Xiaoheng didn't like this kind of sweet and sticky taste, but she wasn't by his side. Seeing what she liked to eat made him feel better. Taking another bite of the tea was as intoxicating as the taste of her in his mouth. Nianji, Hua Xiaoheng's voice came from the phone. It was low and magnetic, like a cello by the stream at night. Mixed with the steam, it was intoxicating. Gu Nianji panted and said, Hua Xiao, have you had dinner? Yes, have you eaten? Hua Xiaoheng rubbed his fingers around the sky blue U porcelain saucer and listened carefully to Gu Nianji's voice. He realized she was slightly panting. What's wrong? Did you just exercise? No, I was in a hurry just now and tripped. I'm sitting on the floor now to call you. Gu Nianji laughed and sat cross-legged on the corner of the bed. Hurry? What's the hurry? Hua Xiaoheng held a cigarette in his hand and shook the ash in the ashtray. If it's urgent, then I'm hanging up. No, Gu Nianji panicked. I tripped and fell because I was in a hurry to answer your call. If you hang up again, wouldn't I have tripped for nothing? So you're blaming me? Hua Xiaoheng's low chuckle came from the phone like a small hand playing with her earlobe. Gu Nianji covered her pounding chest with her hand and thought to herself, Hua Xiao, can you tease me a little more? Tease me a little more, or I'll eat you up. Of course it's your fault, Gu Nianji said angrily. If you call me more often, I wouldn't be so flustered when I hear your phone ring. The corners of Hua Xiaoheng's lips curled up imperceptibly. He deliberately teased her. Things are precious when they are rare, so you should call even less in the future. No way. Gu Nianji panicked and stood up abruptly. The bruise on her leg hit the corner of the bed again, and she finally couldn't help but groan. Hua Xiaoheng's smile quickly faded, and he also stood up. Nianji? What's wrong? Gu Nianji was in so much pain that she couldn't speak for a long time. She gripped the phone tightly and rubbed her leg as she slumped on the bed. After a long time, she finally said in a muffled voice, the bruise just now hit again. Hua Xiaoheng was speechless for a long time before reprimanding her quietly. Looks like your training will have to resume again. You're staggering in your own room. How long has it been since you last trained? How long has it been since you last ran? Gu Nianji cried internally. She wanted to hang up, but she couldn't bear to. Her expression was very conflicted. She simply clutched the bruise on her leg and whimpered. It hurts. My leg hurts so much. Sob, sob, sob. It's bruised and swollen. Hua Xiaoheng understood Gu Nianji's little trick very well. She was deliberately changing the topic and exaggerating the pain to make his heart ache. It really hurts? It really hurts. It hurts so much. Look, it's all swollen. Gu Nianji rolled up her trousers and revealed her fair calf. The bruise in the middle of her calf was very obvious. Gu Nianji turned on the camera on her phone and took a photo to send to Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiaoheng looked at the photo, his expression still calm. It's only a little bruise. It's nothing. Stop pretending. If you keep pretending, I'll bring you back. You'll have to run 10 kilometers across country every day and do physical training. The same intensity as the special forces. Hua Xiaoheng had to admit that he knew Gu Nianji too well. As soon as she heard this, she immediately pulled down her trousers and walked around the room. Kicking her legs, she said, Hua Xiao, it's fine. I'm fine, really. I just walked around the room a few times and nothing happened. Don't worry about me anymore. Just work hard and protect the country. There's nothing for you to worry about here. Hua Xiaoheng's smile gradually widened. Yeah, it doesn't hurt anymore. It doesn't hurt anymore. It doesn't hurt anymore. It's just a little bruise. I'll apply some ointment, and it'll be fine tomorrow. Gu Nianji patted her legs and pretended to be very proud. That's good. Hua Xiaoheng lay back on the rattan lounge chair and looked ahead quietly. The night was dark and cold. The night sky was dotted with stars, and the forest in the distance was bleak. Only a rough outline could be seen. He looked up at the night sky and finally said, Nianji, do you remember the name Gu Xiangwen? Gu as in caring, Xiang as in auspicious, and Wen as in writing. Gu Xiangwen? Who's that? Gu Nianji had no idea what Hua Xiaoheng was talking about. Does it have anything to do with me? Because her surname was also Gu, and Hua Xiaoheng specifically asked, Gun Yinji couldn't help but think in that direction. Is he my relative? Gun Yinji asked again. She thought hard and searched her memory repeatedly, but she couldn't find the name Gu Xiangwen. Hua Xiaoheng knew this name because Gun Yinji had said it while unconscious during the bone marrow transplant surgery for Song Jinning. When she woke up, she couldn't remember what she had said at all. Hua Xiaoheng was the only one present at the time and heard her mention the name. Because it was an important matter, he only told Zhao Yangzi and Yin Xixiao. He couldn't tell anyone else, so he didn't even have someone to discuss it with now. Hua Xiaoheng lay on the wicker chair with one arm across his forehead to cover his eyes. The other hand was still holding a cigarette. He hadn't smoked in a long time, so the cigarette ignited silently in the darkness and lit up little by little. Nianji, you really don't remember knowing someone called Gu Xiangwen? Hua Xiaoheng thought about it for a while and asked, "This is very important." Gu Nianji closed her eyes and entered a meditative state. Her mind was blank as she tried to search for the parts of her memory that she had lost. After a while, she opened her eyes and took the phone to see that it was still connected. She said, "Hello, Hua Xiaoheng, are you still there?" "Yeah." Hua Xiaoheng's voice sounded tired. "Do you remember?" Gu Nianji was now certain that it had something to do with her lost memory, but she really couldn't remember anyone with this name. She asked carefully, "Hua Xiaoheng, can you give me more clues so I can think about it?" How would she connect the dots if he only gave her a name? "More clues?" Hua Xiaoheng repeated Gu Nianji calmly. "Yes, there are more clues. For example, how old is he, where he's from, what he looks like, what he does for a living, etc." Gu Nianji rubbed her leg as she got up. Looking at her watch, it was already past 8. She had to get ready to go to Hejichu's for a meeting. Hua Xiaoheng didn't say anything. If he knew how old Gu Xiangwen was, where he was from, what he looked like, and what he did for a living, why would he ask Gu Nianji? Gu Nianji looked in the mirror and realized that she had just fallen and wrinkled her pants. It would be very rude to wear it out. She held her phone in one hand and took off her cashmere sweater and trousers with the other. She changed into a thick cashmere dress, put on thermal stockings, and put on a pair of boots. At the same time, she packed her wallet, keys, and small laptop into a backpack. When she was done, she realized that Hua Xiaoheng was still silent. She quickly asked Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiaoheng snapped out his days. "What's up? I have to go to a meeting." Gu Nianji looked at her watch. "There's still 10 minutes left. I have to run over." This was the first 3,000-word update. Today, I'll continue with the monthly and recommendation votes of the marriage seekers at the third update. The second update was at 2 in the afternoon to add 2 updates for the Heaven's Little Beggar promotion. The third update was at 7 in the evening. Mwah. Chapter 374. Okay, go do what you need to do. Hua Xiaoheng paused. "I'm hanging up now." He hung up without hesitation. Gu Nianji anxiously said hello a few times, but when she realized that Hua Xiaoheng had hung up without hesitation, she sighed speechlessly. For Hua Xiaoheng, relationships really weren't his forte. Gu Nianji smiled as she put her phone in her backpack and carried it downstairs. Hua Xiaoheng put his phone on the small coffee table beside him and closed his eyes as he lay on the wicker chair, lost in thought. It wasn't even the 15th of the first month yet, so the nights in the imperial capital were extremely cold. However, Hua Xiaoheng didn't feel cold at all. He lay on the wicker chair and closed his eyes to rest. The cold air calmed his mind and allowed him to think without any external disturbances. A lot of things circled around in his mind. They seemed random and unrelated, but he always vaguely felt that there was an invisible thread that connected seemingly unrelated people or things together. However, he couldn't figure out what this connection would lead to. But he didn't have much time left. If he still didn't have a clue, everything about Gu Nianji might no longer be under his control, and he might have no choice but to hand her over. His fingers unconsciously tapped on the wicker chair, and the tapping sound echoed rhythmically in the night air. Gu Nianji carried her backpack and hurried through the streets of B University. She recognized the location of Hejichu's professor's building, so she arrived in less than 10 minutes. She told the guard Hejichu's name, and the guard had her sign before saying, "Professor, he is waiting for you for a meeting." Gun Yinji was shocked and asked, "He's waiting for me alone?" "Yes, he just called to ask if you're here." Gun Yinji rushed into the elevator and thought to herself, didn't he postpone the meeting because of a PhD student? Why is everyone here before 8:30? What a scam. Gun Yinji muttered to herself as she took the elevator to the 28th floor. Hijichu's room was to the left of the elevator. When Gun Yinji came out of the elevator, she saw Hijichu on the phone in the hallway. He stood with his side facing the elevator. He was wearing a very casual light blue cashmere pullover, revealing the white collar of his shirt and dark brown trousers. The seams of his trousers were so straight that they looked like they had been cut with a paper knife. He had one hand in his trouser pocket and the other holding his phone. The expression on his face was very cold, and his thin lips were tightly pursed. He had a stern aura. Gun Yinji smiled sheepishly and greeted him softly. "Professor He." Hijichu saw Gun Yinji as soon as she came out of the elevator. He hung up the phone and turned to look at her. His shimmering peach blossom eyes were calm, and there was no longer the hostility they had when they last met. Gun Yinji calmed down a little and said, "Professor He, I'm not late, am I?" She raised her wrist and looked at her watch. "It's only 8:30. Hijichu glanced at her watch and froze for a full minute before saying, "Your watch looks very unique." Gun Yinji touched her wrist and discreetly pulled down the sleeves of her dress to cover her watch. "It's all right. It was a gift from someone. I only accepted it because it looked very elegant." A sharp look flashed across Hijichu's eyes. Before Gun Yinji looked up, Hijichu's eyes had already returned to their usual coldness. He turned to walk to his room. "Come in. We were waiting for you." Gun Yinji jogged to catch up to him. She was neither too close nor too far away from him. Her smile was bright and clear. Hijichu quietly turned his head away and opened the door to enter. As soon as the door opened, voices could be heard from inside. "Is Professor He here?" "I rushed over after the class meeting. I didn't think I would be the last one." The first voice was a woman's. Gun Yinji thought it sounded somewhat familiar. "Where's little sister? Didn't you say she was coming today?" The second voice was a forthright man's. His voice was a bit rough, but his voice was deep and not unpleasant. "You don't want little sister this and little sister that. Do you think you're Ling Hu Chong?" Gun Yinji recognized Brother Huang's voice immediately. She pursed her lips and smiled. Hijichu's cold expression happened to turn around. When he saw Gun Yinji smile, he couldn't help but smile as well. He quickly realized it was inappropriate and turned to walk straight into the room. He crossed his legs and sat down on the large single-seater sofa. There was a circle of sofas in the middle of the living room. Hijichu's large sofa was at the head. There were corner sofas on both sides and a rectangular coffee table in the middle. Two people sat on the sofas on either side of the coffee table. They must be Hijichu's doctoral students. On the left were two men. One was Brother Huang, whom Gun Yinji was familiar with. On the right was a man and a woman. The woman was the counselor Gun Yinji had met in the afternoon, Gue Suyao. Gun Yinji didn't bother to greet Brother Huang. She stared at Gue Suyao with a blank expression. Hijichu shifted on the large single-seater sofa and crossed his legs. He said to Gun Yinji, "What are you standing there for? Come and sit." But where was she going to sit? Gun Yinji didn't know whether to enter or leave the room. She awkwardly raised her hand in greeting. "Hi, hello." Brother Huang stood up and introduced Gun Yinji to the other three. "This is the little junior sister I told you about, Gun Yinji. She just turned 18 last November. She's smart and quick-witted. She's a true genius, and most importantly, she's beautiful. That's rare. Yes, yes. She could have made a living with her face, but she had to compete with her IQ. Little sister, I feel like I don't deserve to live after seeing a fairy sister like you," the man sitting next to Brother Huang said exaggeratedly. He was the first man Gun Yinji heard when she entered the room. It was a bit rough but not annoying. Before Gun Yinji could speak, Brother Huang punched the man. "Wipe your saliva off your face. Not every man with a Duan surname has the right to be Duan Zhengshan. I don't want to be Duan Zhengshan." Can't I be Duan you? The man leaped over and extended his hand to Gun Yinji. Hello, little sister. I'm Duan Chun. Not the flirtatious Duan Zheng Chun, but the mellow Chun. I'm honest and reliable. I'm a PhD student at the B University Faculty of Law. I'm a practicing lawyer at the JD Law Firm. The firm is considering promoting me to senior. I'm 28 this year. Little sister, do you have a boyfriend? The man spoke like beans from a bamboo tube. He didn't wait for the others to speak before spilling the beans. Gun Yinji couldn't help laughing. The awkwardness and restraint from earlier were all gone. She shook the man's hand. Hello, Brother Duan. Please take care of me in the future. No problem, no problem. Of course I'll take care of you. But little sister, you're really good at changing the subject. I clearly asked if you have a boyfriend. You should at least give me a definite answer. Brother Duan teased. Don't tell me I scared you. Get out of my way. Brother Huang kicked Brother Duan aside and led Gun Yinji to the seat directly across from Yijichu. Sit here. Ignore that Duan guy. He's used to spouting nonsense. Gun Yinji cocked her head and smiled. No, I know Brother Duan is joking. I won't take it seriously. They joked around for a while. The man sitting next to Gue Suyao also introduced himself. He said his last name was Wei. Gun Yinji greeted him. Brother Wei. She nodded at Gue Suyao, who had been studying her the whole time. I didn't think Miss Gue was also Professor He's student. Oh, Brother Huang froze. What's going on? Little Gue, you're Yinji's teacher? I'm not an official teacher. Gue Suyao explained with a smile. I'm a counselor for the post-grad class in the Faculty of Law. Yinji happens to be in that class. Oh, I see. Brother Huang nodded. That's good. Otherwise, how would the seniority be calculated? Ha ha. That's right. Yinji is both our professor, he's student, and his disciple. Ha ha. Brother Duan let out an even louder burst of laughter. Gun Yinji thought this person was very interesting. He didn't have the usual restraint and self-discipline of a lawyer. Instead, he was very unrestrained. Of course, this was all just a facade. He wasn't actually what he looked like on the inside. As they studied Gun Yinji also studied them. When they were done, Hijichu said to Gun Yinji, we're all classmates now. Don't be shy. If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask them if I'm not around. Gun Yinji nodded. Okay, Professor Hijichu then turned to his doctoral students. 2 of you are graduating this year. We already finished the topic for your graduation thesis last year. The first draft must be ready before February. He was referring to Brother Huang and Brother Duan. The 2 of them stopped laughing and nodded solemnly. Professor we're already working on it. We'll definitely have the first draft by the end of February. Hijichu then looked at Brother Wei. You're in the 2nd year. You should also start choosing the topic for your doctoral thesis. Don't wait until next year. Got it. The man nodded. Hijichu finally looked at Gue Suyao. You're in the 1st year. I'll have little Huang and little Duan give you a few cases. You can make a plan first. Gue Suyao asked enthusiastically, Professor do you have any good professional books that you can recommend to me? Little Huang has a book list that I gave him. They all look at that list to find books. Hijichu pursed his lips and propped his forehead with one hand. His tall and handsome figure exuded an indescribable charm under the lights. Gue Suyao looked away. She didn't dare look at Hijichu. It was the 2nd night watch, the first added update for the leader of the beggars in heaven. Let's remind our friends about the monthly and recommendation votes. 7 p.m. of the 3rd night watch. Moi. Oh, Immerse Rendezvous. Chapter 375. Gue Suyao turned to see that Gun Yinji was also looking at her and nodding with a smile. Embarrassed, she stood up and said to Gun Yinji, What do you want to drink? I'll get it for you. Thank you, Sister Gue, I want coffee. Gun Yinji also stood up. I'll help you. Hijichu frowned. Yinji, why are you drinking coffee so late at night? There's milk in the fridge. Heat it up in the microwave before drinking. The corners of Gun Yinji's mouth twitched as she muttered unhappily. I'm not a child anymore. I don't even have the right to drink coffee. Gue Xiao shot her a look and whispered, How dare you talk back to Professor How'd I talk back? Gu Nianji wanted to sew her mouth shut with a needle. From now on, in front of Yijichu, she had to behave like a tree or a vase, the kind that didn't know how to talk so she wouldn't get into trouble. Gu Xiao took her by the arm and led her to Yijichu's kitchen. She skillfully opened the fridge and took out a bottle of fresh milk, followed by Coke and tea bags. Gu Nianji took the fresh milk and heated it in the microwave for 2 minutes before taking it out. She poured it into a glass to drink and warm her hands. She watched as Gu Xiao skillfully took out an exquisite ceramic jar with bluish-purple glaze from the cupboard and poured a small plate of coffee into the automatic coffee machine. Not long after, the aroma of coffee wafted out of the kitchen. Gu Nianji enjoyed the aroma and took a sip of milk. She asked Gu Xiao, "Does Sister Gu make coffee every time?" "This is the second time." Gu Xiao was very busy in front of the counter. "Last time I came, it was senior brother Huang who taught me how to do it." Gu Nianji laughed. "Brother Huang knows how to make coffee like this? I remember he only liked instant coffee." Gu Xiao laughed heartily and placed 5 cups of coffee on a tray. "He made instant coffee last time, but Professor, he didn't even look at it and didn't drink it." Gu Nianji pouted and silently criticized Yijichu for being pretentious. Of course, she didn't dare say out loud. She followed Gu Xiao out of the kitchen and into the living room. Junior sister Gui's coffee skills are superb. Senior brother Duan kept praising her. "What a classy woman." That's true. Women who can cook are everywhere, but women who can make good coffee are too few. Senior brother Wei, who didn't speak much, also praised her. Gu Nianji held the milk with a slightly disgusted expression on her face. Senior brother Huang picked up the cup of coffee disapprovingly and said with a frown, "Is this freshly ground in a coffee shop? I don't think it's any different from instant coffee." Troublesome. As he spoke, he took a sip and pursed his lips. Then he stopped talking. How could freshly ground coffee taste the same as instant coffee? No one who has drunk it would say so. Senior Marshal Brother Huang quickly finished his cup and shamelessly said to Gu Xiao, "Junior Marshal Sister Gu, help me make another cup of coffee, and I'll give you 2 lists of books." Gu Xiao agreed with a smile. From the corner of her eye, she saw Yijichu take a sip of his coffee before putting it down. She couldn't tell if she was happy or disappointed. She turned to the kitchen to make more coffee. Gu Nianji sat down and propped her head on her hand as she looked at the cup of milk in front of her. "Do I have to make coffee every time from now on?" "It's not every time, right? It's only been twice." Senior Marshal Brother Huang muttered. Yijichu nodded. "Nianji has a point. We can't let little Gu make coffee every time. You guys arrange a schedule and send one person to do it each time. We don't have many meetings. If it's once a month, for people will be enough for 4 months." Gu Nianji pointed to herself. "What about me? Professor, he doesn't want me to make coffee. You don't drink coffee. What are you going to make?" Yijichu's expression darkened. "You're still young. Watch your seniors make coffee." It was like he was lecturing a child. Gu Nianji was speechless. Therefore, this was the disadvantage of skipping a grade. If you were much younger than others, others would not take you seriously. Even if you were smarter and more capable than them, one look at your age, and you would naturally be classified as a child. Gu Xiao made another cup of coffee for Senior Marshal Brother Huang and placed it on the coffee table. Yijichu had already finished discussing their thesis ideas with Senior Marshal Brother Huang and Senior Marshal Brother Duan. "You can go now." Yijichu nodded to them. "Just send it to my email when it's done." "Okay, Professor," The 2 stood up to leave. Senior Marshal Brother Duan walked a few steps before turning back to smile at Gu Nianji. "Little sister, I'm really not joking. Tell me the truth. Do you have a boyfriend? So what if I do? So what if I don't?" Gu Nianji smiled slyly. "This is the first time I've met you. It's not a good idea to talk about it." "You can't say that." Senior Marshal Brother Duan liked Gu Nianji more and more. "As long as you don't have a boyfriend, I have the right to pursue you openly, right? Whether you accept it or not is another matter. I won't force you." "All right, what's your phone number?" Gu Nianji smiled. Before she could refuse, Gu Xiao had already said, 136 x times x times x. That's her phone number. She winked at Senior Marshal Brother Duan. Senior Marshal Brother Duan, don't be like Ling Hu Chong. You're such a good little sister. Don't let someone else take advantage of you. Senior Marshal Brother Duan laughed heartily. He took out his phone and dialed a number. Gun Yinji's phone rang. She looked at the caller ID and showed it to Senior Marshal Brother Duan. This is your number? Yes. Senior Marshal Brother Duan was relieved. He turned to Gue Suyao. Sister Gue, my last name is Duan, not Linghu. You've seen Mr. Jin's demigods and semi-devils, right? What kind of person is Duan Zhengshan? He's a true winner in life. All the famous women and demigods and semi-devils are either his women or his daughters. Senior Marshal Brother Wei almost spat out his coffee. Senior Marshal Brother Huang grabbed Senior Marshal Brother Duan. Go, don't embarrass yourself here. After the two left, Senior Marshal Brother Duan became serious. He said to Senior Marshal Brother Huang, I really want to pursue Gun Yinji. What do you think? This is your first time meeting her. Did you really fall in love at first sight? Senior Marshal Brother Huang looked at him speechlessly. I never knew you were the impulsive type. No, I'm not impulsive. Gun Yinji fits my requirements for a wife. Senior Marshal Brother Duan counted on his fingers. Look, she's smart. She graduated from university at 18 and started her master's degree from one of the top universities in the country. Secondly, she's beautiful. She has a slim waist and long legs. Not only is she smart and beautiful, but her parents are both dead. She doesn't have a troublesome mother-in-law to deal with. You know my family situation. I don't need to think about benefits when I marry a wife. It was the third watch. Let me remind you about the monthly votes and recommendation votes. Mwah. Chapter 376. Hey, this is getting more and more ridiculous. Brother Huang couldn't take it anymore and pointed a finger at Brother Duan. Losing parents is a lifetime of pain for others, but you've turned it into a good thing. No troublesome mothers-in-law. What are you trying to do? Are you even human? Brother Duan shrunk his neck, realizing he'd gone too far. He quickly pulled Brother Huang to bow and beg. Brother Huang, I was just saying I didn't mean to laugh at you. I didn't treat you like an outsider, so please forgive me this time. I was just being sarcastic. I didn't mean to laugh at her. Oof. Luckily, I was the only one who heard. How sad would Ninji be if she heard? Even if you really liked her, she'd never talk to you for the rest of her life if you said that. You still want to marry her? No way. Brother Huang was very close to her and couldn't bear to see people talking about her like that. Brother Duan was extremely embarrassed and smiled apologetically. Fine. I was just joking. Now that you've said that, I definitely won't go after her. He sighed. I brought this upon myself. Of all things, I had to call her little sister. This is a sign. Little sister has never belonged to me. Brother Huang didn't know whether to laugh or cry at Brother Duan's teasing. If he hadn't known Duan Chun for so many years, he would have really fallen out with him. Fine, I know you like to talk nonsense. Brother Huang patted his back. How many times have I told you? You're a lawyer. How can you say things like that? Restrain yourself. Duan Chun had always admired Senior Brother Huang's character, and this time, he was even more convinced by his teachings. Brother Huang, I understand, I won't do it again. He cupped his hands at Brother Huang. It was my fault today. I'll treat everyone to a meal at Jilo Fengyue. What do you think? Brother Huang rubbed his chin and chuckled. Jilo Fengyue? The restaurant at Sion Square, right? I heard it's the most expensive place in town. I don't know if it's the most expensive, but it's the most classy. Senior Brother Duan was thick-skinned. After a while, he quickly recovered. It's best to treat Professor, he, and my juniors to a meal. The most stylish. Senior Brother Huang looked at him suspiciously. Is it the Jilo Fengyue that I know of? Haha, there's only one Jiulu Fengyue in Sion Square. It must be her. When Senior Brother Duan heard the elevator, he walked in with Senior Brother Huang. He smiled and said, Actually, it's just a restaurant for acting cool. Forget it. It's fine as long as the food is delicious. You're the only one with so many tricks up your sleeves. Senior Brother Huang scolded with a smile and didn't mention the matter again. Not long after Brother Huang and Brother Duan left, the door to He Jichu's suite opened again. Brother Wei and Gue Suyao also walked out. Xiao Gue, what's your mailbox? I'll send you the book list when I get back. Senior Marshal Brother Wei pressed the down button. Gue Suyao's mind was still on He Jichu. She snapped out of her daze and asked, Brother Wei, do you usually have a lot of classes with Professor He? We don't really have classes. He's the one who assigns the homework. We just finish it and hand it in. As they spoke, the elevator arrived. Brother Wei walked in first and reached out to block the elevator door. He waited for Gue Siyao to come in and said, You're new here this year. You can ask me if you have any questions. Gue Siyao was slightly disappointed, but she still replied with an "oh" and asked in a roundabout way, Did Professor He ever mention if I wanted to study at Harvard Law School? Would he agree? I really don't know about that. You'll have to ask Professor He yourself. Brother Wei was a little surprised. Xiao Gue, you want to go to Harvard? Who wouldn't? Gue Xiao smoothed her hair and smiled politely. Of course. Now that I've met Professor He, why would I go to Harvard? Of course. Even if you go to Harvard, you'll still be Professor He's student. Brother Wei nodded. And you'll also have to leave your hometown. It's really not worth it. Gue Xiao only smiled and didn't say anything else. The two of them sat in the elevator in silence for a while until the elevator dinged to the first floor. When they stepped out of the elevator, Gue Suyao casually asked, Senior Wei, do you know why Professor He suddenly wants to recruit master students? I heard in the faculty that Professor He's mentored PhD students were invited over and over again by the university, and that he would only be mentoring 5 PhD students. In the end, he only recruited 3 PhD students. I only transferred this year, and Gu Nianji could be considered the first student professor he personally recruited. Whether it was Brother Huang, Brother Duan, or Brother Wei, all of them actually had mentors before. They were only transferred to He Jichu after He Jichu agreed to teach at B University's Faculty of Law. Of course, it wasn't easy to transfer. They had to go through a difficult selection test before the 3 were finally selected. Brother Wei shook his head. I'm not sure about that. But he glanced at Gue Xiao. You didn't take the test and directly transferred from another professor to Professor He. You're quite capable. Gue Xiao had no intention of hiding it for Brother Wei. She said honestly, my relatives helped me. My uncle's family knows a lot of people and is well connected. Professor He is doing my uncle a favor. Your uncle? Brother Wei looked at her in surprise. That's not bad. To be able to find someone to have a direct relationship with Professor He, this person must have a lot of power. Gue Suyao smiled. My uncle's surname is Do. Do. Brother Wei frowned and thought for a while. The first person he thought of was Prime Minister Do. But if Gue Suyao's uncle was Prime Minister Do, then he really wasn't an ordinary person. Did she have to be an insignificant university counselor? It's not the Do I think it is it? Brother Wei asked tentatively. Then I must have been blind. Brother Wei, you're exaggerating. My uncle was originally an ordinary person. He only became the prime minister because he was good at his studies. Gue Xiao said casually, we didn't have much contact after he became the prime minister, but I asked him for help for the first time in order to become Professor He's student. That's why I never told anyone. It really is Prime Minister Do. Brother Wei gasped. Little Gue, it's rare for you to be so approachable. You flatter me, Brother Wei. Gue Xiao couldn't help turning around to look at the 28th floor as she spoke. That was He Jichu's room. The lights were still on. The furnishings were simple and understated, but Gue Xiao was a knowledgeable person. She knew that the simpler the furniture, the more expensive it was. Professor He's wealth was indeed extraordinary. Meanwhile, in He Jichu's room, Gu Nianji had already stood up. She shouldered her backpack and was about to leave. He Jichu waved at her. Nianji, sit for a while and tell me about your plans. My plans? Gu Nianji frowned. I told Professor He before, but Professor He didn't want to talk about it, so I didn't. He Jichu propped his head on his hand and leaned against the sofa. He wasn't looking at Gu Nianji, but somewhere else. After a while, He Jichu finally said, Is it about you wanting to graduate early? Yeah. Gu Nianji nodded. I really wanted to know about it, but Professor, he didn't want to talk about it, so I didn't ask. It's not that I don't want to talk about it. Hijichu looked at her. Sit down and talk. Gun Yinji saw Hijichu's tone soften. She finally sat down and said very sincerely, Professor, I'm really thinking about it. If there's even the slightest possibility, can you tell me? Hijichu looked at her steadily. His gaze was calm, and his shimmering almond-shaped eyes were even more charming under the light. However, his expression was extremely cold. Can you tell me why you want to graduate early? Hijichu finally asked. He hadn't stopped thinking about it ever since he heard Gun Yinji mention it on the phone. Gun Yinji was shocked by the question. Why? Why else? As long as I can graduate early, of course I want to, but you're only 18. Even if you study for 3 years, you'll only be 21 when you graduate. What exactly do you want to do with it? Hijichu looked her up and down. He looked away and walked to the kitchen. Gun Yinji stood up as well. Professor, I'll go make coffee. Hijichu didn't turn around. Gun Yinji thought about it and followed him in. She kept trying to persuade him. Professor, I really want to graduate early. Please do me a favor and tell me what I should do so that I can graduate early. Hijichu took the coffee beans and poured them into the coffee machine to grind. He asked her, Okay, tell me why I want to graduate early. Don't tell me everyone wants it. I don't want to know what other people think. I only want to know what you think. Gun Yinji wrung her hands in front of her. She was a bit embarrassed for a while. She whispered, I want to graduate early and work. Oh, Hijichu had never expected that answer. His hands were almost trembling. It took him a lot of effort to calm down. Then he opened the coffee machine program and began to make coffee. Both hands on the counter, Hijichu didn't turn around. He asked dryly, You really want to work? That's easy. You can work in my office while you're still in school. I won't pay you any less than anyone else. Thank you, Professor He. Gun Yinji's heart relaxed. She smiled. But working as a student is different from working formally. I want to work formally, full-time, as soon as possible. Hijichu's thin lips pursed. He turned to glance at her. His shimmering, sultry eyes sparkled. He smiled slightly. Then why do you want to work early? Gun Yinji didn't expect Hijichu to be so sharp. His questions went straight to the depths of her heart. She had never mentioned these thoughts to Huashaoheng. Because I want to make money early. Gun Yinji answered honestly. You want to make money? Hijichu's expression immediately darkened. All you think about is money. Are you sure on money? Yes, Gun Yinji whispered. I don't have parents or family, so I have to rely on myself. I don't want to rely on others for the rest of my life. So that was it. Hijichu's heart tightened. He used all his strength to control himself. He slowly turned around and looked at her silently. He sighed deeply. What about your parents and family? This was the first 3,000-word update. Today, I'll continue counting the monthly and recommendation votes of the marriage proposal fans. The second update was around 2:00 p.m. It was the second update for the Heaven's Beggar, who was promoted to the leader of the alliance. 7:00 p.m. of the third update. P.S. Thank you to Huaishuan, my relative, for tipping the Heshabi yesterday. Moi. Oh, intersection. Oh. Chapter 377. My parents and family? Gun Yinji shook her head helplessly and smiled wryly. Didn't you see my information? I'm an orphan whose parents passed away. Your parents are really gone? Hijichu took a step forward to get closer to Gun Yinji. Then where are your parents buried? Have you paid your respects to them? Gun Yinji looked at Hijichu in shock, and the resistance she had against him disappeared. Other than Huashaoheng, Hijichu was the first person to care about her parents' real situation. He even mentioned paying his respects to her parents. This was a form of respect. As a child, it was difficult for her to resent him for having such a respectful attitude towards her parents. Gun Yinji looked at Hijichu and thought about lying or remaining silent for a long time. In the end, she shook her head and said honestly, No, I don't know where my parents are buried. Didn't your parents pass away? How can you not know where they are buried? Hijichu's voice was close to a sneer, but Gun Yinji was no longer disgusted. She thought about it silently for a while and said with difficulty, "Actually, I'm just guessing that they're probably gone." "Why do you say probably?" "Because I don't remember the past." Gunyinji gripped the straps of her backpack tightly, feeling very uneasy. "I don't know if my parents are gone or if they're still alive somewhere. But if they're still alive, why didn't they come looking for me?" Her expression was somewhat stubborn as she finally said the words she had hidden in her heart for a long time. Deep in her heart, she still believed that her parents were no longer around. Even with Hua Xiaoheng's ability and power, he still couldn't find any trace of her parents after searching for 6 years. Even if her parents wanted to abandon her, it was impossible for them to hide so well under Hua Xiaoheng's search. Therefore, Gunyinji truly believed that they were probably no longer in this world. Sometimes, she couldn't figure out which had hurt her the most. Was it that her parents were gone? Or were they still alive, but they were unwilling to find her or even acknowledge her? However, Hua Xiaoheng had always believed that her parents were still alive and had been working hard to find them. He had never given up. "You really don't remember the past." He Jichu took another step forward, his voice trembling uncontrollably. "Then how old do you remember what happened?" Gunyinji raised her hand to rub her temples and murmured, "I was 12. I really don't remember anything before I was 12. "What about after 12? Hijichu was already standing in front of her and looking down at her. Gunyinji's hair was thick and dark. She thought it was troublesome, so she often tied her hair into a ponytail when she went out. Hijichu almost reached out to touch her ponytail, but he retracted his hand halfway and said as calmly as he could, "Then why don't you remember anything before you were 12? A person's memory cells should be fully developed after the age of 6 and can store long-term memories. Why can't you remember anything before the age of 12? "Well," Gunyinji hesitated. "Professor He, can you promise me that you won't tell anyone?" Hijichu's bleak heart was warmed by these words. He replied gently, "I won't tell anyone. As long as you tell me, I won't share it with anyone." Gunyinji laughed self-deprecatingly. "Thank you, Professor He. Actually, my file has already been circulated among the faculty and students, so the death of my parents isn't really a secret. I thought Professor He had also read my file and wouldn't have these problems." "What file?" Hijichu was slightly taken aback. "Was it the form you filled out when you applied for graduate school?" "No." Gunyinji remembered that Hijichu was from the United States, so he probably didn't know about the Huaxiao Empire student file. She patiently explained it to him. Hijichu understood and frowned. "That's a private matter. Can anyone see it?" "Of course not. But forget it, it's not a big deal. My file doesn't have anything to hide, so it's fine if he saw it." Gunyinji didn't want to talk about it anymore. He had already seen it anyway, so there was no point in getting angry. Could she fire the teacher who was in charge of the file? Or could she sentence the teacher who spread the file? Gunyinji knew that she had no choice but to swallow the loss. This was completely different from Yao Yinxiao's incident. Hijichu saw that Gunyinji didn't want to pursue the matter, so he didn't say anything more. He continued to ask Gunyinji about her memory loss. Gunyinji was playing right into his trap. She quickly changed the topic and continued. "It's like this. I was in a serious car accident when I was 12 years old. I was later rescued, but when I woke up, I didn't remember anything. I don't remember anything at all." Hijichu looked at her deeply. He tried his best to control his expression and didn't change. He asked again, "You don't remember anything? What kind of car accident could cause you to lose 6 years of memory?" "It was a very big car accident." Gunyinji even used her hands to illustrate it. Even a nervous Hijichu was amused by her. "How can a car accident be compared like that?" "That's right." Gunyinji also relaxed. "There was a huge explosion at the time. I still remember the flames that blotted out the sky. Sometimes I still dream about it at night and wake up in shock. I find myself in bed and not in the car. I feel especially blessed." Hijichu's eyes revealed an indescribable pity and love, but he didn't show it. Instead, he folded his hands behind his back and took a step back to a distance that Gunyinji felt was safe. The safe distance between people was 2 meters. If a stranger came within 2 meters of you, it would make you feel insecure. He Ji-chu and Gun Yinji weren't strangers, but because they had argued before, Gun Yinji was very guarded against him. Therefore, He Ji-chu could only put himself in the category of strangers. He looked at Gun Yinji silently. He didn't know how they could go back to the way they used to be. Perhaps they couldn't go back to the way they used to be because she had already grown up. Gun Yinji was an adult and beautiful young girl. She was no longer the little girl who followed him around every day. Then have you ever thought about seeing a psychiatrist to regain your past memories? Although they couldn't go back, He Ji-chu still didn't want to give up. He was a part of her past life. He didn't want her to completely forget about him. Gun Yinji spread her hands and smiled mischievously. I've seen it many times. I started seeing a psychiatrist after I woke up from the car accident. After 2 or 3 years, the psychiatrist didn't want to see me anymore. He Ji-chu also smiled. Which psychiatrist did you see? Could it be that his medical skills are too bad? I know a very famous psychiatrist in the United States. If there's a chance, I'll invite him here and have a chat with you. Would you be willing? Gun Yinji remembered Chun Lai's face and couldn't help laughing. I'm fine with it, but I don't think it'll work. Why do you say that? Because I've already seen the best psychiatrist. Gun Yinji also took a step back. Okay, Professor He. If there's nothing else, I'll be going now. You don't want to talk about early graduation anymore. He Ji-chu raised a brow. My coffee was just made. Gun Yinji hesitated for a moment. At that moment, her phone rang. It was Hua Xiaoheng's ringtone. Gun Yinji quickly took out her phone and was about to answer it when she looked at He Ji-chu hesitantly. He Ji-chu turned around unhappily to pour coffee from the coffee machine. My rule for meetings is to set everyone's phones to vibrate. Gun Yinji secretly stuck out her tongue. She gripped her phone and said to He Ji-chu, Professor He, it's getting late. I'll be going now. I won't disturb your rest. As for early graduation, we can talk about it later. After all, there's plenty of time. He Ji-chu was very pleased to hear this. He grunted, and when he turned around, he realized that Gun Yinji had already slipped away. Ran like a rabbit, He Ji-chu curled the corners of his lips. He brought his coffee out of the kitchen and stood on the windowsill to look down. A few minutes later, Gun Yinji came out of the building. She was holding her phone and talking to someone. He couldn't see her expression from upstairs, but he could tell that she was very focused on talking on the phone. There were a few times when she almost bumped into someone. There was no need to ask. It had to be that person. He Ji-chu didn't want to look anymore. He turned away from the windowsill and returned to his room. Gun Yinji came out of the elevator and jogged to talk to Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiaoheng knew that Gun Yinji had a class meeting that night, so he waited more than 2 hours before calling her. He didn't expect her to not pick up immediately. This had never happened before. He waited for a while before the call connected. Gun Yinji's sweet voice came through the earpiece. Hua Xiao, yes, what are you doing? You haven't picked up in so long. I'm sorry, Hua Xiao. I was in a meeting with Professor He just now. I couldn't pick up. With He Ji-chu? Hua Xiaoheng pursed his lips. A dart flew out of his hand and embedded itself in the center of the dartboard on the wall. It was the second night watch. It was the second extra night watch for the leader of the beggars in heaven. He wanted to remind them about their monthly votes and recommendation votes. It was 7 o'clock in the evening. Moi. Chapter 378. Yeah, I told you it was Professor. Gun Yinji laughed. Her footsteps were practically skipping as she walked along the campus road. It was almost 9:30, and there weren't many people on the road. It was everyone's first day of school, so there weren't any classes yet. The weather was cold, so almost no one came out of their dorms. Gun Yinji walked quickly on her own. As she spoke to Hua Xiaoheng on the phone, she said, I didn't have a class meeting with my classmates. I had a meeting with Professor He's students. You had a meeting with He Ji-chu's doctoral students? Hua Xiaoheng threw another dart out. This dart stuck in almost the same spot as the previous one, making the center of the dartboard bigger. Yeah, I'm Professor He's only master student. Gun Yinji explained to him. Even my classes, grants, and internships are handled by him. The faculty only keeps my student status and records. Professor He is the one who makes all my transcripts. Hua Xiaoheng didn't say anything else. He just listened to Gun Yinji. She talked like this all the way back to her dorm. Xiao, I have to hang up. I'm about to enter the elevator. The signal is bad inside. Okay, that's it for today. Xiaoheng only wanted to make sure Gun Yinji had returned to her dorm. He didn't have much desire to chat. Go back and rest. Classes start tomorrow. Are you ready? Gun Yinji still hadn't looked at her schedule, but she said to Xiaoheng, it's about time. I'll go back and look at the schedule. Okay, good night. Xiaoheng said good night to her and hung up. Gun Yinji looked at her phone speechlessly. Once again, Xiaoheng hung up before she did. Xiaoheng didn't go home when he called Gun Yinji. Instead, he stayed in his office. Zhao Yangzi was running the program. He wrote day and night to gradually narrow down the scope of inspection. He didn't sleep or rest for several days and finally couldn't take it anymore. He covered himself with a blanket and fell asleep on the large sofa in the corner. Xiaoheng helped him look at the computer program. No one knew that Xiaoheng was also a computer expert. He had convinced Zhao Yangzi to work for the Special Operations Forces back then, which was enough to show that Xiaoheng had something that convinced him. He wasn't someone who didn't know anything about computers. He sat at the computer desk and stared at the results on the screen, as well as the big red crosses next to them. He was lost in thought. After a while, the office door was pushed open, and Bai Yueran walked in. Xiao, are you really still here? She looked at Xiaoheng in surprise, and then smiled. You're probably the only general who has been promoted to this rank and still works overtime to get paid. Xiaoheng silently clicked the mouse, and the program that had just been running on the computer was immediately hidden with one click. Yin Shixiang stood up from behind his desk and said to Bai Yueran, Director Bai, what brings you here today? As he spoke, he walked out. What would you like a drink, Director Bai? Coffee or tea? Bai Yueran waved her hand and smiled. I have a few things to say to Xiao. I'll be leaving once I'm done. I'm not working overtime. Yin Shixiang clicked his tongue and shook his head. What happened to sharing fortune and misfortune? Director Bai isn't a good friend at all. You're joking. Bai Yueran laughed and walked over to Xiaoheng's computer desk to take a look. This is little Zay's desk? Where is he? Xiaoheng spun around on his computer chair and turned to look at the sofa in the corner. He's sleeping over there. It's been a few nights, and he can't take it anymore. It's not good for you guys to work overtime every day. You're practically eating and living in the office. You guys don't have families now, and no one will say anything even if you work overtime every day. But when you get married, you'll know what it means to have no choice. Bai Yueran smiled as she sat down on the stool in front of the desk. Xiaoheng clasped his hands together in front of him and leaned back on the computer chair. Director Bai, is there something you need? Yes, there are two things. Bai Yueran placed a document on the desk in front of Xiaoheng. The first thing is that Zhang Feng filed an appeal in prison. I've compiled a document to send to the military court. Take a look and see if it's there. Xiaoheng stared fixedly at her and grunted noncommittally. The second thing is the issue of the Institute of High Energy Physics restarting the experiment. Bai Yueran took out a report. This time, all these departments have requested to participate. What do you think we should do? No. Xiaoheng immediately rejected Bai Yueran's second request. The experiment at the Institute of High Energy Physics is strictly confidential. No more people can participate. We can't satisfy these departments' requests. Xiao, in politics, they won't back down just because we can't satisfy their requests. Bai Yueran sighed. Our country is a society that values relationships. You can't be so heartless. Xiaoheng walked out from behind the desk and rubbed his forehead. Let me think about it. He picked up the darts and threw them again. Bai Yueran sat for a while and saw Zhao Yangzi sleeping soundly on the sofa in the corner, but the military blanket on him had fallen off. She quickly walked over and picked it up from the ground to cover him gently. Zhao Yangzi was still groggy from sleep and opened his eyes to see Bai Yueran's beautiful face. He was instantly wide awake. Director, Bai, why are you here? He struggled to sit up. His head was a little dizzy. Bai Yueran comforted him. Sleep a little longer. I'll leave after talking to Xiao. Oh. Zhao Yangzi's voice carried a subtle hint of disappointment. He lifted the blanket. I should get up too. I slept all night. It's only been 2 hours. What do you mean by all night? In Shixiang gave Zhao Liangzi a look. Go back and sleep tonight. Hua Xiao and I will stay here and watch. Zhao Liangzi picked up his jacket from the other side of the sofa and put it on. He looked at Bai Yueran inquiringly. Bai Yueran thought about it and said, Then let's go together. Okay. Zhao Liangzi's heart suddenly relaxed. He put on his jacket again before leaving the office with Bai Yueran. The night sky outside was beautiful. The moon was bright and the stars were sparse. The two chatted as they walked. Zhao Liangzi asked tentatively, It's Valentine's Day in a few days. How does Director Bai plan to celebrate it? Bai Yueran laughed. I don't have a lover. Why would I celebrate Valentine's Day? No way. Director Bai doesn't have a boyfriend? Zhao Liangzi couldn't hide the excitement in his voice. That's hard to believe. It's the truth. Actually, other people don't like me. Bai Yueran said seriously, but her eyes darted around mischievously. Zhao Liangzi's heart was thumping wildly, but he remained calm on the outside. He smiled and said, Director Bai is too humble. Being overly humble is equivalent to being arrogant. Director Bai's standards must be too high, and you don't like those ordinary people? Little Zay, you're so funny. I really don't have high standards. Actually, I'm too busy. I had a boyfriend before, but I only saw him a few times a year. Eventually, he couldn't take it anymore and broke up. Bai Yueran sighed. I don't care anymore. Zhao Liangzi glanced at her. Director Bai is such a good person. I'm sure you'll find a good partner. Thank you for your kind words. Bai Yueran nodded with a smile. I have to go back. Good night. Zhao Liangzi watched her disappear into the distance. He planned to try asking Bai Yueran out for dinner on Valentine's Day. After a few days, Zhao Liangzi's program was almost finished. He had narrowed down the targets from a few hundred to a few dozen and could officially report it to the Supreme Military Council. Hua Xiaoheng immediately brought the list to the Supreme Military Council and requested authorization from them and the Senate to allow the Special Operations Forces to operate within the country. General Ji looked at the list and smiled with satisfaction. Xiaoheng, you really didn't disappoint me. It's been 6 years, and this matter can finally be resolved. We never gave up. Hua Xiaoheng also breathed a sigh of relief. This matter had come to an end. All that was left was to wait for authorization to bring these people to the imperial capital. He was about to ask for a vacation when he heard General Ji say, Oh, right, the girl from the Su family happened to be at my house for dinner today and bumped into you. After dinner, you can take her home. It was the third watch. Let me remind you about your monthly votes and recommendation votes. Moi. Oh, and or no. Chapter 379. You have a guess? Hua Xiaoheng stood up calmly. Then I'd better go back. Go back for what? General Ji didn't allow him to refuse. Since you're here, let's have a meal together. Since when have you not eaten at my house? Hua Xiaoheng smiled and bent down to pick up his briefcase from the sofa. You didn't have any guests in the past, so I didn't mind getting a free meal. Now that you have a guest, it doesn't seem right for me to get a free meal. What's wrong with that? She's not really a guest. You met her last time. General Ji glared at him. Deputy Chief of Staff Su's daughter, Su Piaohong. You don't remember her? Hua Xiaoheng pretended to be deep in thought and shook his head. I really don't remember. Have I seen her before? Don't play dumb. General Ji was slightly disappointed to see Hua Xiaoheng like this. You were forced to stop your car by her not long ago. You really don't remember? Oh, so it's that intern who doesn't know much about traffic rules. Hua Xiaoheng clenched his fist and coughed. I remember her, but I don't remember her name. General Ji said angrily. How could you forget her name? Is she that inconspicuous? Why should I remember her name? Hua Xiaoheng said calmly. I have 100 things to do every day. I can't afford to be distracted. General Ji, why don't you tell me what this Officer Su did to deserve me remembering her name? General Ji looked at Hua Xiaoheng with his mouth agape. He didn't know what to say. He could only mutter to himself as he walked to the dining room. It's just remembering a name. Did she really have to do something earth-shattering? Hua Xiaoheng calmly walked behind General Ji and followed him into the Ji residence's dining room. Actually, General Ji had asked him to stay even if there was no reason. Hua Xiaoheng wasn't an inflexible person. He just had to show his attitude. General Ji understood that. When they entered the dining room, Su Piaohong was already at the dining table with General Ji's wife. Xiaoheng, you're here. Come and sit. General Ji's wife greeted Hua Xiaoheng warmly and invited him to sit next to Su Piaohong. Su Piaohong was a little uneasy, but she still said graciously, "Hello, Major General Hua. I didn't expect to see you again. We're all acquaintances. Why are you being so polite?" General Ji chuckled as he sat down next to his wife. "Piaohong, it's getting late. Let Hua Xiao send you back after dinner." Su Piaohong blushed immediately. She sneaked a peek at Hua Xiaoheng and happened to see his breathtakingly handsome profile. Under the light, the corners of his lips curled up, and his expression was so calm that it made people's hair stand on end. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Su Piaohong sneaking glances at him. He glanced over and nodded politely. "Miss Su, did you drive here?" Su Piaohong was captivated by his beauty and nodded blankly. "Yes, I drove here." General Ji wanted to cover his face. This last was too honest. Hua Xiaoheng had tricked her into coming out. As expected, Hua Xiaoheng smiled and said, "Since Miss Su drove here, I'll have the orderlies follow your car and send you back." Only then did Su Piaohong realize what she had said. She was filled with regret. If she had known earlier, she wouldn't have said she drove here. She could have left her car with General Ji and asked her father to find someone to drive it back tomorrow. General Ji had no choice but to find an excuse for himself. He smiled. "So Piaohong drove here? Forget it then. Xiaoheng doesn't need to send you back. I thought you came in your father's car." "My father's car is a military car. My mother and I never take my father's official car," Su Piaohong said politely to show that she wouldn't take advantage of the military. "Haha, how rare." General Ji laughed heartily and put some food in Su Piaohong's bowl. Deputy Chief of Staff Su, with a family like this, should be a role model for the military. Hua Xiaoheng smiled and nodded as if in agreement. However, he didn't say anything and picked up his bowl to eat. Su Piaohong carefully observed Hua Xiaoheng's behavior. She saw that he ate very properly and slowly. His manners were impeccable. Her father always made loud noises when eating at home. He even told her that all the people in the military were like that. That's what a man should be like. But Hua Xiaoheng was different from the soldiers on her father's side. So it wasn't just eating rough that people could be called men. Su Piaohong couldn't help but ladle a bowl of soup for Hua Xiaoheng. She placed it on his right hand and smiled. "Major General Hua, this is Codonopsis and wolfberry lamb soup. It's very nourishing. My mother said that we should have nourishment in the winter." Hua Xiaoheng paused. Seeing that General Ji and his wife were smiling at him, he couldn't refuse and could only take it. "Thank you, Miss Su." The soup was very small, so Hua Xiaoheng didn't mind. He finished it in 2 gulps and put it aside. He didn't expect Su Piaohong to see him finish it so quickly. She thought that he liked it and quickly filled another bowl for him. Hua Xiaoheng quickly said, "You're welcome, Miss Su. I've had enough. This is the last bowl. Major General Hua, please eat." Su Piaohong pushed the soup to Hua Xiaoheng. "General Ji's house has good things. I even said that I wanted to learn cooking from Mrs. Ji." "Major General Hua, what do you like to eat?" Hua Xiaoheng replied calmly. "I like to eat everything." Saying that he liked to eat everything was equivalent to saying that he wouldn't tell her what he liked to eat. Su Piaohong choked and understood what Hua Xiaoheng was implying. She didn't ask further. However, she couldn't taste the food. She picked up her chopsticks and took a few bites. Seeing that Hua Xiaoheng had finished his meal and was drinking tea, she stopped eating. Hua Xiaoheng blew on the cigarette and asked her calmly, "Miss Su, you're not eating anymore?" "No, I'm full." Su Piaohong patted herself exaggeratedly. "Annie's food is really delicious." Hua Xiaoheng looked at the remaining food in Su Piaohong's bowl and smiled. He didn't say anything else. He finished his tea and got up to leave. General G couldn't urge him to send Su Piaohong off anymore. He could only give her a look. Su Piaohong mustered her courage and chased after him. Major General Hua, are you going to the parking lot? Hua Xiaohong shook his head. My car is at the entrance. Oh. Su Piaohong was a little disappointed. My car is in the parking lot. This is the residence of the members of the Supreme Military Council. It's very safe, Hua Xiaohong said politely. But if Miss Su still doesn't dare to go, I can get my orderly to take you there. No need. No need. I didn't mean it that way. I know it's very safe here. Su Piaohong quickly waved her hand. Then Major General Hua, you can go first. I just remembered that I left my things at General G's house. All right, I'll go first. Hua Xiaohong nodded at her and got into his car. Fan Jian started the car in the driver's seat and quickly drove out of the residential area of the Supreme Military Council. Hua Xiaohong sat in the car and rubbed his forehead. He closed his eyes to rest. After a while, he felt a little hot. He wasn't sure if it was because he drank too much mutton soup. Looking up at the road outside, he seemed to be passing by the entrance of B University. He said to Fan Jian, drive to B University. I'll go see Yinji. This was the first watch, a reminder for the monthly votes and recommendation votes. The second watch was around 2 in the afternoon. There was no third watch today. Mwax. Chapter 380. Fan Jian looked at the car's onboard pathfinding system and found the nearest road to take. He drove quickly and steadily and arrived at the south gate of B University in no time. After showing his pass, Hua Xiaohong's car drove directly into the campus. It was already dark, but there were more people on campus. After entering the campus, they slowed down and drove towards Gun Yinji's graduate student dormitory. Hua Xiaohong called Gun Yinji in the car. Gun Yinji had just returned from studying at the library and was about to shower and put on a face mask. When she heard Hua Xiaohong's personal ringtone, she was instantly excited. Hua Xiao. She swiped open the phone and asked in surprise, why are you calling me so late at night? Hua Xiaohong sat in the car and looked out the window. I'm already on campus. I'll be at your dormitory soon. Really? Gun Yinji was ecstatic. I'll be right down. Would you want to come up? Hua Xiaohong propped his head on his hand and said calmly, I'll park the car downstairs. You can come down. It was already past 9 p.m., so it wasn't convenient for Hua Xiaohong to go to the female dormitory so late at night. Gun Yinji was also worried about this problem, so she immediately said, Okay, I'll be right down. She looked in the mirror and saw that she had just washed her face. Thankfully, she hadn't put on a face mask and was still wearing a simple cashmere cardigan with a knee-length skirt. Because she was going out, she changed into her knee-high boots and put on a navy blue military-style double-breasted wool coat. She put her phone and keys in the coat pocket before opening the door and running out. Ma Chi-Chi had just come in and saw Gun Yinji running out from the living room. She called out to her, It's so late. Where are you going? I'm going out to buy something. Gun Yinji didn't even look back as she opened the door and headed towards the elevator. As soon as Ma Chi-Chi heard that she wanted to buy something, she quickly said, Help me buy some supper. It'd be best if it's the pancakes from the little store around the corner from campus. Remember to add 2 eggs too. Got it. Gun Yinji turned around and waved. She smiled. You only know how to eat. Be careful you don't gain 1. 5 kilos overnight. You're the one who gained 1. 5 kilos. Ma Chi-Chi stood at the dormitory door angrily with her arms akimbo. You can't be envious. Gun Yinji snickered and walked into the elevator. She made a face at Ma Chi-Chi, who was glaring at her, and pressed the down button. The elevator door slowly closed. Her heart had already flown downstairs. Hua Xiaohong's car was parked in the shadows at the corner of Gun Yinji's dorm. Fan Jian turned around and smiled at Hua Xiaohong. Hua Xiao, I'm going down for a smoke. Hua Xiaohong glanced at him. Go. He looked down at the tablet he was using to record, but he couldn't concentrate. With nowhere to vent the heat in his heart, he rolled down the window and let the cold air in. Only then did he feel more comfortable. Gun Yinji went downstairs and looked around. She didn't see a car, but she did see Fan Jian smoking under a big tree in front of the building. She walked over with a smile and patted Fan Jian's shoulder. "Brother Fan, where's Hua Xiao?" Fan Jian turned around and saw her. He pointed to the shadow on the other side of the building. "Over there." "Thank you, Brother Fan." Gu Nianji followed the direction Fan Jian had pointed and found Hua Xiaoheng's car. It was hidden in the shadows like a beast, full of predation. Gu Nianji was even more excited. She quickly ran over. The night wind was cold, but her cheeks were flushed. Her heart was warm because Hua Xiao had come to see her. He'd taken the initiative to see her. Only she knew how difficult it was for Hua Xiaoheng to get to this step. Hua Xiaoheng sat in the car and saw a young girl wearing a double-breasted military-style coat run over from a brightly lit area. Her long ponytail fluttered behind her head. Her tall figure was complemented by the double-breasted military-style coat, making her look valiant and valiant. It was a stark contrast between softness and toughness. He looked at her in a daze. His eyes were deep and calm as he hid in the darkness of the car. He didn't move. He was like a cheetah in the dark, waiting for his prey to come to him. Gu Nianji came to the car and called out into the darkness, "Hua Xiao." The car was too quiet. It didn't seem like anyone was inside. She wondered if Hua Xiaoheng had gotten out to smoke like Fan Jian. Just as she was debating whether to open the door, it opened from the inside. Hua Xiaoheng reached out to her and said in a low voice, "Come in." Gu Nianji was overjoyed. She placed her hand in Hua Xiaoheng's palm and was pulled into the car by him. The door closed with a click. Hua Xiaoheng used one hand to pull her into his embrace. He supported the back of her head with one hand and wrapped the other around the back of her waist. He held her tightly in his arms and lowered his head to kiss her. He sucked on her slightly cold lips with shocking strength. Gu Nianji really liked the way he was hugging her. Although Hua Xiaoheng was very strong and she was almost suffocating for being hugged so tightly, she enjoyed it. It made her feel very safe. Her love for Hua Xiaoheng started from a sense of security. His lips were very hot. His embrace was also very warm. Gu Nianji didn't even notice when his hand slipped under her coat. It was too warm. He held her tightly. Although it hurt, she didn't make a sound. She could feel Hua Xiaoheng's excitement. She was happy but also a little scared. Hua Xiaoheng's stormy kisses finally eased the heat in his chest. He stuck the tip of his tongue deep inside Gu Nianji's lips to find the miracle cure. Gu Nianji's giggling reverberated between his lips and teeth, causing ripples in his heart. "What are you laughing at?" Hua Xiaoheng nuzzled her face and gradually calmed down. Gu Nianji sat in Hua Xiaoheng's embrace. She reached out and hugged his neck. She leaned her head on his shoulder and smiled. "What's wrong with you today?" "Nothing." Hua Xiaoheng looked down at her. "Are you busy with your homework?" "My homework has never been a problem." Gu Nianji's hand moved from Hua Xiaoheng's neck to his collar. She caressed and played with the buckle at the base of his neck. "You haven't called me in the past few days. I was still thinking about what to do over the weekend." This weekend was Gu Nianji's first weekend back at school. There was nothing to do at school. Gu Nianji was worried about where to stay. Hua Xiaoheng hadn't called. She didn't know if she should go to Hua Xiaoheng's official residence or the apartment he said he would prepare for her. "Where do you want to go?" Hua Xiaoheng held her hand to stop her from touching it. "Do you want to go back to the base with me or to the apartment?" If I go to the apartment, will you go?" This was the question Gu Nianji was most concerned about. Hua Xiaoheng thought about it. "You go back to the base this weekend. There are still some places in the apartment that haven't been completely renovated. It's best to wait a few more days." Gu Nianji nodded. "Okay, I'll go back to the base tomorrow. I'll have Big Xiong pick you up." Hua Xiaoheng kissed her cheek again. "Okay, you can go back now. You're leaving already?" Gu Nianji was reluctant to leave. She complained, "I'm only staying for a while." Hua Xiaoheng could only kiss her again before letting her go. Gu Nianji got out of the car and adjusted her coat that Hua Xiaoheng had opened. She waved at him and ran back to the dorm. "Brother Fan, you can go back now." Gu Nianji made a face at him and walked back into the dorm. Miao Yinxiao quickly walked up from behind her and gave her a condescending smile as she passed her. She walked into the elevator and closed the door before Gu Nianji could come in. Gun Yinji watched speechlessly as the elevator door closed in front of her and the flash of disdain on Miao Yinxiao's face. How childish! Gun Yinji muttered and was about to look for another elevator when she suddenly remembered that she wanted to buy pancakes for Ma Chi-Chi. She turned around and rushed out of the dorm building to buy pancakes from the snack shop around the corner. Little sister, you also eat pancakes? Senior brother Duan walked out of the shop with 2 pancakes in his hands and looked at her with a smile. Gun Yinji quickly greeted him. Hi, Brother Duan. You're here to buy pancakes too? Yeah, I'm buying them for Brother Huang. I lost a bet with him. Brother Duan laughed heartily. Gun Yinji's pretty face almost glowed in the soft light. He was dazzled and couldn't help asking, Yinji, next weekend happens to be Valentine's Day. Do you have any plans? It was the second watch, a reminder for my friends' monthly votes and recommendation votes. There was no third watch today. Moi. Chapter 381. From little sister to Yinji in the blink of an eye. Her tone changed so quickly. Gun Yinji smiled and felt that Brother Duan's question was inappropriate. How could she tell someone she didn't know about Valentine's Day? Valentine's Day? I never thought about it. Gun Yinji tilted her head with a smile and glanced inside the store. She immediately said, Oh, there's so many people. I have to go buy pancakes. Talk to you later, Brother Duan. Duan Chun watched as Gun Yinji ran past him like a gust of wind and entered the store. There were indeed many people inside, so he couldn't drag her back to ask about Valentine's Day plans. He could only sigh and shake his head. He muttered, Little sister really isn't eldest brothers or second brothers. He regretfully returned to the dormitory. Gun Yinji arrived at the pancake store and waited in line for a while before it was her turn. She smiled at the owner. I want 2 pancakes with 2 eggs each. Also, the crispy pancakes need spicy sauce. The owner skillfully made the pancakes and handed them to her in 2 small paper boxes. He chuckled. Sheng Hui, 16 yuan. Gun Yinji took out the money for him and placed the 2 small paper boxes in a small bag to take away. As soon as she returned to the dormitory, Ma Chi-Chi smelled food and ran out of her room. She said to Gun Yinji, standing in the living room, You're finally back. What took you so long? I almost fainted from hunger. Gun Yinji handed the small bag to her and smiled as she patted her head. Eat, eat. There were so many people. I was worried you'd be hungry, so I bought 2. Oh, that's great. I'm still regretting that I didn't tell you enough. How can one be enough? Of course I want 2. Ma Chi-Chi took out 2 paper boxes from the small bag and sniffed deeply. It smells so good. Putting down the paper boxes, Ma Chi-Chi went to her room to get money and handed it to Gun Yinji. Thank you for your help. Gun Yinji quickly declined. It's okay, it's okay. It's just 2 pancakes. Why bother? Ma Chi-Chi stubbornly refused. If you don't take the money, then I won't eat it. I'll give back to you. Gun Yinji looked at her in shock. Chi-Chi, what's wrong? Isn't it just 2 pancakes? Why are you so angry with me? Yinji, I know 2 pancakes aren't worth much, but I was the one who asked you to bring them. That's a different matter. Of course I have to pay. Ma Chi-Chi shoved the money into Gun Yinji's hand. I can't let you run errands and pay for it at the same time, right? Do I have to take advantage of such a small matter? Gun Yinji didn't know whether to laugh or cry as she took the money. I know. Isn't it just 2 pancakes? Look at how far you've gone. I don't want to go that far. Ma Chi-Chi smiled and took a bite of her pancake. She mumbled, It's just like borrowing money. If you pay back what you borrow, it won't be hard to borrow again, right? Yes. You're the one with the most principles. Gun Yinji smiled as she pinched Ma Chi-Chi's perky little nose. She turned to walk to her room as she said, I'm so tired today. I haven't even showered yet. Ma Chi-Chi sat at the dining table in the living room and put the rest of the pancake on a small plate. She made herself a cup of soy milk and ate it slowly. She glanced at Gun Yinji's room and suddenly remembered that Gun Yinji said she was going out to buy something. However, she had been out for so long and had only brought back 2 pancakes. She hadn't bought anything else, this little girl. She's still sneaking around and hiding things from me. Ma Chi-Chi's eyes darted around as she thought of some possible reasons. Of course, the most likely reason was that Gu Nianji had gone out to see the man she liked. She didn't say it was her boyfriend because she hadn't officially said it. From Ma Chi-Chi's perspective, any relationship that couldn't be made public wasn't considered a relationship. Therefore, she wouldn't ask if Gu Nianji didn't say it. It was her privacy. Gu Nianji returned to her room and took off her coat to throw it on the small 2-seater sofa by the wall. She walked to the bathroom to shower. She stood under the shower head in the bathroom, the hot water washing her sweaty body. She couldn't help smiling and blushing as she recalled the scene just now. She hummed a song as she showered. The rushing water washed away the fatigue and nervousness of the day. Gu Nianji was in a very good mood and went to sleep comfortably after a shower. The next day was Friday. Gu Nianji hadn't eaten at the library all day and finally finished the thesis He Ji-Chu had assigned at 5 p.m. She emailed it to him. Her stomach growled as she packed her bag. Gu Nianji hurriedly walked out of the library. She originally wanted to go back and shower before calling Hua Xiaoheng to ask about the car. However, her phone was already ringing. It wasn't Hua Xiaoheng's exclusive ringtone. Gu Nianji took out her phone and saw it was Fan Jian calling. She quickly said, "Brother Fan, where are you? I'm already downstairs from your dorm. Where are you?" Fan Jian's voice came from the phone. He sounded a bit anxious. Gu Nianji quickly said, "I'm in the library. I just came out and was about to go back to the dorm. I'm already downstairs from your dorm." Fan Jian sighed in relief. "Come back soon, little miss." Gu Nianji giggled. "I'll be right back. Wait for me." She left the library and found her bike. She quickly rode it back to the dorm. "Nianji, this way. Get in." Fan Jian stood in front of the car door. His posture was straight. He had a well-built body and regular features. He had the word righteousness written all over his body. "I'm not going back to the dorm." Gu Nianji locked her bike in the bike shed downstairs and walked out with her bag. "I haven't taken my things yet. Your things are already there. What else are you going to take?" Fan Jian quickly opened the door. "Hurry up and go back. Hua Xiao has been so busy these past few days that he doesn't even have time to eat. We're hoping you can hurry back and give him a good meal." "Oh, why aren't you eating?" Gu Nianji was also anxious. "Okay, I'll go now." She took out her phone and left a message for Ma Chi-Chi. "Chi-Chi, I'm going home. I won't be going back to the dorm. Have a good weekend." Gu Nianji had just fastened her seatbelt when she got into the car. She looked up and saw Miao Yunxiao standing not too far away. She was staring at her, but she didn't know if she was looking at her or the car. Gu Nianji didn't mind and said to Fan Jian, "I'm done. Let's go." Fan Jian started the car and quickly drove out of the south gate of B University. He headed to the official residence of the Special Ops headquarters in the imperial capital. Has Hua Xiao been busy lately? Why can't he even eat? Gu Nianji was curious. Is there a need for that with his current position? Hua Xiaoheng was already a major general. This meant that he was more in charge of people and not doing things himself. He could only be more useful if he gathered a group of capable subordinates. He couldn't do everything himself. It's a long story. We're just subordinates. It's not our place to persuade him. Nianji, if you have the heart, help persuade Hua Xiao. Fan Jian smiled and looked at her in the rearview mirror. Hua Xiao will still listen to you. Gu Nianji's heart was filled with sweetness, but she also felt a bit embarrassed. She leaned forward and rested her arm on the back of the seat in front of her. I should be the one listening to Hua Xiao. Why would he listen to me? You have a point. Of course Hua Xiao listens to you. Fan Jian looked at her again. Nianji, you and Hua Xiao. Gu Nianji's face instantly flushed. She retracted her arm and leaned back at her seat. She said meekly, "There's nothing between me and Hua Xiao. Brother Fan, please don't say things like that. Nothing is the best." Fan Jian sighed in relief. His mood lightened. "We all know Hua Xiao is good to you. He's been good to you since you were young. It didn't just start now, right?" "Yes, of course." Gu Nianji nodded. "I only knew Hua Xiao when I was young. I remember it all." The two chatted and laughed. Soon, they arrived at Hua Xiaoheng's headquarters. Hua Xiaoheng had just been called away by Speaker Long. His car and Gun Yinji's car almost brushed past each other. Gun Yinji sat in the car and didn't know, but Fan Jian knew Hua Xiaoheng's whereabouts from the central control system. He looked at Gun Yinji in the rearview mirror and said quietly, "Yinji, when we get home, eat and rest by yourself. The situation has changed." Oh, Gun Yinji froze. What's wrong? Did Hua Xiao have something urgent to do? Yes, I just received news that Speaker Long called Hua Xiao over. Hua Xiao just left the headquarters. Fan Jian resisted telling her that Hua Xiaoing's car had just brushed past their car. Gun Yinji would be even more upset if she heard it. As expected, Gun Yinji's mood was already gloomy. She grabbed her bag and unconsciously tore at a pendant on it. The excitement in her heart had already dissipated. She thought that her mood swings were too great. It was worse than when she was with Hua Xiaoheng in the past. Back then, Hua Xiaoheng often went on missions or went to meetings. She had never been this worried. Gun Yinji comforted herself, but she still couldn't calm down. Because the expectations she had for Hua Xiaoheng in the past were completely different from the feelings she had now. The car stopped in front of Hua Xiaoheng's official residence. Gun Yinji opened the door and walked out. The inky night had already rushed in. She looked back at the road she had come from and saw that it was already dark. Hua Xiaoheng sat in the car and rubbed his temples. He said to Yin Xixiang, who was sitting in the front passenger seat, "Fan Jian has already gone to pick Yinji up, right?" "Yes, he went around 4 in the morning. He should be on his way back now, right?" Yin Xixiang answered Fan Jian's call. "Little Fan, are you back?" "Big Xiong, we're back. Yinji just got out of the car." Fan Jian said as he passed the phone to Gun Yinji. "It's Big Xiong." Gun Yinji quickly took it. "Brother Xiong, where's Hua Xiao?" "Hua Xiao is here." Yin Xixiang passed the phone to Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiaoheng took it. His deep voice came out of the phone and magically soothed Gun Yinji's restless emotions. "Yinji, wait for a moment. I'll be back soon." This was the first update, a reminder for the monthly votes and recommendation votes. The second was a 5,000-word chapter. Around 2 p.m. Moi. Oh, intersection. Oh. Chapter 382. Gun Yinji's fluttering heart finally calmed down. Hua Xiaoheng's voice was emotionless over the phone. He was simply stating a fact to her calmly. But ordinary words sounded different to the ears of a lover. She agreed quietly and said, "Okay, I'll wait for you to come back." "Okay, good girl." Hua Xiaoheng hung up and passed the phone back to Yin Xixiang, who was in the front passenger seat. He sat alone in the back seat with his elbows on the side of the window. He was deep in thought. For the past few days, they had been searching for the actual situation of the people named Gu Xiangwen without rest, but it seemed that they had reached a dead end. A few days ago, after receiving authorization from the Supreme Military Council and the Senate, the Special Operations Forces had sent people down to find the dozens of people named Gu Xiangwen on their list. Then they used all kinds of excuses to obtain their blood and bring it back to the imperial capital for DNA testing. The results were depressing. There were dozens of Gu Xiangwen around the same age, but none of them matched Gun Yinji's DNA. They couldn't even find a distant relative who was slightly similar. Could it be that they had missed some important clue? Hua Xiaoheng repeatedly thought about the name Gun Yinji called out when she was unconscious. He couldn't help but feel that it had something to do with Gun Yinji. But if it really was related, what was it? Could it not be related by blood? But Gun Yinji had clearly said in her sleep that it was her father. A father who wasn't related by blood? Hua Xiaoheng rubbed his forehead and sighed softly. He had a vague feeling that the truth was not far away, but there was a layer of fog in between. If the fog didn't dissipate, they wouldn't be able to see the truth. No matter how he thought about it, they must have missed something important. Yin Xixiang played with his phone for a while and turned to ask Hua Xiaoheng, "Hua Xiao, did Speaker Long say anything to you? Do you want to make arrangements in advance?" Hua Xiaoheng propped his chin on his hand and turned to look at the night sky flying by outside the window. He said calmly, "What could it be? We are the military, and they are the Senate. We have our own rules." "That's true." Yin Xixiang nodded. "However, We've always had a good relationship with the upper house of parliament. The military allocations are approved by the upper house every year. Hua Xiaoheng glanced at Yin Shixiao. We'll apply according to the rules, and they'll allocate funds according to the law. There's no question of who's begging whom. Of course, he would not take the initiative to sour his relationship with the parliament. In fact, every problem in this world has a solution. It's up to you to find it. Half an hour later, Hua Xiaoheng's car finally stopped in front of Speaker Long's house. Because it was a weekend night, everyone was very relaxed. Senior Speaker Long's house was very lively. People came and went, and luxury cars filled the parking lot not far away. There were songs and laughter everywhere, as if they were having a party. When he got out of the car, he immediately smelled the aroma of roasted meat in the air. For Hua Xiaoheng, who had been starving and full for several days, the temptation of this kind of food was the most unbearable. He clenched his fists and coughed lightly, then said to Yin Shixiao, "Go ask what happened." He thought it was official business, but from the looks of it, it seemed to be a private matter. Hua Xiaoheng leaned against the car door unhappily, bent one of his long legs, and lit a cigarette. After 2 puffs, someone walked up to him and reminded him softly, "Sir, this is a non-smoking area. You can't smoke here. Please put out your cigarette." The voice sounded strangely similar to Gun Yinji's voice, and he could almost look forward to Gun Yinji's mature and moving voice. Hua Xiaoheng looked up. The light shone from the door, and the person stood with her back to the light. Her face was a bit dark, but it wasn't completely invisible. The light seemed to be specially soft, and it illuminated the woman in front of him. Her skin was as white as jade, and her facial features were 40 to 50% similar to Gun Yinji's. Perhaps this was what Gun Yinji would look like when she was fully grown. Hua Xiaoheng took a second look. Speaker Long's voice quickly came from behind. "Xiaoheng? Xiaoheng? You're here? Why aren't you going in?" Speaker Long walked to the woman and stood face to face with Hua Xiaoheng. He glanced at them with a smile. "Huh, you guys are already talking? I was just about to introduce him to you." Hua Xiaoheng bowed slightly. Speaker Long patted him on the shoulder and introduced the woman to him. "This is Xie Qingying, my niece. Oh yes, her father's surname is also Xie. Speaking of which, he's from the same family as your grandmother, the Xie family." Then he introduced Hua Xiaoheng to Xie Qingying. "This is Hua Xiaoheng. He's the youngest general we were talking about." Xie Qingying finally saw Hua Xiaoheng's face clearly. Hua Xiaoheng was standing against the light. When he lowered his head to smoke earlier, the woman only thought that his figure was tall and straight, and he looked especially handsome when he smoked. But no matter how handsome he was, he couldn't smoke in a non-smoking area. It was a matter of principle. But now that he looked up and saw his face clearly, Xie Qingying only thought in her heart that with such a handsome face, he would be forgiven no matter what he did, right? Not to mention it was just smoking. Xie Qingying secretly laughed at herself for being infatuated. She gracefully extended her hand to Hua Xiaoheng. "You're Major General Hua? Nice to meet you." Hua Xiaoheng held a cigarette in one hand and shook her hand with the other. "Nice to meet you." His hand was wide and warm, and the center of his palm was especially hot. Xie Qingying could feel it as soon as she shook his hand. She was quiet for a few seconds before saying, "Major General, Hua must be feeling hot recently, right? You should eat some warm soup to balance it out." Hua Xiaoheng smiled. "It's all right. I've been busy with work recently." He looked at Speaker Long, who was smiling. "Speaker Long, do you want to talk in the study?" This meant that he wasn't here to attend a party. He was here because Speaker Long had business to attend to. Speaker Long laughed and rubbed his head. "Yes, let's talk in the study." Then he winked at Xie Qingying. "Qingying, please grill some meat for us. Xiaoheng and I will talk while we eat." "Yes, uncle." The corners of Xie Qingying's mouth curled up into a smile, revealing a pair of dimples. Her smile resembled Gun Yinji's. Hua Xiaoheng didn't say anything and quietly followed Speaker Long into his study. Along the way, people kept greeting him or Speaker Long. He only nodded and smiled along the way and didn't say anything. Just like that, they arrived at Speaker Long's study on the 3rd floor. This was also Speaker Long's office and took up an entire floor. The entrance was guarded by people from a special task force, and the security requirements were very strict. Of course, Hua Xiaoheng didn't need additional security checks because he was already one of the highest-ranking people in the Empire's security system. There were less than 5 people like him in the entire Huaxiao Empire. When he sat down in Speaker Long's study, Speaker Long personally made him a cup of tea. Come try it. It's authentic Dahong Pao tea leaves from the Dahong Pao mother tree in the south. It's been 5 years, and I've only been given 2 ounces of tea leaves. I didn't even give it to my wife when she wanted to drink it. Hua Xiaoheng was about to drink from the teacup when he heard Speaker Long's words. He put it down with a half-smile. Speaker Long, don't trick me. Your wife can't even drink something she wants to drink. If you give it to me, will your wife still look at me in the future? How is that possible? I'm the one who didn't give it to her and only gave it to you. Why would she be angry at you? Speaker Long laughed heartily as he sat down across from him. He first took a sip happily, then closed his eyes to savor the sweet fragrance of authentic Dahong Pao tea. Hua Xiaoheng said, Don't tell me that if you really did that, your wife definitely wouldn't hate you. She would only hate me for drinking something she wants to drink, but can't. Ha ha ha, I really can't out-talk you. Speaker Long laughed heartily. All right, I was just joking with you. I was just exaggerating. You didn't take it seriously, did you? Hua Xiaoheng finally raised his teacup again and took a sip. He smiled and said, It's good that you're joking. It's my honor to be able to drink Speaker Long's Dahong Pao tea. Look at you, you're joking too. Speaker Long burst into laughter, and his hearty laughter echoed throughout the room. It was very infectious. Hua Xiaoheng raised his teacup to him. Speaker Long, then I'll use tea in place of wine to toast you. Toast me once is enough. What's with a cup? Speaker Long pretended to be reluctant and teased him. The two of them exchanged a few more pleasantries before Speaker Long got to the point. Xiaoheng, I called you here today because it's the weekend and I wanted you to relax and have fun with everyone. Don't focus on work, Speaker Long said earnestly. Speaker Long said earnestly, As you know, today the Senate is reviewing the budget expenditure for the next year and the promotion and demotion of personnel. There are so many senior generals in the military, but you're the only single one. This is indeed not good, and it will not be beneficial for your future promotion. Hua Xiaoheng sat leisurely on the sofa and slowly placed the teacup in his hand on the coffee table. He said calmly, I'm thinking about personal matters. Please rest assured, Speaker Long. Before Speaker Long could reply, someone on the intercom at the door said, Is Speaker Long inside? General G is here. Invite him in. Invite him in. Speaker Long stood up. The door to the study was pushed open, and General G strode in. Old Long, you called Xiaoheng over to cancel the engagement on your own? You didn't even wait for me. General G's voice was especially loud. As soon as he spoke, the entire room exploded. Hua Xiaoheng also stood up and saluted General G. Hello, Chief. Good. Sit, don't be shy. As he spoke, he and Speaker Long sat across from Hua Xiaoheng. It was a 2-to-1 ratio. Hua Xiaoheng calmly sat down across from them. His expressionless face was as expressionless as ever. Speaker Long glanced at him and said to General G, Didn't I tell you? Xiaoheng isn't even 30 yet. This kind of bearing is really rare. You have to nurture him well. Of course, that goes without saying. General G was very proud of his foresight. He took an envelope out of his pocket and threw it on the coffee table in the middle of the sofa. See, this is also my foresight. Xiaoheng, back then, I deliberately picked you out of so many lieutenants to carry out a special mission. The mission was successfully completed, and your rank rose higher and higher. After so many years, do you think I didn't misjudge you? How was Hua Xiaoheng supposed to answer this? However, he could only bite the bullet and answer, You definitely didn't misjudge me. Speaker Long was amused by him again and said, All right, you two can stop acting. Come on, old G, let's talk business. Business is these photos. General G tipped the envelope down, and many photos fell out. They were all photos of women, all very beautiful, and the kind of beauty that hadn't been photographed. Hua Xiaoheng glanced at them casually. These photos are of missing persons. General Ji finally couldn't stand Hua Xiaoheng. You only know how to joke around with me. I'll be straightforward today. The military wants you to get married, and these are the suitable partners. You can choose well, and we'll hold a blind date and invite all the bachelors in the military to participate. What do you think? The corners of Hua Xiaoheng's mouth finally twitched. He picked up his teacup and took another sip. I'm already thinking about my personal problems. I don't need a blind date, but there are some bachelors in the Special Operations Forces who need to deal with their personal problems. I'll ask them to attend the blind date when the time comes. Xiaoheng, you're good. You're sacrificing your own friends for me. Speaker Long clicked his tongue. Sly. Too sly. Hua Xiaoheng smiled, but didn't say anything. He put down his teacup and heard the door to the study open again. Xie Qingying came in with a large plate of barbecued meat. You guys must be hungry. Qingying, come here and greet Uncle Ji. Speaker Long very kindly introduced General Ji to her. Xie Qingying greeted General Ji politely and divided the barbecued meat for the three of them. She placed knives, forks, chopsticks, and condiments on the coffee table. Enjoy yourselves. I'll be leaving now. If you want more, just call me Uncle, and I'll bring it up. Xie Qingying left the study as she spoke. She didn't look at Hua Xiaoheng again, but Hua Xiaoheng kept looking at her back thoughtfully. General Ji and Speaker Long sensed Hua Xiaoheng's different feelings towards Xie Qingying. They looked at each other and felt that there was a chance. General Ji deliberately asked Speaker Long about Xie Qingying. Old Long, why don't I remember you having a niece with the surname Xie? And she's all grown up. Speaker Long took out his knife and fork to eat a piece of barbecued meat. He finished the skewer before saying, She's actually not my cousin's biological daughter. Oh, her father is a distant relative of the Xie family. When the Xie family all went abroad to settle down, their branch also moved out. Xie Qingying was born abroad, but her mother passed away early, and her father only recently remarried my cousin. Xie Qingying is my cousin's stepdaughter. Here, this is a photo of their family. Speaker Long explained the complicated relationship and even took out Xie Qingying's family photo at the end. It was obvious that he had come prepared. Hua Xiaoheng took it and looked at it. There were two photos. One was a photo of Xie Qingying's biological parents holding a little girl. The other was a photo of Xie Qingying's father and stepmother. Xie Qingying was already in her current state. She wore a polite smile as she sat next to her father. Hua Xiaoheng's gaze was attracted to Xie Qingying's biological mother. It was obvious that Xie Qingying looked like her mother. General Ji frowned and said, Oh, the cousin whose husband passed away a few years ago. Yes, her husband passed away before she had a child. She went abroad to relax and met Qingying's father. The two of them fell in love and remarried. Speaker Long looked at Hua Xiaoheng. Xiaoheng, Qingying grew up abroad and returned to the country with her father and stepmother not long ago. Do you have time to take her out for a walk? General Ji heard this and quickly said, Oh, right. Why don't you take Piao Hong and accompany Miss Xie around the imperial capital? Hua Xiaoheng ignored the two old men, whose combined ages were over 100 years old, trying to play matchmaker. He looked at Speaker Long and said, Miss Xie grew up abroad and is also a foreign citizen. According to regulations, I can't be alone with foreigners in private. The Huaxia Empire did have such regulations. If people of their status wanted to interact with foreigners, a third party had to be present and they had to report it to the relevant authorities afterwards. Speaker Long coughed and said, Her family has already given up their foreign citizenship and settled down in the Huaxia Empire, so you don't have to worry about this. I'm not worried. I just don't want to violate national regulations. Hua Xiaoheng nodded calmly and handed the two photos back to Speaker Long. He asked casually, What's the name of Miss Xie's biological mother? I don't know about that. Speaker Long shrugged. Ask her again when she comes to deliver the barbecue later. No need. I still have things to do. Thank you for the tea and barbecue today, Speaker Long. I'll treat you again next time. Hua Xiaoheng stood up and saluted General G again. Okay, you can go. General G smiled and waved his hand. You have to pay attention to your personal problems, understand? Don't force our old man to do anything. Yes, Chief. Hua Xiaoheng nodded to General G and Speaker Long and turned to leave. When he came out of the study, he ran into Xie Qingying, who was carrying another plate of barbecue. Seeing Hua Xiaoheng come out, Xie Qingying quickly asked, Major General Hua, don't you want to eat more? No, I still have things to do. Hua Xiaoheng nodded at her, then suddenly reached out and gently brushed her shoulder. There's a bug. Xie Qingying was shocked and almost knocked over the plate of barbecue in her hand. She stood there in shock, her whole body stiff. What bug? Major General Hua? Did you get rid of the bug? Yes, I did. Hua Xiaoheng retracted his hand and held a strand of Xie Qingying's hair firmly in his palm. The two of them passed each other in the hallway. However, after a few steps, he suddenly stopped as if he remembered something. He turned around and asked Xie Qingying, Miss Xie, what's the name of your biological mother? Gu Tian, Xie Qingying blurted out. This was the second chapter of the novel, which was 5,000 words long. Because it was a big chapter, it took an extra hour. She just wanted to ask, do you still have monthly votes? What about recommendation votes? Oh, intersection. Oh. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.